Hello everyone, I bring you the novel Warcraft Anomaly. Do not forget that the novel belongs to its respective creator. Subscribe, don't be lazy. Also, if you like the channel's novels, recommend it to your friends. Have a great day. To all those who can help the channel with donations to PayPal or Patreon, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. You know that even if it is $1, all that is love. Chapter 51 Pan LV Deng Xiaoxian, the old man only has money. At the celebration ceremony, the two main factions within the Alterac kingdom did not openly break in the face of the foreign envoys, and they passed through the scene in superficial unity and harmony. The lunch banquet was hurriedly faced with a meal. The afternoon tea time the nobles gathered in the royal garden 2x3 to set up stalls, and the outdoor cocktail party in the evening was the highlight. Biglas Bertone led the Stromgard cavalry to escort the Lude home, with Donnas remaining in Alterac after completing the escort mission. Carlos, the king is not very nice to you anymore. Donnas was wearing a decent white shirt, with two faintly visible strong pecs, sitting on a stone bench with a glass of wine and talking to Carlos in a low voice. He is Pernuard and I am Barav. Carlos vaguely stated the truth of the matter. Your Alterac girls are amazing, and their skin is so much better than the ladies of Arthi. Donatha's smile was indescribable. Have you seen him again? Carlos felt betrayed. After I finished, Uncle Alex left me to live at Guy Erdlin. I was afraid that your maid team would have your affection. I have seen the pride of the Sushan girl, and I will tell you, praise. Restraint of his father and his elders, and his nature has been exposed. Anhador is not the territory of the Alterac kingdom, don't talk nonsense. Carlos gave Donnas a blank look. Good morning, your sister. He practiced training all the time before, and he was so tired every day. Who has time to look at the girl? This is not the point is his coming-of-age ceremony. I used to think that you were a tall man, and you were called your big brother. After a miserable loss, you are still a little boy after a long time. Donnas looked mean. He told Carlos, my father doesn't care about my marital problems, let me find it myself. The eldest son in your family won't be treated so well, will he? It's time to get engaged when he grows up. Carlos didn't want to bother with this guy. When you get engaged, the maid who had connected before should be so sad, and the lady's dream should be broken. Donnas continued to fan the flames. I'm so energetic that I'll try two at a time. Carlos looked at Donnas with disdain. Gu left and went to the right to talk about him. Donnas put her left index finger on her temple. There's only one truth, you're still a virgin. I'll write to Uncle Biglas. Carlos took a sip of his wine and said lightly. Good brother, let the little brother earn a living. Donnas smiled flatteringly and said that a good brother combines innocence, and shyness. After talking nonsense with Donnas, Alex sent someone to call Carlos. Apologizing to Donnas, Carlos went to the adult circle. Hello, uncles and uncles. Carlos greeted him in a circle and sat next to his father. My son, I am very happy to see you return without incident. Your indoor performance is very good, and I am proud of you for my father. Alex said with a smile on his face, the guys here are very curious about your battlefield experience, please satisfy the adults' curiosity. Carlos probably understood what was going on when his father summoned him, so he played 10% of his abilities and blew the coalition up and down. On the one hand, everyone here is deliberately flattering, on the other hand, Carlos's eloquence is fine, and the coalition fight is really wonderful. When Carlos talked about the decisive night battle, everyone was nervous as if they were on the scene, and a marquis smashed the glass. At that moment, we shouted the Alt Errant battle cry and launched the final charge at the troll boss. But the soldiers were too tired and the troll's physical advantage was magnified infinitely. I can only pray for the holy light. Guide me where I go at this time, a miracle happened. A group of dwarf allies who lost their way in the forest saw the sign I left and appeared on the battlefield in time. We flanked back and forth, and the troll fled. I think next year at this time, the forest will be more lush. Why, Mr. Carlos? At this time, there will naturally be interesting guys willing to drag. Because we squeezed the last drop of blood from the troll in that forest. A burst of applause drew the attention of the others. Let us offer a drink to the heroic Sir Charles. Dry. Hello everyone. After the praise conference ends, Carlos's heroic deeds will spread rapidly. It can be foreseen that a young hero is rising. After hearing the story, everyone in the room visioned and left, leaving room for Barav and his son to speak. Take it away, your mother gave you the pendant. Alex gave mother's love to Carlos, and it was a curse. Very good. I will take the lead in charge. I have a future. I will defeat the enemy late at night. That is amazing. My son is a great hero. Do you know how worried your mother is about you? Despite the fact that there are 11 million truths, pretending to be a bear under the scolding of parental care is the only correct way out. Carlos has rich experience and can handle it properly. The hero will be embarrassed. Didn't you just talk about it? I didn't know that you were so eloquent before. It's not a laugh, and it's not appropriate to admit a mistake. Carlos watched his nose and his heart, without moving like a mountain. Forget it, I'm taller than Laozi, so I won't scold you. If you still don't see the handsome old man's appearance on your face, I'll arrange the ledger with your mother when I go home. How can a wise man like me give birth to a son like you? After many battles, Carlos did not know that the criticism had not ended yet. As long as he took the conversation, he would welcome "It's not me who told you. Not that I told you, even if you move home to Jinshan Yinshan, there is no use to people, but you are going to be a king in the future, why don't you pay as much attention to your own security issues?" Carlos thought that it was almost the end, and he would persuade him for a while. Don't pretend to be silly. When I was young, your father used this trick to pretend to be pitiful and avoid your grandfather's whip many times. Your son is still a little tender. The revolution has not yet succeeded, so we must not break power. Hey, your shameless look has the charm of Laozi back then. Almost there, he quickly changes the subject. Father, how much has our family lost this time? Carlos asked. The final agreement has not yet been made, and the specific figures are not clear. But the last batch of goods you sent eased the pressure on the family to a great extent. The agreement with the dwarves is very reckless. What is the use of pure gold and silver jewelry? It's a huge profit to replace it with a trade deal. Our family can't melt down weapons and armor with great fanfare. Dwarves can. Arms smuggling is big business. I'm a fool, son. Alex said with a serious politeness. I also took a bribe from the troll, 300 bags of sand. Carlos leaned into Alex's ear and whispered. A bag is multiple. Alex asked dismissively. He thought it was the type of slider bag commonly used by humans. About 50 pounds, Carlos replied. How much? Alex's sudden high pitch startled Carlos. 50. The people around them looked at the father and son curiously, wondering why Grand Duke Alex was in the wrong. You are 50-50 at a young age, what did you do? Alex covered up his gaffe angrily, then rolled up his sleeves and left. That? I thought my subordinates couldn't be trusted to report the truth to my father, but he was scared. Carlos breathed a sigh of relief. Wrong, my innocence. You pay me back, Dad. Under the hidden guidance of other people, Carlos finally found out that Alex's speech had a big problem. I'm still a virgin. Carlos was crying inside. Chapter 52 Saunian, learn Bankai from me. Due to being crushed by the father, a strange switch was turned on in the noble ladies and ladies. Throughout the banquet, several explicit taunts to Carlos. The height far exceeds the average altitude, the strong body, the handsome face that inherited Giannis's delicate appearance, the flexible black shawl and long hair, and the wild breath that has not disappeared after returning from the battlefield. At this time, Carlos lived a frantic noble boy. Image. Please put Kogorogoi's head on Lee Gowden's body for brain repair. Waves of crazy bees and butterflies bothered Carlos. It was a happy thing to have a female relationship, but in one night, 6 ladies spilled wine on you, 4 ladies fell on you, and 11 socialites gave you a little note by shaking your hand. Do you dare to wash more baths and less perfume? After Carlos used his mother and sister to compare all aspects, he was not interested in the goods delivered to his door. And the noble ladies who are truly self-sufficient and qualified are avoiding Carlos as if they were meeting evil spirits. You cheated to death, Comrade Alex, you really are my father. Carlos's heart was bleeding. Around midnight, the couple had left the garden to find a place for themselves, leaving drunken old men behind. Good brother, if you are not happy, please do not drag me to drink covered wine, you will not be able to connect good things later. Donas he was very unhappy to accompany Carlos to drink covered wine. There is something good for a fart, come with me to admire the flowers, looking at the stars is not more interesting than dealing with those vulgar fans. Carlos clearly entangled. There is an egg flower to see in the season. There are so many clouds today. Where are the stars, brother, please forgive me. Donas understood what Carlos had squeezed, and he sincerely and fervently pleaded for mercy. As a result, Carlos did not know what he thought and pointed to the sky, look up and see, who has the sky saved? Forget it, it will be long in the future, I will not fight today, baby. Donas played Gigi. The lively celebration lasted for half a month, and Alterac City finally returned to its former peace. Neither Alex nor Aiden wanted to fully expose the sharp domestic contradictions to outsiders, so after the celebration ceremony, an invisible war was raging fiercely. Although King Aiden was at the commanding heights of the law, in the late period of the Expedition Troll War, the behavior of forcing coalition forces to retreat by running out of food caused dissatisfaction among the participating parties. Objectively speaking, King Aiden's decision was still a wise one. The time-consuming and labor-consuming expedition lasted 9 months, which has already depleted the kingdom's financial resources. It is also a wise choice to finish it on time. Furthermore, the cessation of Aiden's food supply was implemented after the coalition forces were notified, and the food Dunhold had previously amassed was enough for the army to withdraw. If the coalition forces got nothing, everyone could secretly thank Aiden and thank the king for his reason and restraint. But the coalition won, and it was a great victory, and the gains were complete. At this time, the nobles who joined the army will be unhappy. It's not like you were in a hurry to ask us to come back. Maybe you can seek more wealth. Isn't there a troll city called Sinsaro in the outback? Rectitude. People who are in greed always fail to see the good in others, they only see what they get. Although Alex and Aiden were the same people who paid for the war, Aiden's trusted General Audrin was bribed and ate his food and didn't make a sound. Carlos did not want to make a profit for the family. The financial gap between the two parties suddenly widened. Because Carlos confronted Aiden in the loot and hacked the coalition forces in a very unrealistic way. The key is pretty good, the tail of the hand is very clean, everyone recite the goodness of Barav, so Ali Cox's tandem operation went smoothly. In the end, Aiden did not suppress Carlos' merits in the Great Dynasty. Carlos went from Lord to Baron, skipping 2 levels. And at the Alterac Knights selection meeting in July today, Carlos will usher in a grand contest like a coming-of-age ceremony. After the General Assembly, the Knights will vote to decide if Carlos will now assume the position of Deputy Commander of the Knights. As part of the political compromise, Carlos was definitely able to be the Deputy Commander of the Alterac Royal Knights at that time. The key is implementation time. If Commander Aiden drags you for 20 years, you can only watch. This time, forcing Aiden to make a clear statement is also taking time and harmony. Carlos, the selection meeting 6 months later is very important. Although the final vote is not directly related to the results of the competition, if the results are too bad, there will still be a negative impact. The members of the Knights who played with you, they basically agree. You, my father, will find a way to buy another batch of people. But there are still a lot of righteous minds in those cans. Only you can win them over with personality charm. On the way back to Guy Dalong, Alex analyzed his son. The name of my 100 people will be extended to Lord Aaron. What kind of personality charm is there to talk about? Carlos looked at his father bitterly. Alex was so embarrassed that he was all hairy when he was seen by his son, so he untied his sleeves and rolled up his sleeves to show him, "Your mother has already sanctioned me. Let's pass this one on. My sister hides when she sees me now. Alex and Wilton ask me questions all the time. It's so sad." Carlos just pretended to be pitiful and see if he can get some compensation from his father. "Well, in order to continue to improve your strength, I have hired a highly capable master for you, who will systematically train you within half a year." Alex rolled down his sleeves and forcibly changed the subject. "Who is it?" Carlos was still very worried about his new teacher. During the war, he had discovered his flaws. Although he had a great innate advantage, he was compared to professional knights who fought and ate all day. The skills are too far behind. Calculating time is almost up, you will know who it is when you return to the castle. Alex hung up on his son's appetite. Back at Guy Erdlin Lake Fortress, Carlos ignored the exhaustion of the trip and grabbed his father to see the new master first. "My lord, lord, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Sedan of the Dethrohan family. I am honored to meet the two of you. In the next 6 months, I will be yours at the request of the Duke of Barav." "Mentor." The great warrior Sedan Dethrohan introduced himself. Alex Barav stands between the two giants and shouts, "I am the Shield of Argus." "Correct a bit, Mr. Dethrohan, I'm a baron now, but I don't care if you call me Carlos, master." Carlos first extended his hand to him. The one in front of him is about the same height as him and stronger than him. Man is fully qualified to be his own teacher. One of the original paladins, the deputy commander of the Silver Hand, the Scarlet Crusaders, the chief warrior of the Kingdom of Lord Aaron, and the winner of 5 consecutive championships in the Stradholm City Cup tournament, all belong to the myself personally, Sedan Dethrohan. Since you've admitted that I'm your master, I'll make a point first. Don't feel complacent just because you've made achievements on the battlefield. You're starting out as a warrior. Sedan Dethrohan began suddenly. The smile turned into a cold face Yan Luo. Then let me see what is the path of the true warrior. Carlos teased nonchalantly. Chapter 53 Coach, I want to play basketball. Back to Guy Erdlin Lake Hartford on the second day. I heard my predecessor was a Pandaren? He must be a good warrior, at least he didn't ruin your good seedling. After simply testing the disciple's basic skills, Sedan Dethrohan motioned for Carlos to sit with him. Next, start the first class. The set the Pandaren gave you was a one-on-one fighting technique. He was right to refuse to teach you the way of a monk, because the structure of the human body is different from that of the Pandaren, and our bodies simply can't take it. High-intensity movements like the Pandaren monk bring a lot of pressure. First of all, the joints can't bear it. But your set of methods to exercise coordination and balance is very good. I'm about the same size as you, and coordination is quick. You're a little short, and you're young, and there's still room for promotion. Sedan Dethrohan leaned forward and glared at Carlos, using body language to remind the disciple that he was going to focus on the next point. However, this is useless. In battle, face-to-face fighting is the main theme. Listen, I know that you have a very important competition to participate in 7 months, but that is not important. use 2 months can train you to become a skilled gladiator. You have impressive talent and are born stronger than humans. This is not difficult. Sedan de Throhan sneered a little with pride. But then, if you are lucky enough, you are a king, and if you are not so lucky, you may inherit the throne of your father's Grand Duke. Is it because you all learned to defeat a noblewoman's husband in jealousy? Show off the adulation of your subordinates? I can sense that you have a fiery soul and an unwavering heart. You are eager to fight, eager to kill, eager to determine your own future, eager to dominate the fate of others. Don't refute, don't deny, this is the induction between the two fighters. Sedan de Throhan stopped Carlos from speaking. Rest assured, I will not say these things to others, I will not ask for trouble. Therefore, I will teach you how to use weapons correctly in 5 months, I will teach you real battles, and I will teach you how to become a war of God. Sedan de Throhan exudes an impressive aura. You're not actually Sedan de Throhan, your name is Kratos, you're a Spartan general. Carlos was really shocked, not only by Sedan de Throhan's aura, but also because he was actually triggered by Sedan de Throhan's words to try. If your kung fu is as powerful as your mouth, you will get the friendship of Carlos Barav. Lord Aaron is now number 1. Carlos seethed with enthusiasm and left that set for the first time in 15 years of revival. Nobles are humble, rebellious, and domineering. Sedan de Throhan's friendship is only for a respectable opponent. Sedan de Throhan said even more arrogantly. When Wu is the first, Wu is the second. Sedan de Throhan was attracted to his strong physique when he met Carlos. In the kingdom of Lord Aaron, Sedan de Throhan easily defeated countless opponents without even using too much skill and only using the enormous advantage of power. The only battle that made Sedan de Throhan feel difficult was in Hearthglen 2 years ago, when he offered to compete with Tyrion Fording. It is a pity that the opponent's status is higher than himself, and the child has just been born. After the arduous battle, Sedan de Throhan decided to make peace. But de Throhan was not reconciled. Fording was exhausted and could still cut at least 20 times. If it weren't for the fact that he was slapped in front of other people's wives and children in the host's house, his friends would not have it in the future. Sedan de Throhan will see the competition through to the end. Now, with an undeveloped rough stone in front of him, and with greater potential than he, Sedan de Throhan has long forgotten the benefits Alex has promised. True fighters always want only matched opponents. So, in the first month, Sedan de Throhan asked Carlos to complete the same physical training as him every day. Pay attention to your breathing. I don't know where you learned the bad ailments of 3 steps, 1 exhalation, 5 steps, 1 inhalation, middle and long distance running breathing formula plus, so that your body can adapt to the rhythm. If really fight, you still have free time to consider them. Learning to feel and understand body language, being able to read your own body, you will naturally be able to see through the enemy's weaknesses. Don't sit back, learn to recover your strength between the fierce battles. Your opponent is just as exhausted as you are. Whoever is in better condition will have the greatest advantage. In the most basic training, Sedan de Throhan teaches combat skills. In the second month, in addition to the same high-intensity physical training as the first month, Sedan de Throhan began to explain the use of various weapons to Carlos. Because they spend the time that knights use to train assaults in fighting with their companions, and they are more experienced. But if you listen to someone, there are titles like Knight Commander and Great Knight, so don't judge them by what I just said. These guys are old fried dough sticks, all of them in society. Shut up, your Knight Commander is temporary and underage. There is no specific difference in the types of weapons. The key is to watch the users. Thank you, Professor Pandaren, your coordination is really good and you can make dodging movements more flexible than mine. When using light weapons, attack methods are more diverse, and heavy weapons, the competition is strength and endurance. Whoever hits cannot be too late for a long time. The texture of the body and armor is not good, so if you use heavy weapons against the enemy when you find that your strength is at a disadvantage, hurry up and find a shield, don't resist stupidly, it will happen. The armor is good or bad, and it depends on the actual situation in one-on-one combat, but on the battlefield, you can set multiple layers and multiple layers. The flow arrow and shell fragments are unreasonable. No, learn from the foolish birds in night novels. Which helmets affect their vision? After more than 10 minutes of fighting, your head will be dizzy. Your attention is only the enemy in front of you. There is a fart effect. In the third month, Seaton de Throhan began using training weapons and Carlos for actual combat exercises. When you're full of energy, you can still keep up with my pace, but when you hit a standstill, you're almost full of gaps. Don't guess my routine, use your body to feel it, wood, immune to death. Alright, you finally understand that offense is the best defense. If you want to end a battle, then defeat the enemy. Yeah, that's what it's like to wear armor reasonably and replace life with injury. It's not as fierce as those old things boast. If you get hit too hard, it will naturally happen. In the fourth month, Seaton de Throhan began practicing with Carlos fully armed with real swords and guns. Don't flinch, I can take my measure and I won't kill you. It's your little bastard who has any sense. Don't stop me and stab me. Very good, master, pay attention to your feet. The side that fell to the ground has no teammates to cover, and it's basically over. Even if you can't kill yourself with a single stab, I have time to recover. You have to get into panic and get up, and the breach will come out. That's right, use the blind spot of the helmet vision correctly. Yeah, you finally find out why you always get hit. I'll use body language to lure you into making mistakes. In the fifth month, Seaton de Throhan stopped training regarding weapons. Boy, your performance satisfies me. Next, I will teach you your real trick, how to control your muscles. This method allows you to spend 3 times your physical strength and use 130% of your strength. Although it seems that the gain is not worth it the loss, but you won't know how terrible this trick is until you learn it. Starting point of the Chinese website www.chidian.com welcomes readers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serials are at the starting point. And for mobile phone users, please go to m.chidian.com to read. Chapter 54, The Emperor's Death. Stone Nard, the first great fortress built by the Horde after crossing the Dark Portal, was also a springboard against Stormwind's guards. There, Orgrim, the Orc of Blackrock, challenged Warcraft Blackhand. Although the Black Hand has a slight advantage in size, the passing of the years and the injuries caused by the perennial campaign made the strongest of the past seem a bit weak, while the young Orgrim was at ease. After all, he was the old man that he once respected. Orgrim did not humble the Black Hand. After a short probing period, the storm-like attack completely overwhelmed the Black Hand and blew away the Black Hand's warhammer with a single blow, and Orgrim would be legendary. Hammer, the destroyer targets the old boss from the past. Give up, you are old, Black Hand. My respected uncle, give up, I will give you a decent end. Orgrim persuaded. A decent ending? Send me back to my hometown for retirement and then suffocate by the stove surrounded by a bunch of kids. Boy, have you forgotten who taught your martial arts? Black Hand slowly rose from the ground. He sneered. I thank you for all the teachings you have taught me, but it is you. First you violated your beliefs and became Gul'dan's running dog for ridiculous reasons. Orgrim was angry in memory of him and sad in tenderness. Orgrim respected Blackhand from the bottom of his heart, and he respected the Warcraft who led the Blackrock clan to defeat the mighty ogre. But this puppet manipulated by the Shadow Council is not worthy of Orgrim's respect. Give him back the Warhammer, and I'll show you, who is more qualified to lead the tribe. Orgrim roared at the onlookers, and the atmosphere suddenly reached its highest point. Having proven himself in martial arts before, Orgrim changed his style and took all of Black Hand's attacks head on. And you hit me with the hammer, I'll give it back to you. In the end, Black Hand could no longer hold his warhammer and fell to his knees. Orgrim, end my life and let me die a warrior. Before dying, Black Hand seemed to lose control of Gul'dan's spirit spells and regained his own will. Orcs, tribes, Blackstone clan, they all give it to you. Oh! Seeing the stern and gentle Black Hand in his eyes again, Orgrim's tears couldn't help but well up, and the fury in his heart nearly burned his sanity. Doomimir's wrath mixed with elements ended Black Hand's life, and Orgrim became the Horde's new Warcraft. Ever since Gul'dan fell into an unexplained coma 3 days ago, Orgrim took decisive action and finally managed to win the leadership of the tribe today. Returning home, Orgrimmar was informed by his confidants, the warlocks have obtained reliable information. Galana has completed the task of assassinating the human king, and the bastard dug up the Stormwind King's heart. Find her, find Gul'dan's toy. Orgrim forced himself to cheer up from her pain. Now that he has accepted the title of War Chief, he must perform the duties of a chief. If the order is passed and the weaponry is prepared for war, it won't take long for humanity to become chaotic. As the Horde was ready to launch a new offensive, Sir Anduin Lothar learned of the death of King Ryan of Stormwind. He personally killed Medivh, the master of the Burning Legion, the corrupted titan Sargeras, who corrupted his soul. After receiving the news of Ryan's death, Anduin Lothar had continuously lost his best friend in just a few days, and he was heartbroken. I cannot stay longer. Kadger, the aftermath is delivered to you, open a portal to Stormwind City for me. Anduin Lothar perked up and prepared to return to Stormwind City to preside over the overall situation. I'm sorry, Sir Lothar, after the Master's death, all of Karazhan's magical energy was in complete disarray. The teleportation spell can't be accurately located at all. I can't take such a big risk to open the portal for you. Kadger explained. Reginald Windsor, go and inform everyone that we are ready, and we will return to Stormwind City in a moment. Anduin Lothar said goodbye to Kadger, ready to find something to eat to fill his stomach, from Karazhan. Returning to Stormwind on horseback is no easy task. The messenger Reginald Windsor, who received the order, ran all the way, launching his voice to convey Sir Lothar's orders to the scattered companions in the Karazhan Tower. Passing through a glass window, the illusory image caught the attention of the young messenger. In the image, Reginald saw himself walking through a magnificent scarred city, leading to a mighty fortress, where he fought a desperate fight with a black dragon, eventually dying. Will I die for the black dragon? It's not nice to foresee your own death, but the optimistic Reginald Windsor suddenly thought, I will die under the black dragon, so in this war with the orcs, I will not be out of danger. Reginald Windsor suddenly felt that this was something to be happy about. Sir Lothar has an order, return to Stormwind City in 1 hour. The messenger's voice grew louder. The tribe's army was like a broken bamboo. After breaking through the Stormwind army that blocked the Swamp of Sorrows, the orcs rushed all the way, letting go of all the human cities on the way. Orgrim had only one target, Stormwind City. Hurry, Anduin Lothar finally returned to Stormwind City before the orc siege, but after the king's death, the nobles vied for power and the entire kingdom was in chaos. Actually, you forgot to deliver supplies to the army because you were going to elect the regent. The furious Anduin Lothar laughed at the greedy and stupid aristocracy. As reported, Griffin scouts discovered that the orcs were cutting down a lot of trees to make engineering equipment. The messenger arrived at the meeting room and reported the latest news to the big men. There are no layers of fortifications, no war mobilization, no preparations for supplies, now do you think of me? Although Anduin Lothar was angry, he took temporary command of the entire kingdom without any rejection. The orders that were handled correctly were issued quickly, and the nobles seemed to have finally found the backbone, but Anduin Lothar's expression became deeper and deeper. The elite troops that blocked the crossing of the Swamp of Sorrows were ruined by the stupid nobles. Stormwind now does not have enough troops to repel the orc army, and the connection between Stormwind and other cities is also blocked by orcs, and it is impossible to recruit reinforcements. Stormwind can no longer be defended. Anduin Lothar made a clear judgment. Protect Prince Varian and don't let the tricks of some despicable people succeed. Instructing his confidant to carry out the defense mission, Anduin Lothar decided to go to the cathedral to see his older brother one last time. In Flash Golden Town, the orc army eliminated all human resistance forces and built this small town connected to all the headquarters into a temporary tribe headquarters. Orgrim is checking the progress of the catapult's construction. "Boss, we found Galana's trail. Some subordinates reported to the war chief. You must catch her, the Shadow Council must die," Orgrim said viciously. Chapter 55 Blood and Sand. News of Stormwind's fall has spread among well-informed upper-class people. Lord Thoradin's last blood heir, Grand Duke Anduin Lothar, led Stormwind King Ryan Rin's only son, Varian Rin. The rumor that he will seek refuge in Lord Aeron is no longer a secret. Ordinary people are still praying for a good fall harvest, but they don't feel a storm coming. Carlos' training course is coming to an end, and at the request of Sidon Dasso Han, Alex organized a 1vs50 contest. Guy Erdlin Lakeheart Castle, the underground training ground, the Scarlet Puppet, everyone who is qualified to watch the game sits on the upper terrace, and Carlos is naked and closed his eyes in the middle of the training ground. "Carlos, there will be 10 people on the scene to suppress you at any time, until you defeat 50 opponents or lose the ability to fight. The competition will not end. Is there a problem?" After Sidon Dasso Han asked his disciples, the competition officially begins. Todd handed 2 one-handed razor swords to Carlos and then walked off the field. 50 chain-armored upper corps soldiers lined up and entered the training ground. Of them, 40 were scattered and were attentive against the wall. The soldiers surrounded Carlos at a distance of 10 meters. "Dethrohan, is it really okay for Carlos not to wear armor? What should I do if he's injured?" Although Alex organized the competition, he was still worried about his son. "Master Duke, this competition is to show you the training results of the past 6 months on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is also self-destruction training. Your grandson is a natural warrior, please trust him," Sidon Dathan said with confidence. "Oh my gosh, brother's muscles are amazing," Wilton said with bright eyes. "You won't be as fat if you eat less dessert." Alex hit his brother with words without mercy. Big brother and big sister said, "I'm so cute, matchstick." Wilton shot back. "Okay, shut up, it's about to start." Elusha stopped the 2 brothers' daily torn and forced. "Mom and Uncle Brick." Wilton held his head under his sister's yin prestige, pretending to be pitiful. "Mom said she was going to give my brother a surprise, the teacher didn't know." Because Elusha has good magical talent, during Carlos's 6 months of training, Giannis asked Brick to teach Elusha's magical knowledge with him. The Brick, who had received a lot of money from Carlos, agreed without thinking for too long, so Elusha now calls the Master Brick. "Uncle Brick, lady, don't always call me Brick, what's my real name? Why can't I remember it?" Carlos chose to play lightly, not simply for the sake of pretending to be handsome, but out of practical considerations. First of all, the limit of his resistance is there. Sidon Dathrohan's vision is complicated and vicious. 50 people is his limit. Carlos must push his limit to win the final victory. Secondly, wearing armor will cause an additional burden on physical exertion. I will unconsciously adopt the collision and block tactics. There is still a difference between training swords and real unopened weapons. This kind of technical flow arena game style can only bring victory, not technical improvement. Ultimately, Carlos wanted to combine the skills taught by Storm and the skills of Professor Sidon Dathrohan, trying to create his own style described by Seaton de Throhan. "Come on, let's fight the pain," Carlos roared, and the competition officially began. The castle guards have been devastated by storms, and Dandamolanyu successively, and there is no psychological pressure to besiege his eldest son. Just because Carlos is a full head taller than them, the guards have treated Carlos like a boss. One key to gang fights is to at least make sure they are invincible behind your back. Carlos first launched a fit. The two swords held a soldier's chop, kicked the other person, twisted the opponent's weapon with both hands, kicked a small whip at the soldier's knee, and successfully escaped from the encirclement. The second key to gang fights is to pick the weak first. Some soldiers tried to form a battle formation to force Carlos into the corner. Carlos practiced cutting the belt and kicked the two smaller soldiers first, picking up a person and throwing them. The soldiers did not dare to use weapons to stab their comrades. He was knocked to the ground alive. The third key of gang fights is to kill the enemy with your eyes. It was just a competition, after all, and the soldiers went out for the reward Alex had promised. Under the fierce eyes and fanatical expression of Carlos, who would dare to be ruthless and be careful of being put on shoes in the future? So when Carlos took down the castle guard 23, Seaton de Throhan stopped the competition. "Enough, stop everything." The soldiers who had not been in the field moved all of their comrades who had fallen in the training field to one side, leaving only the master and apprentice in the field. "A pointless match. I can fight 100 enemies like this. Although it's a bit early, let me be your last enemy." Seaton de Throhan removed his shirt after speaking. Showing better muscles than Carlos, and then 5 push-ups and 5 vertical jumps in a group, making a total of 100 groups. Now the physical exertion of both sides is almost the same. Come on, feel the quality of Lordaeron's first great warrior. Panting slightly, Seaton de Throhan casually picked up 2 swords and launched a defensive counter-attack. Position. Usually, training with a wooden sword and wearing leather armor are very painful. Carlos clearly knows that without armor, even if the sword is crushed and caressed, neither he nor Seaton de Throhan can eat each other. A hit. The key to victory is who makes the mistake first. Carlos understands the physical disparity between himself and his instructor. Although he has been playing for a while, but he has been resting for so long, but Seaton de Throhan has just exercised vigorously. In fact, he has a fitness advantage and must compete. Attack. At the beginning of the battle, the confrontation of the swords made a sharp sound, and the sound of the air bursting when they swung even affected the hearts of the onlookers. Although it was only one-on-one, the intensity was much more intense than the previous competition. Alex and Wilton nervously stood up and peeked out of the terrace. Parry, counter-attack. Seaton de Throhan tried to adjust the pace on the defensive counter-attack. Attack and attack again. Carlos hopes to overwhelm his mentor with a ferocious attack. With a bang, in a collision, they both had a shattered sword. The warrior who dropped the destroyed weapon and freed one hand had more options. Instead of easing the pace of the battle, it became more intense. Swords and swords with fists, and fists collided. Alex abruptly stood up, and those two people in the training ground were like apostles. They were enemies of life and death. "Old things, I've seen you upset. Boy, you're still too cute." A strong punch was made to the abdomen from both sides of the match, and the two finally parted ways briefly. Breathe, adjust, take a deep breath and then adjust. In the fight, the second sword is also broken, and the fight enters the fist into the flesh. "Guards, separate them." Alex gave the order. So it took a while for the onlookers who were in a demented state to react, and they rushed to the arena to stop the battle. As a result, the two masters and disciples who fell into a violent state attacked the spoiler indiscriminately. After a period of confusion, the two masters and disciples who had fallen into a weak state regained their sanity in a corpse guard, Laozi's waist. "Not bad, kid. Where, you taught well." On the terrace, Wilton said with beaming eyes, "That's great." Chapter 56, Submerged and Overwhelmed. The situation has deteriorated too quickly. Even if Anduin Lothar worked hard, he couldn't restore the overwhelming power. Your Regent Majesty, the Orc sorcerer forces have built an air defense network, and the Air Knights can no longer carry out in-depth investigations, and the enemy is not far from a full-scale attack. Evil Youngden, who is in charge of intelligence, told Anduin Lo. Informs SA. Call me the Duke, Lord, or Lord. There is a king in the Stormwind realm. He used to be Ryan, but now he is Varian. Anduin Lothar corrected his subordinates. Yes sir. The person in charge of MI7 is nice enough. How is the placement and transfer job going? Anduin Lothar pinched the bridge of his nose wearily. More than 10,000 civilians have fled to the mountain, but some nobles are. Ivali Youngden hesitated. To make the country hard to make money, embezzle supplies, squeeze the fleeing people, what other new tricks cannot be done, tell me. Anduin Lothar smiled nonchalantly, I'll give you special clearance, no trial, just execution. Sorry sir, although MI7 also carry out assassination missions, at the moment keeping order with the law is much more important than punishing a few worms. Evil Youngden advised. In addition to the law, there is the army to maintain order. They are defending their homes and their relatives are being oppressed by the country. Who is willing to fight for Stormwind? Carry out my orders. Anduin Lothar signed a special order, adding after the letter was stamped, it was thrown to Evil Youngden. The pier in Stormwind City is too small. Although Ryan had planned to expand the pier to clear the lanes, he was unable to implement it due to the enormous cost. The size of the royal fleet was too small, with more than 20 ships capable of carrying. How many people leave? The nobleman's private trading fleet is doing everything they can to transfer ownership. If he orders the collection of ships now, there will be no end of trouble. He really doesn't have the energy to fall into aristocratic disputes. Still tolerating them for a while, Anduin Lothar set an ultimatum on his heart. Although the Orc army is in force, Anduin Lothar still has the confidence to rely on Stormwind's superior position to defend himself for a month. In the simple and secret cell, Orgrim watched the interrogation of the biracial Galana. Because Nazul, the mentor of all Orc shamans, was tempted by Kil'jaeden and fell, the Orcs believed the great sage Nazul's lie about the Drania attempting to destroy all Orc clans. This is the first time for different Orc clans. They banded together to form a tribe and took the lead in launching a war against the Drania. After Shatratha's defeat, there were many half-Drania and half-Orcs born of Orcish brutality, but not as many survived. Among them, Gul'dan was most pleased with Galana. Garona grew up with dark magic, tortured by magic, and enslaved by magic. Gul'dan controlled her soul to ensure his absolute obedience. She is not a half-orc, to Gul'dan, she is just a weapon, a tool. The warlock who served Orgrim used the magical mark left by Gul'dan on Galana to find and capture this half-orcish thief. The double torture of punishment and magic destroyed Galana's will. After persisting for 48 hours, Galana, unable to bear it, betrayed his master, Gul'dan, and confessed to Orgrim, the tribe's new Warcraft, information about the secret organization of the Shadow Council. Led by Gul'dan. Give him food and water, and take care of him. Orgrim told his subordinates to keep secrets. Excitement filled Orgrim's heart. Gul'dan's unexpected coma gave the new chieftain the opportunity to seize control of the tribe's army, and he obtained the exact information from the Shadow Council, allowing Orgrimmar to see Gul'dan's end. The hope of a brutal rule over the Orcs behind the scenes. The top priority is to destroy Stormwind City and completely defeat the enemy in front of you. Only in this way can Orgrimmar have enough prestige to instruct the tribe to act according to his own wishes. Only in this way, after eliminating the members of the Shadow Council who passed through the Dark Portal, Does Orgrim have enough prestige to persuade the patriarchs of other clans to fight the remnants of the Shadow Council in his hometown of Draenor? The Qing suppression troops had already secretly departed. To distract the Shadow Council, Orgrim gave the order to launch a general attack on Stormwind City. The stones shot from the trebuchet made a beautiful arc, straddling the city wall or hitting the city wall. The human soldiers have tried to launch a countercharge apostle to destroy the tribe's siege machinery. However, under the stranglehold of the orcs and wolf cavalry, the Brotherhood of the Iron Horse paid nearly 200 lives and only destroyed 12 trebuchets. The same trebuchet tribe also has more than 50. Sir Lothar, he can take no more. There are too many orcs to destroy the green-skinned trebuchets. We can only wait and die. The general mourned Anduin Lothar. Persevere, establish a second line of defense, a third line of defense, and a fourth line of defense in the trade area and the old city. Prepare for street fights. His Majesty Magna Beard Bronze of the Dwarf Kingdom has agreed to send a fleet to evacuate people. What we have to do is stop the enemy with all our might, do you understand? Anduin Lothar told the only good news among the bad news, hoping to boost morale. Stormwind's people did their best, but unfortunately the thick walls were eventually reduced to rubble under the continuous bombardment of 2 days and 2 nights. Sir Lothar, although this request is a bit excessive, I need a ship transferred to me. There are too many holy relics in the Cathedral of Holy Light to be left to the orcs to desecrate, and some extremely gifted children also need to be transferred. Everything is hope for the future. I only leave behind the old bones. The Archbishop made an embarrassed request to Anduin Lothar. You will get a boat, under the crown of the Archbishop. Anduin Lothar made a careful promise, because he believed that one day he would return and he had to keep hope for the future. The cruel street combats destroyed the will of the soldiers. They all believed that Stormwind had been defeated. The only thing that supported the soldiers to fight was the lion figure of the realm Anduin Lothar and the royal greatsword in his hand. As long as Anduin Lothar hasn't given up, we still have hope. This is the simplest concept of the Stormwind people. Distribute all the food in the barn to the civilians and let them go into the mountains for shelter. Anduin Lothar said tiredly. At this point in the war, there is no need for Anduin Lothar to take care of any more government business. Now his task is to lead the elite of the Iron Horse Brotherhood to appear at every critical point, using the advantages of familiar terrain as much as possible. He delays time. At least wait until the fleet that Magna promised to arrive arrives. However, things will not always be as you wish. The orcs abandoned the plunder and began to set fire to the city, and the situation suddenly became critical. Sir, we must withdraw. If we don't leave, the dock will be occupied by orcs. The subordinate eagerly reported the battle to Anduin Lothar, and even grabbed the Grand Duke's sleeve very rudely. There are still so many people who are satisfied to evacuate, how can I leave? Anduin Lothar's eyes were red and he didn't know if he was stoned or tired. My lord, think of Prince Varian and His Majesty Ryan. As long as you are alive, the Stormwind Kingdom will not perish. The subordinate took out a saber and put it to his neck. Preparing to retreat, I need someone to stay behind the storm fortress willingly. Anduin Lothar issued one of the most painful orders of his life. Chance all soldiers have stepped forward. Go out for those under 40. He's the only kid in the family that goes out. Go out if you haven't married yet. There are children who need to be cared for. Even with Anduin Lothar's order, only half of the people present left. I ask you to ask the Master of the Holy Light. You did not deceive your heart, otherwise I will not leave. Anduin Lothar glared at the people who stayed, so half of them left. Don't fight, let me stay, this old man. The Archbishop of the Holy Light Cathedral smiled calmly. Please be sure to stick to the sunset, if there is an afterlife, we are still brothers. Anduin Lothar turned and left after speaking, he was afraid he couldn't help but stay. If there is a life after death, We are still brothers. The martyrs suddenly realized that death could no longer scare them. When the sky was darkening, Anju and Lothar took the little Prince Varian Rin aboard the last ship and left Stormwind City. Under the embers of the setting sun, the location of Stormwind Fortress suddenly erupted with a dazzling white holy light, and then quickly extinguished, leaving only blazing fireworks throughout the Stormwind City. After all, Stormwind City was overwhelmed by the tide of darkness, and young Varian grabbed Anju and Lothar's hand, feeling lost. Chapter 57, I want to challenge heaven today. The Alterac Mountains in July are the most beautiful scene, with flowers everywhere, cows and sheep on the ground. Countless young men who dream of getting ahead have gathered in Alterac City with the vision of becoming nobles or sons-in-law of nobles. The #1 martial arts club in the world? Uncle Aiden's head twisted. Carlos was a bit messy in the wind. What kind of thing is this? Our king, taking advantage of the influence of the victory of the Great Troll War, has not dissipated and has sent invitations to other kingdoms. This time, the selection of Alterac knights is not limited to the Alterac kingdom. Others. The young, those under 20 in the kingdom, can participate in the selection as long as they have official certification. I don't know how Terranaz thinks about it. After nodding, the remaining kings also nodded and agreed. Alex explained to his son. The whole story? To suppress my influence. I still don't have such a big face. Carlos couldn't understand Aiden's arrangement. It doesn't matter, my father is full of confidence in you now. The more opponents you have, the stronger you will be. Doesn't it seem like you are more powerful? Alex stared openly. My goodness, there must be something strange about this. Carlos was not feeling well. It's not important. The secret report shows that Aiden and his queen are at least 3 times a day. What are the ancient recipes of pandas, night elves, and Tauran fitness methods are messy and messy. It's useless. Always, and when you can't give birth to a son, it's all in vain. You just have to play it cool. The father will see these things. Aiden doesn't want to make a wild race to perfuse our Barav family. Alex said, Haki aside. What you said makes sense, but I was lost for words. Carlos felt that the passage from his father was a bit too informative and he needed time to digest it. Carlos, I wanted to give you this gift after you competed with Mr. de Throhan, but my mother didn't want the gift for you to be defective, so I didn't complete it until yesterday. I hope you like it. Janice gestured. The butler found a long box and handed it to Carlos. Carlos opened the box. Boni Gotu Phantom Dancer, the two-handed greatsword forged by the dwarven forge master Seedorf. Tempered iron felt, after Giannis Barav's second enchantment and cooldown, and Archmage square brick, the texture of enchanting mithril. Epic quality, power attack resistance 5669, sharpness +7, armor penetration +3, stamina +4, fire resistance +3, cold absorption +1, lightweight +2, magic damage +1. Permanent enchantment, powerful and sharp. Special effect, shape curing. Special effect, ice shock. Special effect, phantom remnants. Special effect, shape curing. He can absorb the energy of the flame to repair the damaged blade. Special effect, ice shock. While the Boni Gotu Phantom Dancer has collected the flames, the deep sea gems installed at the end of the hilt can also store the power of cold. The secondary ice cone can be recharged in 48 hours, with a reserve of 1. The exclusive technical support provided by Grandmaster Brick, Bankruptcy Legal Skills, is reliable. Special effect, Phantom Remnants. Boni Gotu Phantom Dancer will generate residual sword shadows during the swing process. The charming effect is curated by Janice Barav. Carlos held up the Boni Gotu Phantom Dancer, whose appearance had changed dramatically, and was stunned. This gift was really unexpected. Although the attributes have not been improved by qualitative changes, the 2 new special effects are really cool and have no friends, especially the ghost residue. Although the ghost is not useful to the masters, the strength is also part of the strength. Carlos felt that he was invincible in the world. Indeed, only the mother is good in the world. 2 days later, the world's #1 martial arts club officially started. The makeshift martial arts venue was filled with noble lords and ladies of all sizes. It was the head of Aiden's palace who gave the opening speech. First of all, welcome everyone to Alterac to watch the selection meeting of the Royal Knights. What makes this meeting different from previous years is that there are more people and a stronger force. Young people from various countries are preparing, and the winner will be awarded by His Majesty Aiden, canonized and become a glorious knight of the realm. Secondly, before the start of the selection conference, let us warmly welcome the debut of Grand Duke Alex's eldest son of the Barav family, Baron Carlos Barav. With his testimony, Baron Carlos will complete his coming-of-age ceremony. Let's welcome our warriors with the warmest applause. To enthusiastic applause, Carlos rode a tall horse into the arena, then stepped to the side after touring the stadium. 2 wizards who served the Alterac royal family stepped out of the field and jointly cast spells and opened an unstable portal. An angry Yeti King ran out of the portal and roared into the center of the venue. "Aiden bastard! What do you want to do?" Alex was angry. For children of civilians, the coming-of-age ceremony is usually to hunt an Alterac snow wolf. The strongest will try to challenge the mountain lion, the boys from the noble family will train hard, serving as servants and excellent equipment. He kills a snowman with help, cheekily asking the thugs to beat the snowman to death to make up for the head. The wizard opened the portal to make a Yeti King, or he was thirsty for blood, which was enough for murder. The 2 royal magicians were also shocked. They jumped directly with an excellent performance, they climbed onto the stands and ran away from the scene. "Aiden, are you going to tear your face up with me?" Alex forced the anger out of him and walked to the king's side, lowering her voice to question. "Alex, I'm not an idiot. This is an accident. The man I sent was just to choose a strong snowman for my dear nephew. Listen clearly, it's just a snowman." "Snowman." Aiden left his gun innocently. It was also a fire. God knows what the hunting squad did. How could he attract such a big guy? Guards, get ready." Before Aiden finished speaking, the horrified audience suddenly cheered. Carlos launched a charge at the Snowman King, who was 4 meters tall. "Oh my God! What the bastard wants to do?" Both Alex and Aiden were stunned. Under the Snowman King's fist, the horse was shot flying. Carlos took advantage of it and jumped on the Snowman King's shoulder. Inserting the ghost dancer into the Snowman King's shoulder, Carlos gripped the sword hilt with both hands and slid down. Roar! In the Yeti King's howl, his back was scarred with a wound that ran through his buttocks. The violent action tore more muscles, the blood rain swayed, the Snowman King turned around and struck hard. Carlos grabbed the sword and drew a magnificent continuous ghost difference, and the ghost dancer drew the thumb of the fist of the Snowman King. The pain made the Snowman King's other fingers tremble unnaturally. The audience cheered and shook the sky. Alex saw that his son had not lost the wind in the battle with the ferocious beast. He adjusted his collar and watched calmly. Aiden also pointed out that the guards are fine. Why should he leave? The left foot was broken, the right foot was broken, and a cross-shaped wound was cut from the waist and abdomen. The enormous pain actually calmed down the Snowman King. Seeing the younger son killed and the older son tied up, the angry king killed all the perpetrators and rushed to the open portal. It's a shame he didn't have time to vent his anger on him. The enormous trauma made the king understand. If you don't think of something quickly, I'll explain it to you here today. Carlos carefully walked around the Snowman King, forcing the Snowman King to keep turning his body. Loss of blood has caused the Snowman King's movements to be somewhat slow. The Snowman King took a deep breath and prepared to freeze the little man in front of him into a lollipop as he approached. But Carlos had no plans to approach the Yeti King head-on. The Snowman King, who couldn't wait, could only breathe from a distance. The cold breath froze the moisture in the air and brought up bits of snowflakes. As his anger froze, Carlos jumped into the cold wind, and the ghost dancer slashed the breathing Snowman King's neck. In pain, the Yeti King waved his one intact arm in an attempt to push away the smiling little fairy in front of him, but Carlos flexibly dodged. After opening the gap, pressing the Snowman King's head, Carlos avoided the first swing. Pulling out the Phantom Dancer, 2 gravity cuts, Carlos dodges the second swing. The desperate King Snowman crashed to the ground and tried to throw Carlos off, but Carlos held his double horns, and the ghost dancer was thrown. The wound was too deep, and after a dying struggle, the snowman fell limply to the ground. After Carlos fell to the ground and rolled 2 turns to relieve the force from him, in front of the Snowman King, he backed up and picked up the ghost dancer again, and approached the Snowman King step by step. With a knife, 2 knives, and 3 knives, the Snowman King's head was cut off. Inserting the Phantom Dancer into the bloodline-soaked ground, Carlos held the Snowman King's 2 horns and raised his massive head. Carlos! 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 Barav! 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 The cheers were thunderous in the arena. Combat Assessment, SSS. In the hustle and bustle, no one heard what Carlos said to himself. Chapter 58, I live next door, my last name is Wang. The legendary edition is 13 years old, the masters of the audience keep it. The Royal Knights of Alterac have a full staff of 1,000. Each year about 40 veterans are retired and 60 reserve knights are drafted. After 1 year of issuance, the staff will make up for it. Because the knights killed 86 people in the war in the interior, plus 22 honorably discharged elderly veterans, the tournament will initially predict 105 people will be selected into the reserve. King Aiden's starting point is actually very simple. There are so many high-quality talents in the kingdom. If you want to ensure the combat effectiveness of the knights, but don't want to fill in the number, it's not just opening up to the outside world. As king, Aiden's every move will be overplayed by his minions and opponents. The mere fact that one thing was said is so magical that Aiden himself almost believes he has a conspiracy. Carlos was still considerate of Alex's business, and Aiden's share of the trophies was still made on the surface, which made Aiden a bit more abundant in his hands. Even if the black gold is behind him, if you don't even lose face, you can send the king 3 stone statues. This is the sign that Alterac is about to have a civil war. For this, Alex bloodily scolded Carlos. Sitting in the stands and watching for a long time in the morning, Aiden decided not to watch the afternoon game. Regardless, the eyes of the old Cavaliers' donuts are still reliable. Returning home, Aiden recruited his own health consultant, a night elf druid from the mysterious western continent of Kalimdor, Guy Randrel Bluefeather. Master, I feel better recently and have more energy than before. May I enter the next stage of conditioning? King Aiden respectfully faced the headmaster in front of the night elf druid Guy Randrel. Elementary students. Your Majesty, when I finish studying this ancient book, I can almost enter the next stage. Guy Randrel bullied Aiden for not knowing the halls of the elves' language, and he didn't hesitate to cover the book once there was a mountain of parts. Show it to Aiden. Then do a package today. Aiden took off his shirt and lay down on the low sofa. Guy Randrel's human assistant came in with the toolbox, wiped his hands with clean water, applied the secret balm made by the night elf druid, and began to massage the body for His Majesty Aiden. Russ, your craft is getting better and better. I really don't see you being an excellent hunter before. Aiden was comfortably confident and did not hesitate to praise the masseuse. Your Majesty, my name is Douglas, not Lars. The former hunter corrected weakly. Don't make trouble, Xiao Bai is called Doug and you are Lars. Guy Randrel Lanyu scolded his little brother. The pure white wolf Doug, who was lying in the corner dozing in the corner, heard someone call him, raised his head and looked at him. After one turn, he continued to doze when he noticed that nothing was wrong. "You be a Kugan wolf that eats inside and out, I am your master, all right?" Douglas looked at the wayward animal companion, and his heart filled with sadness. How did he meet Guy Randriel Lanyu, the demon king of the world? Didn't he accidentally hurt the elf druid with a trap? Why did he get slapped in the end? The most important thing is that I can't escape even if I can't fight or fight. Rubles didn't know how to be bought by this lady of the night, so he changed his name to Doug, and called him Rubes. This Byakugan wolf actually ignored him. "If it wasn't for you to look good, I would have to kill you." Douglas asked, "Your Majesty, is the force okay?" "Well yeah, try harder." Aiden shifted his stance to make himself more comfortable, then asked lazily, "How's the Queen's illness?" "Not that I blame you, Your Majesty, can those 10,000-year Pandaren love pills be indiscriminately eaten? Tauren fitness Dafa is something without a magical basis. How can I practice indiscriminately? Now I have to think of a way to take care of your and the Queen's empty bodies first. After she has her body adjusted, she can successfully give birth to healthy offspring." Guy Randriel bent his legs to read novels. No, he studied ancient books and used the tone of an old Chinese medicine doctor to perfuse the king. "Aiden. Well, I'm too impatient, don't mind, master. Your elves have a high level of medical care. Now I obviously feel that my waist is not sore, my legs are no longer painful, and I can go up to the 5th floor in one go. What kind of spa of yours is very effective? I'm not urging you, but I really want a child, see." Aiden complied and explained. "The Queen will recover for about half a year, and there will be hope." Guy Randriel gave an approximate time. Aiden got a positive response, stopped talking and enjoyed the massage to his heart's content. After the king left, Douglas asked, while packing up his tools, "Didn't you say that the Queen is really fine, but the king's body has a problem? Why don't you tell your Majesty that it would be bad for her to Queen was wronged? I think the Queen is a good person." "Huh? Are you crazy or stupid? Tell the king that your wife is not sick. It is you who are sick. You have been excellent for many years. Are your illegitimate children the seeds of all other people? Little lass, sister, I haven't lived long enough." Guy Randriel's tongue is full of fire, and Douglas is unable to answer the call. "Are you sure to cure the king's disease?" Douglas no longer tried to correct Knight Lady's title, saying that business matters. "Are you really admitting your fate? Don't you often have to refute that it's not Lars, it's Douglas?" Guy Randriel looked surprised, letting the book in his hand fall artificially to the floor, and Doug swayed and bit, rubbing the book against Guy Randriel's hand. "I am not angry, I am not angry, I am not angry, I read it 3 times in my heart." Douglas continued to calmly ask, "What if the king's disease cannot be cured in half a year? What to do? Run away? Second-hand hunter with all hands and feet? I am a highly skilled druid, I'm afraid I can't escape." Guy Randriel said nonchalantly. "The money is almost cheated. What are you hiding?" Douglas could sense that the poisonous lady of the night was actually taking refuge, or something else. "What else can I hide?" "Hide my big brother, my sister-in-law has sent me a message, and my big brother has come to the Eastern Kingdom." Guy Randriel mentioned his older brother. The whole person is not good. Isn't your big brother nice to you?" Douglas was very interested in the Knight Lady's family affairs. "No, on the contrary, my older brother is very kind to me." "Good scares me." Guy Randriel fell into memory. "When Fondrel Stagilm's son bullied me in kindergarten, my older brother actually Fondrel Deer Helmet took his son to beat him up together. He's not ashamed of a thing a few thousand years old hitting a child 10 years old, ha 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 ha. Then Deer Helmet became a high official, my son also died in a battle. My older brother wore small shoes for many years. If it were not for the good relationship between his sister-in-law and the high priest, it wouldn't be surprising if they killed my older brother. How big is the Fondrel stag helm in your mouth? Douglas packed up his tools and sat on the low couch where Aidan was sprawled, talking intently with Guy Randrel. Well, the status is similar to that of Alex Barab in Alterac Kingdom. Your older brother is really a pure man. Douglas suddenly felt that it would be nice to have such a brother-in-law. Unfortunately, she is a sister-in-law, so my sister-in-law can bear it? Guy Randrel said. What is it? Sister control. That. Sister control. It's your illusion, isn't it right for your brother to take care of your sister? Yes, when I was a ranger, I was over 1,000 years old, and I had to be taken to and from work. On a patrol mission, I would often meet a blue nose and puffy fur of Linjing on the way and give me fruit, crying if he did not accept it. He said that my older brother would not let them go. He once accidentally played with the mother and child Xiahuapi and was bitten. The next day there was a bear skin with a particularly beautiful pattern at home. Lunch, dinner, and all day the next day all their food is steamed bear paws and roasted bear meat. Who said Big Brother doesn't love me? Guy Randrel seemed to be trapped in a bad memory, his arms tightened around his chest. Well, man, what's your big brother's name? Douglas asked. Bluefeather Dandima. Guy Randrel responded. Chapter 59. The selection contest is still intense, but it has nothing to do with Carlos. The first show at the coming-of-age ceremony was almost perfect. Although many great knights of the Alterac Knights thought they could do it, no one would think they could do it at Carlos's age. The treasure that God bestowed on Alterac, this statement has gradually spread under Alex's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. There are still 2 rounds of finals for the 150-man Knight Reserve squad. According to the schedule, it will be 2 to 3 days. Before the closing ceremony, the Knights of Alterac must decide that Carlos is in the Knights. State. Earlier, as a product of political compromise, His Majesty Aidan, the Grand Commander, bestowed the title of Knight Commander of the Knights of Charles. But one thing to note is that Knight Commander is not an official position. The Supreme Leader of the Knights is naturally the head of His Majesty King Aidan, and the Alterac Knights currently do not have a deputy commander. Under the commander are 12 great knights. These 12 people are responsible for the daily management and training of the knights. One person was killed in the Inland Troll War last year. Currently, there are dozens of them. The Knight Commander is an informal position commonly used by the knights of various kingdoms, that is, the so-called knight does not have a long, no fart is heard, and the knight has a long, he is still like a bird. Her Majesty Aidan faced Alex a bit at that moment. Look, your son is now a Knight Commander. Are you satisfied? However, there is no use for the eggs. Knight Commander is not an official position. Carlos is currently a member of the Knights, but he is neither a knight nor a manager. From a legal point of view, his position is embarrassing to death. After the daily selection contest ends, a group of veteran knights and knights will gather and fight until the middle of the night. The focus of the debate is what Carlos should say about the knights. You have to use Carlos, who is not officially granted to boycott him, a genuine baron, the first heir to the kingdom, except for King Aidan and his dad, Grand Duke Alex Barav, who is eligible to give. He held a ceremony of seal. Furthermore, as a powerful baron with royal power, Charles went to Stratholm Cathedral to find Bishop Alandas Fair to donate the forgiveness of a guardian knight. Who in the kingdom of Lord Aaron wouldn't dare admit it? This one doesn't make sense. You have to take advantage of Carlos' lack of prestige to resist him. A troll war can silence opponents. Although His Majesty King Aidan deliberately suppressed the spread of Carlos' influence within Alterac, there were others in the coalition. Stromgard and Turkuraz's friendly forces took advantage of Carlos and moved. She also intends to help the Gold Master brag about it. And within the Knights, the members of the Knights who followed Carlos several times were born and died, and they could not hear the words that vilified Carlos. You personally attacked our main knight commander, do you have an opinion about us? This one doesn't make sense either. You have to use Carlos' young age to boycott him. Others just held the coming of age ceremony earlier, and are already legally adults. Along with Carlos's unusually tall figure, apart from his delicate face, where can I tell the slightest bit of immaturity? This one definitely doesn't make sense. You have to use Carlos's poor martial arts as an excuse to resist, pointing to the Snowman King, Troll Wars, and various charges. You dare to say this, afraid of being hit. This can be ignored. Anyway, I am the person of the king, I have no reason, I just oppose it. How can you say this reason? After several days of fighting, the Cavaliers selection contest has ushered in the final round. On the second day, 312 winners will fight each other, and 156 winners will be reserved for the knights. Official document. What to do, once the winner is decided, if Carlos accompanies the boss of the boss Aiden to the canonization on behalf of the deputy boss, this multiple choice question is so difficult. Otherwise, let us determine the status of the Grand Knight of Baron Carlos. Anyway, the knights have not had a deputy commander for so many years. Let us wait for His Majesty to decide for himself. Someone proposed a compromise. His Majesty the King is not good at going out on his own, so the knights will first make a unified opinion. His style of pushing the problem to the next level fears that it will be settled later. However, the first half of the suggestion is of great reference value. Many people in the knights are looking at the vacant position of the Great Knight. If Carlos dares to take this hot potato, he will offend many people, and the continued promotion will also cause criticism. The King of Knights agreed. Mudon, it doesn't matter if you airdrop a sub-commander. Anyway, there is a great commander at the top. We hear the deputy commander from him without the commander. The commander of the commander listens to the commander. You upper-level political struggles. Just take a look. Is there a sub-commander who has little interest in the knight order itself? There is an extra big knight, or a big knight with a deep bottom. How do we stand next? The neutral faction in the knights is not happy. It seems to be fine. As long as we support, Baron Carlos is the first knight of royal power, and the Barav family has its own business. It is impossible for the Baron to remain in the knights. It will be easier to live without the leader. Both the guys who took advantage of the Barav family and the guys with quick brains think this suggestion is very good. So the submission was reported to His Majesty the King, and Aiden wrote 2 words, read. I have read, what a connotation of the 2 words, translated with advanced diplomatic language skills. Well, I see, you can figure it out. Ha, the king's head is not willing to take the blame, so what should I do? If there is no direct nomination from his older brother, then there is only one procedure. So Carlos was called to the scene and all the gentlemen recommended by real names. If the support of more than 2/3 cannot be exceeded, as long as more than 1/10 of the people are nominated, they will be eligible for the candidate, and then they will follow the old rules and fight. The final winner is the new Grand Knight. As a result, Carlos received just over half of the nominations, and 2 other prestigious knight commanders of the knights also received over 1/10 of the nominations. What a mess. Aiden was a little stunned by the result, and Alex gave up on his side. What are you doing here? There was no way. After negotiating a compromise with Barav and his son again, the king announced to the entire audience that after the selection meeting, there would be an open competition of Grand Knights. The spectators were happy and the organizers were worried. Wouldn't it be nice if you choose 1 more, 3 people? How to organize the competition system, each person has 2 rounds. It's unfair to the party that tried it first, bye-bye, and I don't know if the 3 guys will do it or not. Finally, the issue was returned to Her Majesty Aiden. If you want to be fair and just, let's do it, Majesty Aiden thought for a moment and decided happily. In the middle of the night, when King Aiden made his decision, the Stormwind Refuge Fleet, which had completed its supply at Manethil harbor, set out again. Hundreds of years after Thoradin's last direct bloodline, he will once again set foot in the land of the glory of the ancestors. After Anduin Lothar finished telling Varian's bedtime story, he leaned against the cabin partition, silently thinking of the path to restoration. Chapter 60 Rotating, Jumping, Shameless. All people are created equal, and as Roth also has similar words passed down to the world. Unfortunately, farmers don't think so, rich businessmen don't think so, and noble kings don't think so. Carlos remembers the world he lived in his previous life. The Declaration of Independence of the Nation of Hope mentioned the phrase that all people are created equal, which is widely known to the world, but does not know that it was originally written by Rousseau's The Theory of Social Contract. People are born free, but they are everywhere in chains. People who think they own everything else are more slaves than everything else. When the original sentence is taken out of context and distorts understanding for vested interest groups, it is a kind of irony and pain for the more clear. I cannot guarantee that we are born equal, but I guarantee equal opportunities. What a beautiful word. It's a shame that births are not equal, and how can opportunities be equal? False proposition. I willingly joined the Alterac Knights, fighting for the life and property rights of all rightful people of the Alterac Kingdom, and risking their lives for the equality and freedom of all mankind. I promise not to be greedy or plunder, don't bully the weak, don't rape women and children, and be an upright, honest, selfless, and brave person. I swear in the name of the Holy Light to be loyal to the kingdom and the king. Kneeling on one knee in front of Grand Commander Aiden, repeating the knightly precepts of the Alterac Knights, the battle for Grand Knight status will officially begin. Ironically, it turns out that as long as there is a class rule, all scenes will be the same. It's really ironic. Carlos himself did not understand what was happening. The mood today was particularly impetuous, and he had a critical attitude towards everything. Because it was a three-person melee, the three competitors skipped the riding battle and went straight into the battle on foot. It was obviously a hindrance to one's own upstream channels, and was clearly a thorny thorn in his life. They had already jumped into competition. The two competitors looked back and forth, and they fought first, sparing themselves to the side. Carlos suddenly felt that having a good father is the greatest wealth in life. Seaton de Throhan is indeed a good fighter, a good mentor, and after seeing 10 moves, Carlos has already judged the approximate strength of the two competitors. Yet contenders, Carlos doesn't think those two are qualified to be rivals. He slowly entered, cut into the battle group. Carlos separated the two in the fight. What are you worrying about? Or are you underestimating me? After fighting like you, those who win are exhausted? Come on, let me see what the Blue Rush is like and how many great team leaders you have in the future. It's a few pounds. Carlos' arrogant words failed to anger the competitors, and the three of them hugged each other. The mountain does not move, I move. Carlos took the lead in the attack, and Professor Seaton de Throhan's acrobatics were extremely helpful, and the strong slash easily disrupted the two men's stance. After the opponent embarrassingly rolled and avoided, Carlos stood still and waited for the competitors to adjust his stance. After silent eye communication, the competitors reached a consensus. Although considering that Carlos is likely to become king, she will have to eat with him in the future. But Carlos's overwhelming advantage in power made the excellent skills of the two of them useless. This is the reason why one force will drop 10 guilds. Your Excellency, out of goodwill, I want to remind you that this explosive technique will cause a lot of burden and loss to the body, so it is better not to use it frequently. Older people have rich experience and understand what they just felt. Julie is absolutely impossible to be the norm, so he gave advice. Thank you for your kindness to Barav, but I also want to remind you too, this is a duel of honor, honor is higher than life. Obviously, I'm so bored with both of you in my heart, so don't talk nonsense if you feel weak, just get on the ground next to me obediently. When he reached his lips, he turned aristocratic and suave. It is really hypocritical, and Carlos's mood is even more irritable. For more than 10 years, I have not let go of any daily tasks with attribute bonuses, and coupled with hard training throughout the year, Carlos' upper limit of physical strength is terrifyingly higher than that of ordinary people. Slashing, boxing, leg sliding and crotch stumbling, Carlos sweats like a game but never delivers the finishing blow on his competitors. The younger one got up from the ground in embarrassment and asked angrily, "Are you humiliating me?" "No, I'm just showing my strength to everyone." In the last 6 months, Carlos's black hair has grown to the position of his shoulder blades. The old man sighed, tossed the sword to the ground, and said, "I refrain." "Do you have the courage to compete with me in swordsmanship?" the remaining competitors shouted angrily. "Ignorance, are you too difficult to understand that power is the basis of swordsmanship? But I meet your requirements." Carlos walked towards the teetotaler, nodded to the old man, threw away the shield from his arm, took the long sword on the ground, and took on the swirling flow of hands that held the sword in both hands. In the constant block, the adamant's shield was shattered, the fighting sword was separated. Carlos put the ghost dancer on his neck. "I missed." Involuntary tears slipped down her face. "Night sports don't believe in tears, come to me after training and we'll fight again." The victory made Carlos feel a little relieved, and he couldn't help but pretend to be forced. The loser dropped the weapon, removed the sword on his neck, and kissed the blade. "Your Excellency, Aslan Chian is willing to serve you." To the cheers, Carlos slowly left. Carlos is changing out of his sweaty clothes in the tent outside the competition venue. "I'm sorry, Carlos." Ilusha entered. "Huh? Oh. What?" Carlos was shirtless, lost. "Obviously it was Wilton's joke in the morning, but I slapped you, sorry." Ilusha apologized to her brother, ashamed of her. "Aha girl, understand, normal reaction, now you see me shirtless, don't be mad sis." Carlos laughed, haha. "Well, let's not get mad anymore, we're even." After speaking, Ilusha blushed and ran away. I suddenly felt relieved. Everything was pleasing to my eyes. Carlos, who had changed his clothes, returned to the competition venue to participate in the rest of the ceremony. The breeze blew in his face, and Carlos couldn't help but sigh, the wind today is a bit noisy. In the city of South Blue, the promoted Hini Marab has become the city secretary. When the old mayor retires, with Carlos' appreciation, it is appropriate to assume the position of mayor. The old mayor is also a striking figure. After understanding the intentions of his superiors, he earnestly taught Hini Marab the key to managing South Blue Town. On this day, the guards reported to Secretary Henny that a large fleet was approaching South Blue, and the mast could be seen from the dock. Hini Marab grabbed the binoculars and ran to the pier. This flag, Henny Marab felt that the flag on the lead ship's mast was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere when he was studying. I remembered. Hini Marab suddenly felt warmth in her eyes. This was the flag of the king of the Arathor Empire during the time of Thoradin the Great. Chapter 61. I don't know Anduin in my life, XXAX is also in vain. Anduin Lothar is not a fool who is steeped in the glory of the past, otherwise he would not help his cousin, Ryan Rin, to sit in the king's seat. Touching the flag of the king of the ancestor Thoradin was also a helpless move. After seeing the stupidity and greed of the nobles, Sir Lothar had no confidence in predicting the reaction of the kingdoms of Lord Aaron. During the short stay in South Blue Town for a few days, the old mayor did his best to flatter him, almost not asking Anduin Lothar to sign on his belly as a souvenir. Although Hini Marab also wanted to get closer to the legendary idol, she still remembered his identity. She refused to give up on the issue of food rations for the refugees in Stormwind, and every meal was given to her. Sir Lothar had no idea of arguing with the host's employees. In times of crisis, the host's willingness to help is already great kindness, so why bother? Using the national rejuvenation stockpile, Anju and Lothar bought rations for 2,000 people for 10 days from the vendors, and took the little Prince Varian and the nobles who seemed pleasing to the north, ready to go to Lord Aaron. Although Varian and I are blood relatives, Alex and I are blood relatives, but leaving thousands of people in South Blue Town for you to take care of, it is really deliberate not to go. Please accept these gold coins. If possible, try to improve the lives of these poor people as much as possible. Anjuin is here to thank you all. Sir Lothar, who is both hard and soft, ate the old mayor to death, and the ending of the matter is also very beautiful, making people spoiled for choice. Peaks. Leaving a box of treasures behind, Anju and Lothar first sent Varian to the newly purchased carriage, then said goodbye to the South Blue Town officials, and finally got on the horse. Although the survivors of the Iron Horse Brotherhood and the Stormwind Royal Guard are dragging their weary bodies, they have a high fighting spirit. The whole team is full of suffocating anger and fighting spirit in grief. Although the queue is not neat, the momentum is amazing. The ultimate glory of the Stormwind realm is upheld by us, and the light in the eyes of Anju and Lothar's followers clearly expresses this meaning. It is a terrible army. I saw the old man trembling. The old mayor sighed, his tone was calm and he couldn't see how Sir Lothar had looked before. Such elite tribes have fled, how terrible are the orcs in Sir Lothar's mouth. Hini Merba couldn't help but sigh. After the baptism of the Troll War, Hani Merab thought that he should be considered a qualified soldier, but in front of Anju and Lothar and his generals, he was still like a child. A concern arose spontaneously. Mayor, what should we do? Hini Merab humbly asked. Everything is as usual, waiting for orders from adults. The mayor of the old town was wiping his eyes with a handkerchief, who had a problem with tears in the wind. Looking back, Anju and Lothar saw this scene, and couldn't help but sigh for the ancestors' reputation. A few hundred years later, there are people like the old mayor who are willing to cry for themselves. After all, it is a continuous bloodline, maybe the situation is not as bad as I thought. Anju and Lothar added a bit of confidence going forward. Arriving at the king city of Lundalun, Taranaz Manethil II grandly received the remnants of the Stormwind city. The knife marks and bloodline on the soldier's armor were not erased under Anju and Lothar's order. A sad and majestic enveloped the soldier in mourning. Everyone who was watching the ceremony in Lord Aaron couldn't help but admire. It is worthy of being the last blood of Thoradin, what a lion of the realm Anju and Lothar. Set up a shelter for Stormwind's soldiers, order the nobles to entertain Stormwind's colleagues at a banquet, and take the little Prince Varian to the Queen's place to rest. With everything settled, Taranaz was finally able to have a good talk with Anju and Lothar. Anjuin, tell me what happened. In the small hall, two people of the same age were sitting relaxed. Taranaz called her name directly to show her closeness. A shameful murder and aristocratic foolishness. Taranaz, I must warn you that great darkness lies ahead, and if the fellow Lord Aaron are not united, we will have nowhere to escape. Anju and Lothar took a drink and filled it for himself. This is not a clan, a tribe, a country, but a world. Yes, a world. Those green-skinned guys passed through the huge portal of the cursed land and came to ours from another world. Homeland. At first, we attacked them effectively. We thought they were like trolls who didn't know where to appear. We didn't pay attention to them, thinking they were just humanoid beasts. But soon, we only admit mistakes. Strong, intelligent, organized and disciplined. They are intelligent and civilized creatures like us, and they are much more numerous than we thought. Anju and Lothar breathed another sigh of relief. All in the glass. Taranaz didn't speak, but only helped Anjuin fill it up again. You know Medivh? Well, the last guardian of the Tyrus-Fal Council. Guardian. Anju and Lothar couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Is the guardian fallen? My friend was enslaved by the devil and became the demon god's puppet. He helped the orcs stabilize the teleportation gate. Oh, that's terrible. That's not the worst. The worst happened when I led an elite team to defeat this fallen vigilante. The orcs murdered our king, and poor Lane was taken from his heart. Anduin. Lothar said sadly. Let's drink Ryan. Taranas suggested. For Ryan. Dry. What happened next? Taranas wanted to know the follow-up development of the incident. The orc changed a boss, and the chaos and internal friction were contained. A simple strategy, the elite legion of the Stormwind City in the pass led the fortress offensive, fought a field battle with the orcs in the open area, and then she was killed by the orcs several times her own. The army killed a lot. When I rushed back from Medeva's Karajan magic tower back to Stormwind, it was all too late. The orcs basically completed the encircled and the remaining power of the kingdom was divided into 7. It is so fragmented that it is impossible to organize an army that can deal with the orcs. After the arduous battle of defending the city, I can only flee with a limited number of people. Anduin Lothar left a bitter regret. Tears, more people, were left in Stormwind City. You have done well enough, Anduin, you are not alone, countless people need your encouragement and guidance, Varian still needs your attention. Taranas understands that Anduin is out of control. The reason, but I do not know how to console. Thank you, Taranas. I was under too much pressure along the way. Thank you for hearing my confession. I feel better. Anduin Lothar quickly steadied himself. Taranas, believe me, our current situation is very similar to Thoradin's in the Troll War. The orcs pose a threat to all of human society. This is a life and death war for survival. This is not your personal business or mine, this is the business of all people, all human beings. I will write to all the kings and overlords, and I will invite everyone to Lord Aaron to discuss all this. Anduin, before that, you need to rest well. Taranas made a promise and a promise. Chapter 62 Prince Varian can't get up. In the garden, Arthas was fighting the guards with a fine wooden dagger. He said it was a fight, it was more like a guard playing a game with the little prince. Varian, come and play with me. Under the release of the guard, the little prince took the opponent's weapon. No, you are too young, it would be a bully to hit you. Varian resolutely declined the boy's invitation. Don't underestimate me, I am tall and strong among my peers. Arthas walked over to Varian, who was sitting reading a book, and looked up and down at Varian. Then Varian stood up. Little one, I am 6 years older than you. Understand? It is difficult to challenge an enemy much stronger than you. Varian hit Arthas's head, and the little blonde lion exploded. Rough. The king is never afraid of challenges, let's divide victory and defeat. Arthas wrapped his arms around Varian's waist, trying to throw his opponent to the ground. Although the queen treats each other very well, the feeling of strangeness under the fence and the sadness of the country's ruined family give Varian a slight sense of inferiority when confronted by Arthas. Varian, who had undergone great changes, appeared to be much more mature. He hugged Arthas around his waist about 10 times, and then placed the dizzy little prince gently on the ground. Well, we made a tie. After speaking, Varian took the book and continued studying. Sister, mother, Varian bullied me. Arthas fled and complained. The queen only smiled softly, looking at the children playing and playing, without interrupting. Alsace, if you mess with me, you will sue my father. Gallia Manethil relentlessly slapped the hand of her brother who tried to wipe off her skirt. Jalea, you won't be able to marry, you so rude. Arthas looked at his unhappy sister. Alsace, the afternoon class is about to start. Are you really not going to play again? The queen knew her son very well. As soon as she got this word out, Alsace ran away. Varian, come to me. The queen called softly. Your Royal Highness, What do you want to call me? Varian was well educated. Don't be like that, my child. Lord Aaron is your new home, don't look like a guest. You are safe here, no one can hurt you. The queen put Varian in her arms and patted him gently on the back. She wanted to remove this poor sadness. I am a guest. My country has forgotten. My house is gone. My parents are dead. Except for Uncle Lothar, there is no family of mine in this world. Your Royal Highness, you have been worrying too much. I have had a great time here. When it came to his lips, he indeed was unspeakably polite. Hey, Sir Anduin Lothar and your uncle Terenaz are busy preparing for this gathering of kings. They can't have free time to see you. The day after tomorrow it will open and you can see your uncle Lothar. The queen's smile was very cordial and sincere. Varian couldn't bear to speculate on such a lady with dark thoughts. He gave a soft and stopped responding. 2 months have passed since King Terenaz Menethil II of the Kingdom of Lord Aaron sent letters to the kings and high lords, and the last group of Stormwind refugees also moved to Hillblad Hills. Terenaz took over all the immigrants from the Stormwind Kingdom and placed them in the Kingdom of Lord Aaron. The closest kings, such as Kings Jean Greymane and Dalen Proudmoore of the Kingdom of Gilneas, have put the affairs of the kingdom in order and have come to Lord Aaron. Several faraway kingdoms also sent their ministers to administer Xinxian. A great meeting of kings and lords is about to begin. Oh my gosh, he's so tall. Even though the maids were talking softly, dozens of people were chatting together, they still seemed very noisy, disturbing Varian who was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Aunt Leanne, I bring you my sincerest greetings on behalf of my father and mother. Charles dropped to one knee and kissed the back of the Queen's hand. Oh my gosh Carlos, I remember when I last saw you I was such a big little man and now I'm a big man. The Royal Highness of him waved his hand up to Carlos in memory of him, looking a little I can't believe it. You're the Carlos who killed thousands of trolls. God, they're lying, you can't be only 16, you're at least 60. Arthas did not believe the person in front of him and the rumors. Carlos is a person, releasing the words without his brain. No, 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 when the manpower is finally poor, the victory of the war is the result of the bloody struggle of all the soldiers. How can it be the merits of my own person? Carlos smiled and narrowed Kakos's eyes. Alsace, you just when I was born, I also participated in your baptism ceremony. At that time you were so old, and now I am as tall as you. I can grow up to be just like you. Hearing that Carlos was as tall as him when he was a child, Alsace suddenly seemed very excited. Yes, as long as you eat on time every day, make sure you have more than 6 hours of exercise. Carlos bulged his biceps and showed his muscles, which drew the astonishment of Alsace and a group of maids. Baron Carlos, hello, this is Gallia Menethil. Nice to meet you. His Royal Highness bowed gracefully. Don't be so polite, I even hugged you when I was young, and I became a big girl in the blink of an eye, Giulia. Carlos put her big hand on Giulia's head and rubbed it. You ruined my hair. Giulia blushed and ran away looking for an excuse. Varian, come meet Sir Carlos. Speaking of which you are also distantly related. His Royal Highness discovered that he hadn't seen Varian, and called. Closing the book, jumping down from the tree and walking forward, Varian found out how tall Carlos really is, almost the same as his uncle Anduin Lothar. I'm afraid. Your Majesty, please be sorry. His Majesty King Ryan died at the same time as Stormwind. You are the last man in the Wren family. Please fulfill the duties of a royal family. Carlos's words behind him were somewhat rude, and the Queen was a bit slow. N.S. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Varian was also a bit angry and his tone was somewhat rude. I am a poor man who throws such a face. You still have people loyal to the kingdom, soldiers loyal to the royal family, and you and your uncle who applied for the revival of the Stormwind Kingdom. You are lucky. Raise your spirits, You are prince, you are the future king and you are the hope of the people. Raise your chest, with light up eyes, and it occurs to you what a prince should do, my dear cousin. Carlos grew more excited as he spoke, and Varian's fists clenched more and more, but he was overwhelmed by the final twist of the gods, and Carlos held him in his arms and spun in circles. Let me go, I'm not a child. Varian couldn't break free of Carlos's grasp. His Royal Highness also gave a knowing smile. Ha ha ha, Varian let you bully me, and you did today. Arthas laughed unscrupulously. So Carlos left Varian and grabbed Alzas, who wanted to escape, and put him on his shoulders. Varian, Arthas just wanted to distract you with jokes. He's just a cute goofy little brother, don't be mad. Carlos' hair was pulled by Arthas. Who said I'm an idiot? Said the tsundere little prince. Varian fought back tears, her eyes flushed red, and she said, I understand. Chapter 63 12 Level Nuclear Power Reaction, the Iron Curtain device is charging. Alex was chained by King Aiden in Alterac on behalf of the Grand Duke of Regent, but Janice made it to Lord Aaron with the children. Although the non-confidential ministers have been self-sufficient, the name of Thoradin's last blood has a similar attraction to Hly Kuntord's noble lords, as if he said a word with Anjou Lothar, all the people are noble. About 4,000 years ago, the ancient Arthi people were invited by the High Elves to participate in the War of Destruction against the Ameni Trolls, and later became the only and last empire in human history, the Arathor Empire. It was during the Arathor Empire that human footprints gradually moved out of the Arthi highlands, from weak prey to powerful predator. When the status changed, the humans who had made great strides in science, technology, and magical knowledge began to become dissatisfied with the small fiefdom. The desire for wealth became a driving force for expansion, and large numbers of people moved north to become more prosperous. It was Thoradin the Great who withstood the internal pressure and persisted in completing the thick wall that his ancestors had never stopped building for thousands of years, and named it Thoradin's Wall. Humans moving north soon cultivated vast amounts of farmland in the mountainous area called the Hillblad and the richer plains of Lord Aaron. Suddenly, the high-ranking citizens of the capital Stromgard were moved. A large number of young and strong workers were not willing to perform the military service of each household. The town fell into the turmoil of the tide of recovery. It was Thoradin's blood and iron that suppressed the internal affairs of the people. Revolt. When the people were dissatisfied with Thoradin's labor and money to build Thoradin's Wall and prevent the North from claiming wasteland, the real slap in the face severely slapped those who opposed Thoradin's policies. That year was a famine year. The continued drought caused a large number of deaths of forest animals. The trolls that were destroyed in the Battle of the Ancient Trolls united under the fear of starvation, and an army of 100,000 trolls headed south. Just eat. The human gathering place north of Thoradin's Wall was all but wiped out, and the produce of the farmland became the food of the trolls along with the farmer. When the bad news came, the nobles who had been used to living a life of fine clothing and jade food found that their hands could no longer wave and bear freely. In the moment of distress, the superior Thoradin the Great Deely resisted all opinions, refused the nobles' request for ransom from the north, and returned all manpower to the south of Thoradin's Wall. People and land are saved, people and land are saved, people and land are saved, people and land are lost. Although Emperor Thoradin did not express this truth in words, he implemented it to the end in his actions. The hungry trolls were powerless to break through the magical defenses of the Kulthalas elves, and they had no power to attack Thoradin's Wall to the south. During the 3 months of hard and fierce battle, Thoradin the Great has always been on the wall, bringing boundless courage to the soldiers. In the end, hunger destroyed the trolls' fighting spirit, and after a long-lived suicidal charge, the exhausted troll retreated. Just as the nobles and high-ranking citizens were preparing for the celebratory banquet with joy, it was Thoradin the Great, and he led the last force to break out of Thoradin's defenses and chase the trolls all the way. 10 days later, the emperor returned from exhaustion, and the troll's flesh and blood filled the gaps in his lock armor. The emperor, littered with hideous corpses, once again destroyed the troll's hope of revival, and none of the 100,000 trolls escaped back into the forest. This great emperor completed a great cause no less than that of his ancestors at the emptiest time of the empire's arms, and the path of mankind's northward expansion was no longer free of barriers. Soon after the emperor closed his eyes forever, the nobles left the slightly barren homeland in large numbers to develop the rich new world. The descendants of the royal family who were forced to have no choice but to choose to go south, after a long and arduous walk, finally reached a fertile land called Irwin and established the Stormwind Kingdom. At this time, a century has passed like a white horse. No one can claim to be great in the face of Emperor Thoradin, and no one can forget the triumphs of humanity during the Arathor Empire, so when Thorisbertone met Anduin Lothar, the white-haired uncrowned king drew his sword that symbolized power and he held her in front of Thoradin's blood with both hands on one knee. The master's son, Bertone will always be loyal to Arathor. The weeping old man looked at Anduin Lothar like a pilgrimage. It's just that the faces of other noble kings are not so natural. Ignatius descendants, please do not be like this. I am now the regent of the Stormwind Kingdom, not your emperor. The Arathor Empire has become history. Do not let the glory of our ancestors hinder us on our way forward. In Lothar he raised Thorisbertone and placed the sword symbolizing power in the scabbard around the old man's waist. For a time, Anduin Lothar truly wanted to take up the sword to command the heroes in Thoradin's name, but reason prevented him from doing so. However, at the time of the great enemy, if humanity falls into internal friction again, then it can only become a subjugated Kun, and there will be no hope for Stormwind's rebirth. With a creak, the sword is in its scabbard, and the Arathor Empire has become history entirely. With a sigh, all the nobles breathed a sigh of relief, and the complex mood filled the hearts of the people, and the inexpressible emotions turned into deafening applause. Everyone, history is always strikingly similar, and humanity once again faces great dangers and challenges. The kingdoms of Lordaeron are now at the height of power in the human world. For all intelligent creatures, this is a time solemn. To have the best. The power of is also an awesome responsibility for the future. Looking around, you not only feel that you have fulfilled your due responsibilities, but also worried. I am afraid that your future achievements may not reach such a high standard. For everyone, now there is an opportunity here, a clear and glorious opportunity. If we reject, ignore, or waste this opportunity, future generations will blame us for a long time. In order to keep these countless families safe, they must be protected from the terrible war of predators. For the main purpose of preventing war, a human organization belonging to the whole world must be established. We must affirm all this: your work is fruitful, it is a reality rather than an illusion, it is a force for action and not just talk about words, it is a true peace. The palace is not just a place to tease and fight. From the lake city of the Redridge Mountains to the Saldar Sound between Elwyn and Arthy, an iron curtain has fallen across the Eastern Kingdom. Behind this line lies the Kingdom of Stormwind and the Kingdom of the Dwarves. The capital city Stormwind City, Lakeside Town, Nightlight Town, Flash Gold Town, Ironforge, Namarine, Grimbatol, and Manethil Port in the Kingdom of Lordaeron, all these vicissitudes of cities and their residents are within the sphere of influence of the Orc tribe, not only influenced by the influence of the tribe in one way or another, but also threatened by the increasing pressure of the tribe. To this end, we must establish a unified and unanimous union. Fraternal union not only requires the growth of friendship and mutual understanding among all of us here, but also requires the two sides to maintain close military ties to jointly study potential dangers. Similarities and differences in weapons, training materials, and uniform deployment of officers and soldiers. It should also include the joint use of all military installations by the masters of various countries in Lordaeron, so that existing installations can continue to be used for common security purposes. I suggest that this union be called an alliance. Anju and Lothar completed an impromptu speech in haste. Chapter 64, Romeo and Cinderella in Twilight. While the nations of Lord Aaron were actively preparing for the formation of the alliance, the dwarves of Ironforge had already felt the pressure from the Orcish tribe. Magna Bronzebeard always believes that his skill as a blacksmith and warrior far exceeds his skill as a king. But after the death of his father, as the eldest of the three Bronzebeard brothers, this heavy burden naturally fell on Magna Bronzebeard. The country is struggling. The second and third brothers are eager to explore and the other is interested in archaeology. Haven't you heard of the old saying that the forge is poor for 3 years, the project is ruined for a lifetime, and once entered the archaeological world and lost his children and grandchildren? A few years ago, his wife passed away and his daughter was rebellious and unreasonable. How do you live these days? Muraden, go to the burning plains and call me Brian of the Thorisan ruins. The threat of the orcs draws near. Let's put archaeology aside first. Magna pulled her brother Muraden to complete the daily routine. Complaining, she finally remembered that the business had yet to be said. Big brother, how are you thinking of joining the alliance? Muraden saw that his older sister finally snapped out of the state of babbling to Xionglin's wife, and quickly changed the subject. The direct Muraden would rather accompany the dwarf friends to experiment with unreliable high-tech technologies than listen to the clichés of the big brother, but that makes the other person his beloved big brother. Let the Ironforge guards cheer up and wait until the spies we sent to the south return. If the orcs are really brutal and bloodthirsty, joining the alliance is imperative. Magna is the king of Ironforge. He will not easily believe the words of others. Madoran Bronzebeard, the last king of the Bronzebeard dwarves, often taught his sons, without research, there is no right to speak. Okay, I get it. Muraden could not say anything to comfort his older brother Magna, so he had to accompany Magna drinking glass after glass. Early the next morning, Muraden assembled a small team of elite troops, ready to go to the ruins of Thorisan on the burning plains to bring his brother Bronzebeard home. Hey, that guy with the particularly developed chest muscles, yeah, that's you. Even though we're going to burning plains, you can't go out in slippers, right? Muraden curiously stopped a strange soldier. Hey, love. Muraden's eyes widened. Uncle, shut up, don't be heard by my father. Amora Bronzebeard, the princess of Ironforge hurriedly covered Muraden's mouth. Why are you causing trouble? Muraden asked. The old man knows how to tell me to do this or that all day long, it's so boring I want to go to burning plains and play with Uncle Brian. Amora coquettishly tugged at Muraden's beard. But they ordered me to arrest Brian and go home. Muraden looked at his fully grown niece with pity. He is a pitiful child without a mother. Then I'll go with you, and it'll be fine if you get back together. Please man, you're gone and I don't even have anyone to talk to. Amora pretended to be pitiful. But your father? Muraden looked embarrassed. It's okay if you and Uncle Brian intercede together, and Dad won't really blame me. Seeing Muraden let go, Amora immediately followed the stick. If you don't need it, you're just an old thing. If you need it, you will become a father. Brother, your father really failed. Muraden shrugged helplessly, expressing that he had surrendered to his niece, and Amora kissed Muraden on the cheek, very happily. Hey, it's all big girls, don't make trouble. Muraden laughed after scolding his niece. On a journey that was close to the mountain and the water, Muraden and his team left the snowy Hosmodan and reached the hot burning plain. Uncle, you are so smart. Collect ice cubes in advance and you can drink a cold beer. Amora was dressed very fresh, holding a glass of wine and pouring. Hey you bastards, isn't Amore handsome? Why is everyone staring at the wine barrel? Muraden originally wanted to reprimand Amore for using too much ice, but found that the kids on his team were focused on ice. In the barrel, the old men couldn't help but mourn the misfortune of him and make them angry. "Come on, Uncle Muraden, all the guys who dare to fight the princess have been singled out by His Majesty the King in the arena. It's great to be Amora's friend, and to be a wife, my face can't match. The iron felt of the crucible." The undaunted guy joked, causing a hiss. "Bruce, when I get back, I'll tell Vema that you abused me. By the way, and His Majesty the King." Amora wasn't afraid to kick herself out, causing a burst of laughter. Except for the hot weather, the dwarves did not encounter much danger on the way. Facing a group of copper-bearded dwarfs whose muscles were rapidly growing in their brains, the lava spiders and shaku-tailed sassari were just delicacies that could be eaten by removing their heads. Well, the protein content should be 5 times that of beef. "Uncle Muraden, aren't the ruins of Thorisan in the east? Where are we going?" Amora couldn't help but ask. "Go to Morgan's Century, the burning plain is so big, the ghost knows where your Uncle Brian went. Let's go to Morgan's Century to replenish some supplies, and then ask them about your uncle's news." Muraden patiently has no experience in survival in the wild. Explained to his niece. Archaeology is not an easy task. Unknown dangers can be found at any time. Therefore, the famous archaeologist Harrison Jones once said a phrase that is widely recognized in the archaeological community: "No matter what you find, however rare the opportunity, at least let your partner know where you are." And in the dark iron dwarven territory of the Burning Plains, Morgan's Sentinel is the only place Brian can get supplies. Someone must know the whereabouts of the archaeological explorer. Damn it, how come there are dragon people here? Morgan Watch's watchtower could already be seen from afar, and the dwarf team was blocked by a group of half-dragons. The sky is darkening, and if you make a detour, the dwarves will only sleep in the wild at night. "Edward and Jacob, you two take care of Amora and the goat, and the other guys, put on some armor and let us fight for a room with a roof." Muraden issued a combat order. "For vegetable soup and hot bread. In order not to see the night watch." Although the dwarves' battle cry is hilarious, they are high-spirited. Those who set out with Muraden were all outstanding young men in Iron Forge, and the preparations for the battle were quickly completed. Using rocks and terrain to close in on the humble half-dragon fortifications, Muraden led the charge. After discovering the enemy, the half-dragon mage tried to cast a spell to defend the enemy, but was knocked to the ground by Muraden with a hammer. In front of the king of the hill, the 2-meter-tall half-dragon was just a big one. Grill. No half-dragon can survive all 3 moves in the face of Muraden's warhammer and axe, leg breaking, chest hammering, and headshots. Muraden's moves are simple and practical. Why not just a headshot? Because Muraden couldn't find a step stool. After the last half-dragon fell, Muraden hit the warhammer on the ground with unsatisfactory thoughts, scanned the surroundings, and drank. "There is nothing I can hit." The 4 dwarfs on the warhammer read across as Royal Hammer. Reading vertically is the Royal Hammer. The Bronzebeard dwarves got their wish and had a hot dinner at Morgan Point. In the darkness, a group of dark iron dwarves came out of their fortress, and Dagran Thorisan, the king of the dark iron dwarves, was among them. At this time of year, the Dark Iron King will go to the ancient ruins of the city of Thorisan to mourn his father. Chapter 65 The Unspeakable Things of Older Children and Late Loli. How dare you say dwarfs don't have Loli? So dwarfs don't have an aunt, right? You're picky about masters in the audience. On the upper terrace of the Blackrock Pagoda high in the clouds, the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian stands high above the throne. Without her father's control, life is really comfortable, but sometimes I think about the loneliness of my sister Onyxia not by her side. If there weren't Ragnaros playing in the depths of the Blackrock Spire, then the world would be perfect. Nefarian waited happily as he manipulated the spy magic, watching the actions of his dragon-slaying troops. You can't kill the Balrog Lord Ragnaros directly, and it's great to kill the leader of the Dark Iron Dwarves. Anyway, those dark iron dwarves are pretty annoying too. In the image, more than 200 elite dragonmen are ambushing near the ruins of Thorisan. As long as Dagran Thorisan enters the ambush, the black dwarves will turn into dead dwarves. Damn, where did these little yellow hairs come from? Stupid. The black iron dwarfs and the bronze beard dwarfs are not clear. Nefarian's careful display finally found its way into the hands of the intruder. Hurry to contact and command the stupid gang of dragonmen with voice transmission magic, but it was too late, and Dagran Thorisan was alerted to the mutiny. Why didn't I find out that these copper-bearded dwarfs were coming? This is abnormal. Nefarian soon discovered that the problem was not the correct one. Why did the entire monitoring operation on him fail? Which interfered with his detection spell. The entire Blackrock Tower itself is a huge magic amplification device. Nefarian used the magic circle left behind by his father to cast more powerful spells. This powerful magic engulfed the entire burning plane, and Nefarian quickly looked at all the sources of disharmony. Finally, in a cave near the Searing Gorge, the Black Dragon Prince found a special figure, a dwarven priest who was grilling. Chromie. Who do you think I am? How dare I play with myself like that? I'm Nefarian. The words grew louder and louder, and the angry Black Dragon Prince roared at the end of the dragon, transforming into a prototype. The huge body rose into the sky, and the angry Nefarian wanted to make the guy who tricked him with the spell pay the price. As far as murders or something like that, who cares? Brian, how did you get into these troublesome guys? All the way and retreating, Muraden finally protected his own brother from him, and the desperate guys from the Explorers Association successfully escaped from the encirclement of the dragons. Even Muraden, who is as strong as the king of the hills, is as tired as a dead dog. Where did I know? I was trying to dig a place that looked like an altar, and I saw you coming, and then the dragon man came. This can't be blamed on me, my brother. Brian Bronze felt that this was a wonderful experience. Adventurer, with a bold face. Muraden, our expedition equipment is left in the ruins of Thorisan, can you accompany me to retrieve it? Brian hoped to get help from his brother. Oh, let the team flinch, brother wants me to take you back to Iron Forge. Muraden hasn't had time to explain his intentions until now. But my scientific research project. Brian had found important clues in the ruins of Thorisan, and he seemed unwilling. This is not only Big Brother Magna's request, but also King Ironforge's order. Muraden looked at his younger brother Brian with a beard and looking. Okay, I will obey the king's order. Brian got engaged. When the dwarves returned to Morgan Watch, the Bronzebeard brothers heard desperate news. What? Amora secretly followed me. Muraden screamed all over her face. Oh, my cute little niece came to see her uncle. Brian said happily, and then reacted, what? Amora secretly followed Muraden to find me. But we didn't see Amora. Brian was suddenly dumb, this time the problem is big. Muraden, we must find Amora. Guys, don't fill up on food and water, let's get it back the same way. Regardless of fatigue, Bronzebeard's dwarves began to save the princess. Brian, take off your green hat, it's really ugly. Muraden, your red helmet is not that good. Although the two brothers were eager, they couldn't forget to tease each other. Facing the shadowy hidden mountain cave, Nefarian transformed into a human form, holding a maze-like staff to cast a light technique, and entered fearlessly. But when he walked towards the deepest point, he did not find the figure of the dwarf priest Chromie, only a strange box on the ground. Nefarian bent down and picked up the mysterious metal box, only to discover that it was marked with a sentence in the dragon language, press this button. Even in human form, Nefarian has the confidence to withstand extremely effective pyrotechnics, and the hairstyle is not messy. But the opponent was Chromie. Nefarian carefully used the mana shield and hardened skin, and then pressed the button that Chromie wanted him to press. Little Nifa who urinated on the bed, naked. Little Nifa who was naked, little JJ. Little Nifa who was dark, crying nose. Cute little Oni, I don't like you. Little Nifa, tell her something Aunt Romy fights, you're still a little cute. It turns out that this mysterious metal device is a phonograph. After playing the loop 4 times, Nefarian, whose veins were exposed, broke the phonograph with his bare hands. The son of Neldharian, the guardian of the land, the prince of the Black Dragon clan, and Nefarian, the ruler of wild magic, can you mock him? Dead old woman, do not fall into my hands. The Black Dragon prince's roar became a dragon roar, amplified by the long cave, and echoed throughout the fiery plain. Muraden, did you hear that? What sound? Brian asked his brother suspiciously. It seems that a beast was caught by a trap. Muraden was eager to find his niece and casually gave an answer. At this moment, our Princess Amora is roasting meat in the camp of the Dark Iron Dwarves. Uncle, the Dark Iron Dwarves don't look as fierce as my father said, thanks for saving me. Amora looked curiously. It is not uncommon for the enemy to slander Snow. Dagranthorisan did not understand how he would save the female family from his mortal enemy Bronzebeard Dwarf. After eating, go to sleep, I will send you back at dawn. After preventing his subordinates from killing Amora, the king of the Dark Iron Dwarf feels that his whole body is foreign and can't tell what's wrong. Behind a small hill not far away, Chromie was looking up at the sky, humming a little tune her race didn't know. Just because I looked at you more in the crowd. Never forget your face again. Dreaming of seeing one day by chance. From then on I started to miss him alone. You are on the horizon when I miss you. You are in front of me when I miss you. You're on your mind when you miss yourself. You are in your heart when you miss yourself. The love story over this life will never change. I'd rather spend my life waiting for you to find out. I'm always by your side. Never go far. Chapter 66 Warning, High Energy Response Detected in Advance. The Legendary Edition 33, the author's promise has been fulfilled. Yesterday, this piece was not sent, telling me that there are sensitive words, and after checking for a long time, it turned out to be. I was drunk. Preparations for the alliance proceeded in an orderly and stable manner under the full impetus of Anduin Lothar and Terranaz Menethil II. But with the sighting report of a huge monster, ogre, appearing in the Orc tribe and intelligence that the Dwarven kingdom of Ironforge and the tribe are fighting on the burning plains, Anduin Lothar has a strong sense of urgency. This day is the first day of October. On this day, Ironforge's messenger Muraden Bronzebeard, the younger brother of the dwarf king Magna Bronzebeard, formally delivered the official document for the dwarves of Ironforge Bronzebeard to join the alliance. On this day, the bishop of Stratholm Cathedral, Alandaz Fao, came to Lord Aaron and met Anduin Lothar. On this day, Carlos Barav received a monthly mission that he had been waiting for 16 years. Special tasks of the month, adults. Task requirements, become a real adult. Task reward, unlock combat occupations. When Carlos received this task, the whole person was excited. He previously completed the bar mitzvah and assumed the position of Grand Knight. There was still no combat class information on the attribute panel, which confused Carlos. Now that he received this task, Carlos finally breathed a sigh of relief and was one step closer to the powerful party. You finally no longer need to be a high-ranking foot soldier. But the task is simple and not simple, so Carlos is completely confused. So at dinner welcoming Muraden, Bronzebeard and Archbishop Alandaz Fa, Carlos stood aside and wondered. There are so many celebrities and there is no freshness anymore. What can we talk about on this kind of public occasion? With the Barav family name, you can make a private appointment at another time, so why bother squeezing with other people? What is a real adult? This question bothered Carlos so much that when Muraden approached him, she didn't notice. Hey, are you Carlos Barav? Muraden caught Carlos' attention with his thick dwarf voice. Yes, Lord Muraden. Bronzebeard. Carlos found that sitting and talking to people was very impolite, so he stood up and found that he couldn't speak anymore when he stood up, and they both got embarrassed for a while. Never mind, just sit down. I heard you beat the troll inside so bad. I want to hear your story. Muraden's sincerity and audacity aroused Carlos' favor. So the two people exchanged happily. In the end, after more than a dozen glasses of wine, the two have become good friends. Muraden, let me ask you a question, what do you think is a real adult? Carlos couldn't help but ask this question to the older dwarf. I think it's responsibility and family. Doing your due responsibilities and loving your family, this is what a real man should do. Muraden thought for a moment and gave his own answer. Makes sense. Thanks for answering my questions, but there are still plenty of human friends who want to meet you. Don't leave the others out in the cold because of me. Carlos euphemistically said that the conversation was exhausted. Ahahaha, never mind, drinking with a good friend is the most enjoyable. Muraden did not hear the hidden meaning of the words at all. But you are Her Majesty Magna's envoy, this. Carlos had to change his statement. I forgot, thanks for your reminder Carlos, you're a friend, I'll be back around. Muraden nodded to Carlos and rejoined the crowd. Responsibility and family. Family. Men and women. Women. Real adults. No, Carlos discovered that he could be thinking about it, and the truth of the matter could be that simple. I always thought that a true adult is a difficult spiritual test, but it is also very likely that it is simply literal. Fuck, this is a broken system, even if you want to pass, you still care about my private life. Using the native language of the previous life, he cursed under his breath, and Carlos decided to implement his guess. Still, it doesn't hurt to make a mistake. The more Carlos thinks about it, the more he feels it's something of a miracle that he hasn't considered this topic in the last few months. Young and gold, strong and strong, with a great future, he can still be a king in the future. Such a good man is actually a virgin, Carlos himself feels ashamed. The tall and handsome Carlos has just walked into the dining room table where he searched for the wine, and countless hints of quizzical looks on him. Looking back with a smile, Carlos suddenly lost interest in him. What kind of things are they? Auntie, round face, ghostly pretense, body that can't even bear dresses, who said that there are many beautiful women in Azeroth, I want to stand out with him. This is the true thought of Carlos. Hello hero, can I have a drink with you? Suddenly, someone behind him asked in a low voice. Carlos's attention was caught by the crisp sound of an aureole. Looking back, Carlos's eyes lit up. Pure white dress, pure appearance, bright eyes and white teeth, long neck, big chest, round hips and slim waist, remove the high bun, at least 1.8 meters. Most importantly, this woman does not have the strong body odor of ordinary women that cannot be suppressed when mixed with various fragrance powders, only a faint rose scent. Puff, puff, Carlos felt his heart beat faster. Of course. Carlos made a polite invitation. After going back and forth, Lady Auditlin and Carlos fought fiercely, and during the conversation it was learned that this Lady Auditlin was actually a widow. Women are pretty and filial. Although the humans of Azeroth had no such saying, but with all the high sensitivity miraculous bonuses piled on Carlos, the two people who had only known each other for less than an hour left the banquet venue and asked the court guard for a temporary rest. The room key went in. Carlos used 5 consecutive sunders on Ms. Auditrin, and Ms. Auditrin is now in an unarmored state. Carlos restrained Mrs. Auditlin, and Mrs. Auditlin collapsed on the bed. The Mrs. Auditlin used a weak bite on Carlos, and Carlos fell into a congested state. Carlos kissed Mrs. Auditlin, there was no bad breath and the favorability was full. Hey, hey, ha, hey. Quickly, Mrs. Auditland smiled happily. Carlos fell into a state of anguish. Mrs. Auditland used restraint on Carlos, and Carlos couldn't resist. Mrs. Auditland lowered her head and applied a circular massage to Carlos too, and Carlos resurrected in full condition. Oh. A library? Mrs. Auditland was killed 17 minutes after the second battle began. Carlos activates the deck Dark Moon, the effect of the void. Carlos caused the third commotion, and Mrs. Auditland begged for mercy. Mrs. Auditland was murdered again. I haven't asked what your name is. After successfully completing the monthly mission, Carlos was mentally and physically satisfied. He couldn't help but break the unspoken rules among the nobles and asked the lady's real name. Felina, her name is Feline. Oh huh? Ah. A good name, as the name suggests. Carlos felt that it was better for him to leave quickly. It's getting late, let's figure it out, Carlos suggested. After repairing the durability of the equipment, Carlos took off his bag and handed it over to Farina. Are you insulting me? Do you think of me as a jerk? Felina suddenly got angry. No, I am a crude person. I don't know how to express my feelings, so I can only express it in the simplest and rudest way. A newly grieving woman always needs money. This is due to friendship between friends. Please don't deny my help. Carlos secretly scolded himself shamelessly. With this eloquence in his previous life, how could he be single for 30 years? Azeroth is really a good place to exercise. Sorry, I'm too sensitive, please don't blame a defenseless woman. Farina sobbed silently. First you adjust your mood, I will return to the meeting place first. Carlos calmed Farina down for a while and left first. Seeing Carlos walk away, Farina weighed the weight of Carlos's wallet and smirked. The Duchess, there may be a crown, and so strong, really a good man. Farina didn't know who she was talking to. PS1, Feline information. The Black Witch Farina, the main botanist in Nakekrimas, is responsible for breeding and protecting the deadly spiders throughout the spider area, providing the Lich King with the most potent poison for development. Farina leads the cult's cursed fans who sincerely admire him. These fanatics patrol in and out of her living room day and night, willing to die for Farina. In the battle with Farina, you will have to face the terrifying spells of this witch and the attacks of her fanatical followers. Not only because Felina is a female stream, you can underestimate her, all those who look down on her will go to hell. Don't think this is alarmist talk, the fact is exactly the case. This former Lord Anran noble relied on her attractive beauty and ingenious disguise. She married 6 young nobles one after another, and ran like a black widow mother spider. They got rid of everything without a trace. By inheriting the late husband's family property, this vicious woman became one of the richest women in Lord Aran at that time. The greedy Mrs. Farina will not be satisfied. The true natural enemy of a woman is the passage of time, and having eternal beauty is the ultimate goal of Mrs. Farina. So Kel'Thuzad found her. Under the action of dark magic, the swollen body and rough skin disappeared, and a Felina appeared, which always remained 20 years. Of course, she also became a member of the cursed cultists and became the Lich King Nazul. Server. To confuse summoning Canorth. I need her power. Let her be part of the natural disaster. Kel'Thuzad issued a new order the night before he was assassinated by Prince Arthas. As a teacher of love, Mrs. Farina successfully completed the mission. She captured Noth's heart and asked him to become undead willingly, loyal to the Lich King Nazul. Today, as one of the Cursed Church's base administrators, Farina is responsible for brainwashing the new humans into the undead. Chapter 67, The Gate of the New World leads the Knights. 2 men with the same baldness could never forget each other's faces just because they looked at each other in the crowd. The acquaintance at the banquet, the occasional meeting in the palace, and the acquaintance in the study gave the two a feeling of hatred to meet each other. That night, Anduin Lothar, Terranaz Menethil, Alandus Fao expressed their opinions in Lord Aaron Palace's battle command room, and wished to form brothers of the opposite sex. According to reliable information, the Orc tribe has increased its troops. Iron-forged dwarves and Namarigan gnomes have witnessed the intelligence of huge humanoid monsters and trolls appearing in the Orc army. Terranaz will represent the wood of the tribe. The Orc pieces were placed on the burning plain of the map. The dwarves cannot defeat the Orc army in the burning plains. Their goat riders have no advantage against the Orcs and wolf cavalry. But Magnet is an excellent warrior, and the Orcs are illusions to capture Iron Forge. Anduin Lo Sa put the dwarf chess piece heavily into the Iron Forge position. Yes, Iron Forge, Namarigan. I have to say that this kind of city built on a mountain and underground is a nightmare for the attacker. As long as Iron Forge is not lost, the Orcs cannot feel comfortable. Through the Hosmodan area, this has bought us precious time. Terranaz came to this conclusion after thinking about it. So Your Majesty, we must provide supplies, especially food assistance, for the dwarves. It can be foreseen that the Orc tribe's determination to go north is as solid as rock. Hosmodan is the first step, then the wetland, and across the strait is the Arthi Highlands. We are not ready yet. Although the kings are aware of the Orc tribe's great destructive power to human civilization, many people recognize Orcs as a similar kind of brutal beast to the human. I have to say that this is a huge and deadly fellow. Wrong. The kings have recruited and paid, but they are reluctant to hand over the talents into their hands. This is a terrible and stupid act. I have to say that if not we give up 12 points of preparation and energy, we could lose this war. And supporting the dwarves can not only buy us time, but also let the great figures of Lord Aaron see how terrible a monster he is in the face of the alliance. Anduin Lothar. The words were quick, urgent, and merciless. Sir Lothar, although I have learned the general information of the Orcs from other sources, I still want to hear you say it again. Alandus Fair still couldn't draw a clear picture of the Orcs in his mind from the available information. I'm sorry this may remind you of sad memories, but if you can, please tell it to everyone, old friend Anduin. Terranaz asked for several weeks. Strong, wild, bloodthirsty, and intelligent. Anduin Lothar sighed, walked from the command desk to the window, turned his back on the crowd, and gazed up at the deep night sky, sinking into memory. If you think that Orcs are ignorant and backward, you are sorely mistaken. They have a strict social system and a stable social structure. From all the obvious or not, we can judge whether they belong to a clan. But different clans came together to form one great tribe, and this is our enemy. We are not facing a group of cannibalistic beasts, but rather another civilization whose purpose is to conquer and destroy. Orcs are much stronger than humans. Generally speaking, only 3 human soldiers can defeat an Orc, but their rude tribal civilization has driven the gap between the tribe and ours in terms of equipment. 100 Stormwind Royal Guards can easily defeat 100 Orc soldiers. Relying on strong fortresses and defense equipment, we successfully suppressed the Orcs in the Black Swamp. After dealing with the Karajan crisis, the situation seriously deteriorated. The portal connecting the Orc hometown with our world has been stabilized, and a large number of Orc reinforcements have secretly arrived in our world, hiding in the dark swamp. When Stormwind's generals thought they could take down the green-skinned monsters with their elite soldiers and numbers. Saying that, Anduin Lothar couldn't help but laugh. It's a cruel reality. 5,000 heavily armed soldiers from the Stormwind realm surrounded 2,000 Orcs. They thought it would be a great victory. As a result, when the soldiers fighting each other recovered, at least 30,000 Orcs had completed the battle. His anti-siege. Yes, at least 30,000, the survivors who escaped by chance cut off their thumb without hesitation to prove they were not lying. In the offensive and defensive battle of the Stormwind City, I came to the conclusion that the Orcs numbered at least 50,000 or more. When the alliance is facing tribes, this number can be doubled. Anduin Lothar turned his head, looked at someone he could trust, and continued. Before, I was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. When describing the orcs, I actually had reservations. 100,000 orcs, the number of soldiers alone has almost reached the population of the Alterac realm. Do you still think that 50,000 soldiers of the Union can guarantee our security? Anduin Lothar, you insulted me and underestimated the determination of the human realm. Terranaz seemed very upset. I'm sorry. Anduin Lothar bowed and apologized. Don't apologize, don't worry, I will support you. Lord Aaron has 2 million people, can't it still not be able to support an army of 200,000 people? I will negotiate with other kings again, the formation of the alliance it is imperative, unstoppable. Terranaz suddenly exposed Haki himself, scaring the others. It's useless to have quantity alone. The huge gap in quality is what worries me the most. Anduin Lothar smiled bitterly. I would like to know more. The image of the orc in Alandus Fair's mind gradually became fuller. The first is the orc shaman and warlock troops. The number of orc casters is far greater than we thought, and the reaction of Dalaran and Kulthalas to the alliance is chilling. Do you think you can keep up with it? Side of the matter? Madness. Followed by the wolf cavalry. Orcs ride a huge wolf with excellent impact and speed. Except for the Alterac-produced alpine horse breeds, other military horses are at an overwhelming disadvantage when facing the wolf. Finally, and the most terrifying point. The elite warrior among the orcs. There aren't too many guys holding huge blades, most of them are easy to recognize, because they're different from other orcs and they're red. But keep in mind that it's not that green orcs don't have these types, so don't have this kind of misconception. Those guys with huge blades usually don't like to wear too much armor, but fast action and super attack power, along with magic mobility. Every time they appeared on the battlefield, it was like a storm of swords, and it was simply a nightmare for ordinary soldiers. If there are no great knights and warriors of the same level to stop them, 3 or 5 of these elite orc warriors can slaughter an army of 500 people in one meal. Terranaz listened and fell into thought. I think I probably know what kind of enemy we're up against, and at the same time I have an immature idea. If you have time, can you refer to it for more details? Alandus Fao told Anduin. Lothar says hello. It's a great honor. Anduin Lothar responded. Starting point of the Chinese website www.chidion.com welcomes readers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serials are at the starting point. And for mobile phone users, please go to m.chidion.com to read. And. Chapter 68, Throw away morality and then move forward lightly. I'm on the list, I ask for a recommendation. In late November, a large amount of information returned by spies and reports showed that Anduin Lothar and Alandus Fao will be leaving Lord Aaron for Stratholm in the near future. The reasons and objectives are unknown. What else is it good for? Of course, it is the Paladin's transfer ceremony that calls for death. Carlos's head is big for the place of the Paladin of the first generation. Whatever happens, I'll talk about qualifications. If you have the title of the first generation Paladin, in the future, you will have a great influence on the Paladin of the Silver Hand. This transaction is so profitable that it has a rate of return of 20,000%. But you cannot go directly to Anduin Lothar or Alandus Fair and say, Elder brother, when I was born, I was filled with holy light. The first prayer of the opening is holy light, that the enemy is worth fighting for. Then there is the old god stick pinch and count, come say that this sun is fated with my holy light sect. Others are still in secret preparations, you rush to join the fun, what do you mean? Suffering from not being able to recommend himself, Carlos calculated for a long time and finally discovered that the trick should fall to his cheap teacher Seaton de Throhan. As long as it looks reasonable and reasonable at the baptismal ceremony, can those two bald handsome old men refuse to succeed? To this end, Carlos spent a lot of energy controlling the actions of Anjuin Lothar and Alanda's Fair. During this time period, Felena deliberately arranged twice, a real chance meeting, and had many in-depth discussions and exchanges about human nature with Carlos. Although he knows that Farina is a cruel woman who is greedy for power. But she is beautiful. Although the investigation revealed that her first husband was suspicious, Carlos did not follow up. Because she is beautiful. Although he knew the consecutive matches, he still happily accepted the other party's invitation. Because she is beautiful. Although knowing that the two will not have any results, Carlos is still willing to spend money for Farina. Because she is beautiful. Men are really ignorant and superficial, because they know they are superficial and they don't regret it. No one thought about the match this time. Carlos went to the market area to see if the custom armor had been cast, but he unexpectedly ran into Farina, who was out shopping. The simple homemade dressing and the long braid in the arms, the bare face and the floral headband on the head, the little freshness of the girl next door shook Carlos's mind, and then the two had a friendly meeting with friends. Communicate. Due to food intake and various reasons, the body odor of the nobles is generally very heavy. The peasant girl's skin is relatively poor, she doesn't like to clean her teeth, and her bad breath is common. Farina's pink scent was actually a natural body scent, which made Carlos very fascinated by the process of kissing her. Carlos, there's something I think I should tell you. Farina's hesitant expression is also very charming. You say, I'll listen, if you don't say, I'll never ask. Carlos felt that his claim was quite good. Before my husband passed away, I owed a large sum of money, and I have spent it all to pay off the debt. I still have your help to maintain a decent life on the surface. Thank you. Farina raised Carlos's head, his eyes facing each other shyly with tears in his eyes. Friends have the meaning of saving money, and I am angry if you are so polite. Carlos vaguely felt that the atmosphere was not right. Well, you are a heroic hero. You don't care about these small favors, but Farina will remember it for life. It's just that a baron asked me to marry me, and I don't know what to do. Farina looked fondly with hopeful eyes. Looking at Carlos carefully, it was a mess of emotion. Then Carlos used a 3-minute verbal attack on her. The lack of oxygen made Farina gasp violently, and her slightly red and swollen lips looked even more delicate. When Farina recovered, Carlos had already put on his pants and was putting on his shirt. You must be happy. Carlos gave Felena a thumbs up, used a jagged flash attack, then closed the door and walked away. Farina stood there. The plot was not correct. It is said that it is affectionate to stay, it is a big wedding that is said to be a baroness, sits on the queen's throne, and has embarked on the pinnacle of life. The old lady was actually informed by Poi. At this moment, in Farina's blank mind, there were only 3 large letters that kept spinning and falling, WTF. A true hero must have the courage to pull X mercilessly, Sun Yat-sen with an invincible iron fist. At a dessert shop, Carlos grabbed the missing detective. Eat, 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 the belly is bigger than the chest, I watch you slink away. Obviously Rukia is also a very good girl, but Carlos doesn't feel anything for her, he wants to educate him when he sees it. In addition to gluttony, love of money, fighting strength of 5, to the death, Miss Tanji is actually an excellent intelligence worker. Thinking about it from another angle, the enemy probably doesn't believe that their colleagues are actually this kind of advice, and the disguise ability is +5. I have a good job. Carlos squeezed his face, and detective quickly begged for mercy without clear words. Oh. Carlos lightened his hands slightly. The bald subordinates are shopping in the opposite store. Isn't it foolish for me to be alone? It is a reasonable choice to come here and use the window to investigate. Detective Ji Zhen admired herself, And she thought so quickly. Oh, then buy some snacks to better hide your identity. Carlos released him. Yes, yes, you blamed me, master, you see, your cheeks are flushed because of you, it hurts. Detective G took the opportunity to play a rogue. A detective who hit her head directly hugged her head and squatted down to defend herself. You're fooling the devil, these pies in the bag total almost 20 pounds. Eat and eat, you'll die. After educating the passive spy, Carlos went to the smithy to check out his custom armor. The progress of the project, and then returned to the Barav family villa in Lord Aaron. Janice took her 2 young children back to Guy Erdlin, and since Alusha wanted to learn brick magic, she stayed. Go fool around again. Seeing her brother return disheveled, Alusha scolded him unhappily. I actually had a fight with someone. Carlos explained to his sister in a whisper. Well, I had a fight with the Banshee. Alusha said that she was really trying hard to pretend to believe your expression. Did that old brick skip work too? Sister, aren't you in class today? Carlos decisively changed the subject. Master Brick is your magical consultant. The employer has arrangements. Others can't. You can still take care of your apprentice. Alusha sighed, you're a child, an adult, and neither are your sisters. I'm good at talking about you, but the reputation is bad, and I won't find a good wife in the future. Rumors of you being killed by 100 people have spread throughout Alterac, and my father is indeed true, pulling this kind of prank on his son. Carlos slapped himself on the back. That's your sister, how can you have this idea? Okay, I am such a big person, so behave to my sister, go and wash, the smell is too big. After saying that, Alusha blushed first. A big girl who hasn't been out of the cabinet, how could she tell her brother that she often smelled similar odors from her parents? Oh! Carlos blushed and walked away. In the backyard, Carlos took the bucket from the well and splashed it in front of it, so unhappy. Brother Bald, how is it going? Young master, the news revealed by Bald's men, they set out for Stratholm in 3 days. Brother Bald feels very uncomfortable in his heart. His codename is Bald Brother, and Anjuin Lothar and Alanda's FAO are codenamed Baldy and Second Baldy. Carlos, how attached you are to your hair. Chapter 69 Amazing Stratholm. There are very few recommendations. This week, audience members, please give the author intensive food. The 2 bald men, Anjuin Lothar and Alanda's FAO, left 2 days early. Charles and a party of men first set out for Stratholm to prepare related business. Leaving Lord Aaron, past Brill, past Fireplace, and then rested for half a day in County Dallon, finally running to Stratholm before sunset. Passing through the huge gate, the guards did not dare to stop Carlos and his group in Chinese clothes. Todd dismounted his horse to pay the city gate tax, so the enthusiastic city gate guard removed all obstacles to make it easier for the team carriages to enter the city. Lively and peaceful, prosperous and peaceful. A different flavor from other cities permeates Stratholm, making Carlos feel cordial and comfortable. This is the breath of life. The Barav family have a chamber of commerce in Stratholm, but Carlos isn't about to let his sister live in that kind of place. Anyway, his father gave him enough funds and he lost a lot of money in the Troll War, so why did he hurt him? For the price of a silver coin, the boy told Carlos Stratholm that one of the best hotels was the Laurel Hotel and the other was the Stone Crow Hotel. What about the same choice of this branch route? Carlos hesitated and chose Laurel Hotel. So many family and friends, why do you want to stay in a hotel? Isn't there a chamber of commerce in Stratholm back home? Alusha felt that it was too expensive, and the accommodation fee for dozens of people was not cheap. How can my sister live in a broken place without a bathroom? Carlos's brain was hot and he spoke in public. Then, under the gaze of the will of the universe, Alusha realized the ability of the kidney attack. My senior master, one day you will die of owing your mouth. The tile crossed Carlos in pain and entered the magnificent Hotel Laurel. Master, love cannot help. Todd went to negotiate with the boss. Bullying girls is the worst. Tanji choked her throat and hid in the crowd and said cold words, but she was dragged by her bald brother by the back of her neck. Bully your sister? What is wrong with this kind of woman? Carlos did not understand why he was so full of care that he faced old fists. The episode soon passed, and someone sent a letter to Seaton de Throhan to arrange a meeting time. Carlos calculated the itinerary. He had at least 5 days to play at Stratholm and was able to kick back and relax. Every day, whether it is training or dealing with intriguing family matters, Carlos's spirit has always been very nervous, otherwise he would not continue to entangle Felena with his details. The ignorant think that knowing the future can change everything, but forget the saying, the world is in great power, the powerful, and those who obey will prosper, and those who oppose him will perish. Carlos never thinks that personal strength can change everything. What he is doing now is just wanting the fate of the family. With heavy pressure on my mind, Carlos sometimes misses the self-sufficient life of his previous life, rowing for 8 hours a day. Ordinary, monotonous, but at ease. As a result, Brother Bale found an opportunity to speak with Carlos alone the next day. Master, you talked in your sleep last night. Oh? I had this problem before. No. What did I say? I didn't hear it too clearly. It seems that it is because of the 3 fights and the counter death. Will he play? What else is the main D and attached F? Is there a BB point or something? The words are fragmentary and the meaning is unclear. It doesn't matter, it's just a meaningless dream, you don't care. Carlos forced his composure. If I sleep talk again in the future, please remember to tell me. Yes, master. After the bald brother left, Carlos held his forehead speechlessly in embarrassment and sighed, how could he have such an otaku dream? 16 years later, the image of the parents in the memory of the previous life has faded into a symbol and solidified into a brand. Parents also completely forget about scolding themselves, and all that remains is kind love and warmth. The tree wants to be calm but the wind continues, and the child wants to support but the kiss is absent. In this life I have loving parents, beautiful older sisters, lively, powerful younger brothers, and 3,000 younger brothers. No one can take away my happiness. The temperament of the thoughtful Carlos seemed to have been sublimated once, and he looked radiant. The first day, I gave my men a day off and let them out to play. Carlos stayed at the Hotel Laurel to accompany his sister to rest. The next day, I went to Seaton de Throhan's house to relive the old days by appointment, and vaguely expressed the meaning of remembering to pull my brother if there was anything, and stayed with my sister to go shopping after thanking the teacher. In this stone city, there are traces of humanities everywhere, and Alusha, who was having fun, took her younger brother for a walk, and actually tired the muscular Carlos to death. Fuck, this woman's combat effectiveness is too high when she buys. Carlos suddenly felt that it was a joy not to have a girlfriend in his previous life. On the third day, knowledgeable nobles came to visit the young master and the eldest lady of the Barav family, expressing their respect for Barav and bringing greetings and admiration to Grand Duke Alex. On the fourth day, Barav's sister and brother made an announcement in Stratholm Cathedral in the morning and listened to the choir's hymns. In the afternoon, they participated in an art auction and financed several people who seemed to have good painting skills. In the studio, the street artist asked the street artist to draw a sketch for the two of them on the spot, and night fell. There happened to be a night market on this day, and the streets and alleys of Stratholm were enlivened with masquerades and fireworks displays. Wearing a mask, Alusha looked bold and enthusiastic as if she had changed herself, swaying her youth without reservation, and she couldn't see her usual calm at all. Enough of the game, enough of problems and fatigue. Carlos took his sister back to the Hotel Laurel. Carlos, thank you, it's a rare experience. Ilusha put her head on Carlos's broad shoulders and whispered. My sister, go where you want, do what you want, your life is too depressing. Carlos said this sentence without any twisted thought, purely out of concern for his sister. It wasn't you who caused such a good brother. He's been compared by his family members since he was a child. Other than being mischievous, you have almost no flaws. Your sister has to make herself look more mature to be like a sister. Say what's on your heart right away. It's right. Well, it's all your fault. Okay, I'm sorry. So sincere. In the meaningless and warm conversation between the two brothers, the figure was drawn very long by the moonlight. On the fifth day, Brother Bald sent word that Anduin Lothar and Alandus Faer were about to enter the city. Tyrion Fording was also on the team. So fast, this speed can be called non-stop. Carlos said excitedly. The Stratholm holidays are over. Todd, go tell your sister you can't go out with her today. After asking the housekeeper about him, Carlos fell into thought. This move is completed and the entire game is alive. First Generation Paladin, I am Carlos Barav. Chapter 70. The author Kun is ready to be killed. Reward me for a recommendation before he dies. To fight against the elite warriors of the orcs, Alandus Faer proposed a bold idea to Anduin Lothar. Combining the power of the Holy Light with elite fighters, Alandus Faer called this still-conceived profession Paladin. After rigorous selection and identification, Uther, Tyrion Fording, Seaton Dithahan, Turaleon and Lavengard became the first-generation pilots. No, it was the original Paladin alternate. Uther, the royal arms officer of the kingdom of Lord Aeron and a confidant of Terranaz Menethil. Tyrion Fording, the famous gentleman, the lord of the fireplace. Seaton Dithrohan, Stratholm Wukui, Lordaeron's first great warrior. Turaleon, a young man who is optimistic about Alandus Faer, currently serves as Anduin Lothar's aide after Alandus Faer's recommendation. Young Turaleon was a boy who grew up in prison. An old jailer raised him as his own son and taught him his skills and ways. Although Turaleon became a priest for a living, Turaleon's martial arts were so strong and unreasonable that he really did not know the origin of the old jailer. Lavengard, the representative of the nobles in Stormwind, the first guy who can beat the young man. The tracks can be found in the replacement list. The new TEPY are very young at first, with the oldest Uther being only 26 years old. They are strong enough to fight, and are on top of their peers in terms of strength. They all believe in saints. With the exception of Ravengard, all have been named by Alandus Faer. Therefore, Carlos accidentally met Bald Yamato at Seaton Dithahan's house. 16-year-old Carlos is not inferior to the other predecessors in height and size. Turaleon and Lavengard are even half a head shorter than Carlos. So when Carlos proposed a plan for Gondam. No, it was when the Paladin project showed great interest, Bald Yamato Bald too also shined. The muscular man in front of him is over 7 feet tall, has a robust back and muscular muscle, and his eyes are full of vigor and decent. What's even better is that this person is the eldest son of Grand Duke Alex, Alterax's second in command, and has a better chance of becoming a wielder. The most amazing thing is this is hind person who yearns for the path of holy light. Free guinea pigs, slips, insults, pious belief is to become guineas. Hey what happened today? Pious belief is the key to the Paladin's baptismal plan. The two Bald and Bald looked at each other and reached a consensus. There should be a first place in the Holy Light Council. Many things, as long as the effort is in place and the right words are said in the right place, everything will come naturally. If Carlos licked his face and hung in front of Anduin Lothar and Alandus Faer, and set various conditions to become a paladin, Anduin Lothar and Alandus Faer would want it. I wonder what their motives and intentions are. You are so interested in things that they are not at all. This is a conspiracy. But now, a reasonable coincidence, a coincidence answer. This is Wang Ba looking at the mung bean, and both sides are pleasing to the eye. Therefore, after careful display and arrangement, one morning after 3 days of fasting, in Stratholm Cathedral, Alandas FAO personally performed the baptism of light for the 6 candidates. Drinking the tasteless holy water, the 6 individually dressed people sat on the thin cushions on the floor and waited patiently. Carlos has always been curious as to how the first-generation paladin came to be. The current situation reminded Carlos of the scene of Taoist Hung Jun's preaching in the legend of the previous life. What is the holy light? What is the path of the holy light? Have you thought about this? Alandas Fair suddenly asked. Why do I feel a little heavy on my eyelids? Ask your heart, what exactly is the path of light in which you believe? In short, Bishop Alandas Fair sweat has wet his bishop's robes. In these 2 prayers, Bishop Alandas Fair used his own power of light as an introduction. Under the blessing of the cathedral, he inspired the 6 people to drink the holy water and led the 6 people into a kind of self-reflection under meditation. State. When the ego resists the torture of the ID, it is successful, and it can naturally unleash the power of the holy light. Carlos felt sleepy and couldn't help but fall asleep. In the dream, memories of the past life flooded in, mixed with the experience of this life, repeatedly torturing Carlos. What exactly do you want? Ken. Beauty. Money. Improvement of personal strength. Each torture shakes Carlos's heart. I want all this. So what do you want most? What I want most is the safety of my family and the continuation of family affection. Who dares to stop me, I will destroy whoever. Aiden, the king of Alterac, appeared before him. He won't let you betray the alliance. Taranas Manethil appeared before him at the age of 20. He won't let you try the Barav family unfairly. The Death Knight Arthas appeared before him. Death is not the final destination, so die again. Archimond appeared before him. Mount Hyjal is your burial place. One enemy after another appeared in front of Carlos, and was ruthlessly defeated by Carlos. Not even Sargeras could stop Carlos's will. However, when the undead Alex, Giannis, Ilusha, Alex, and Wilton rushed to bite his flesh and blood, Carlos wept in his heart. He dropped the gun in his hand and hugged his family. Carlos will protect everyone. Eat when you're hungry. I won't let this happen. While Carlos was still asleep, the other 5 people slowly woke up from the meditative state. Justice! Uther yelled, and rising light filled his body, as if he were the messenger of light. Religious! Turaleon also woke up. Although he was not comparable to Uther in quantity, he was exceptionally pure. Force. Sedan de Throhan rose to his feet, his entire body exuding terrifying power, and holy light condensed into armor on him. Wisdom. The holy light in Tyrion Fording's body was as deep as the sea, and his face was filled with a sense of satisfaction that he could die at night. Sacrifice. Lavengard knelt on both knees and held the holy light in both hands, tears streaming down her face. Guardian. Under the gaze of the 5 forerunners, Carlo slowly opened his eyes, and the green holy light flashed with other people's dog eyes. Do my reading glasses fade? Alandas Fair removed his eyes and wiped them, then put them back on. Green holy light, my God, is this heresy or a miracle in the end? The priests who were lucky enough to observe were trapped in a state of logical chaos. Alandas Fair walked shakily in front of Carlos, shaking his left index finger deeply. Under the guidance of the holy light, Carlos also stretched out his left index finger, and slowly made a third type of contact with Alandas Fair. Holy! After feeling the light from Carlos, Alandas Fair yelled out loud. Chapter 71. The essence of 16 years has accumulated, and today it finally has a place to be used. In the dead of night, Carlos clicked on the attribute panel silently, and couldn't help but let down tears of joy. Name, Carlos Barav. Human race. Stats, Strength 21, Agility 18, Constitution 25, Mana 15, Spirit 27. Status, HP 460,460, Mana 150,150, Stamina 138,921,4658. Talent skills, General Language Specialization, Elven Advanced Level, Diplomatic Rhetoric Master Level, CCCTV 1 all year, Skill Level +1, Advanced Art, Close Combat Master, Elemental Training of Monk +2, Gladiator Training +1, Advanced Swordsmanship, Intermediate Ranged Weapons, Intermediate Magical Knowledge, Majesty +43, Barony +3, Heir to the Barav Family +2, Tall Physique +8, Glorious Deeds +16, Bloody Murder +4, Strength +14, Magic Pendant, Mother's Love +1, Regular Training +8. Blessing of Holy Light +2. Combat Class, Paladin. Life and Occupation, Noble Level 9 Gourmet Level 6. Equipment, Pendant, Magic Item, this pendant is poured with Mother's Love, Strong +1. Bony Godu Phantom Dancer, the two-handed greatsword forged by the Dwarven Forge Master Seedorf. Tempered Iron Felt, after Giannis Barav's second enchantment and cooldown and Archmage Square Brick, the texture of enchanting mithril. Epic Quality, Power Attack Resistance 5669, Sharpness +7, Armor Penetration +3, Stamina +4, Fire Resistance +3, Cold Absorption +1, Lightweight +2, Magic Damage +1. Permanent Enchantment, Powerful and Sharp. Special Effect, Shape Curing. Special Effect, Ice Shock. Special Effect, Phantom Remnants. Special Effect, Shape Curing. He can absorb the energy of the flame to repair the damaged blade. Special Effect, Ice Shock. While the Bony Godu Phantom Dancer has collected the flames, the deep sea gems installed at the end of the hilt can also store the power of cold. The secondary ice cone can be recharged in 48 hours, with a reserve of 1. The exclusive technical support provided by Grandmaster Brick, Bankruptcy Legal Skills, is reliable. Special Effect, Phantom Remnants. Bony Godu Phantom Dancer will generate residual sword shadows during the swing process. The charming effect is curated by Janice Barav. Silver-maned wolf leather iron-soled boots, select the best silver-maned wolf leather, excellent quality, comfort +3, warmth +2, sturdiness +1. Explorer Arm Guards Type V, exquisite and sturdy arm guards, upgraded by Archmage bricks and finally changed to chopped hand type, excellent quality, block +4, solidity +34, attack deflection +2, unarmed combat damage +3. Disposable experience points, 443,635. Glorious Deeds, his actions in defeating the elite template creatures only in South Blue are well known. As one of the top decision makers of the coalition forces, he has won the approval of the vast majority of soldiers. As a notorious troll executioner, his racist tendencies are widely known to allied soldiers. The skeleton pyramid outside of Alterac records your achievements. The perfect debut at the coming-of-age ceremony was shocking. Suspected of being murdered by 100 people, the Alterac girls are curious and terrified of you. Lord of the Knights of the Alterac Kings, you are no longer unknown in the circle of knights. Farina's new concubine, Lord Aaron, has many people who curse you behind their backs and long to be you. First generation Paladin, may the green light guide you forward. Someone admires you and organizes your comments in a book. Reputation, 10,300, his reputation spread throughout Lord Aaron. Carlos silently injected experience points into the Paladin's combat profession. 10,000 experience points. Unanswered. Another 50,000 experience. Nothing happened. Continue adding 40,000 experience points. Friendly reminder, you have a new understanding of the path of the Paladin. What the hell? Another 200,000 experience points. Friendly reminder, you have a new understanding of the path of the paladin. Put all the remaining experience into it in one effort. To be continue. Carlos got out of bed with a tent. Holy light, dirty, this is the system, right? The angry words were accompanied by the vitality bullet clenched in his fists, and Carlos hit the load-bearing wall inside the house with a single punch. The subordinates heard the loud noise and rushed to protect their disheveled young master, only to find that Carlos was standing impeccably among the ruins, and the circular shield made of crystal green glitter was particularly clear under the dust. Experience points really increase experience. It's silly to think that it will increase the level of the paladin and increase the attributes of me. Carlos suddenly remembered a famous saying, when you don't know what expression to make, just smile. So he did. Brother, what's wrong? Scared stupid. Ilusha didn't dare run out in her pajamas, so she arrived later than the others. Carlos kept a bitter smile, dispelled the shield of light and hugged Ilusha. It's awful. Carlos adjusted her direction, making Ilusha turn her back to the crowd, using her eyes to signal the others to leave, without having her sight. Oh. Go on guard patrol and see if there are any assassins around. So Todd can become Carlos's butler, because he is more conspicuous than ordinary people, master, see. I wear so little, what should I do if I catch a cold? Go to my room and rest first. Ilusha is still checking if her brother is hurt. Ahem, old lady, let the old master come to me. Brick can't take it anymore and talks. Yeah, Uncle Brick is safer with you. Ilusha nodded her head. At this time, she also found out that Carlos was holding her back like this, which was a bit wrong. But driving away the scared brother didn't seem to be very good, and he felt embarrassed for a while. Young master, there are no signs around. Brother Bald probed and returned to report. Okay sis, go back to sleep, girls who stay up late are not good for your skin. After eating enough tofu, Carlos convinced his sister Ilusha about him. Uncle Brick, what do you mean? Carlos asked embarrassed. Master, some things cannot be picked up if they are lost. Uncle Brick said seriously. Crazy old thing. Carlos took a bite. Hey. The old man kindly reminded the young master to hurry up and take out the sword. Where did you think of it? Uncle Brick's acting skills are a bit exaggerated at this time, and author Kun can only score 9 and 5. This old thing. Carlos digs boni gato. The phantom dancer is gone. The owner of the Hotel Laurel did not understand the situation, so he had to step aside and, by the way, waived Carlos's 5-day lodging fee. Carlos was embarrassed. Hearing Bishop Alandus Fair's call, he hurried out. Sir Anjuin Lothar had something to do, and he led to Raleon to return to Lord Aaron City first, and all the remaining first-generation paladins were present. Although I don't know how much potential the new profession of paladins has, it's hard to tap into this potential just by relying on the 5 of you. Therefore, I decided to form an apostolic knight group consisting of paladins, which belongs to Stradholm Cathedral. The Lord of the city and the members of the city council agreed to provide funds to maintain the functioning of the knights. However, restrictions were proposed so that this new knight composed of paladins could not exceed the size of 150 people. Alandus Fao smiled slightly, although there are only a few of you at the moment, I am full of confidence in it. I thought of the name, it's called the Silver Hand. Alandus Fair's wrinkled face smiled warmly like an angel. Chapter 72 DK is too strong, let's cut FS. In February of the new year, before the snows of Hosmodan had receded, the dwarves came under fierce attack by the horde. At the most critical moment, Magna Bronzebeard even walked forward personally. Under the counter-impact of the strongest Hill King led by the Room's secret guards, the fortresses and strongholds were lost and recovered. But when Magna asked the dwarf allies for reinforcements, he was turned away by the dwarves. The dwarves sent a group of scholars, willing to provide the dwarves and the Alliance with the latest drawings of steam tanks and producing engines for free, but were unwilling to provide any military support. By mid-June, the gate of Dan Ogaz had fallen, the dwarves trapped Iron Forge, the orcs marched into the wetlands, and the cloud of war engulfed half the eastern kingdom. At the end of the formation of the Silver Hand, Turalion also returned to Stradholm under the command of Anduin Lothar. Originally, the 5 first-generation paladins were all outstanding among their peers. Soon, they developed many methods of applying the holy light. And Carlos, a guy who has a special understanding of the holy light, sped up the process, and even Uther respectfully called Carlos his mentor on the path of the paladin. What is the difference between a paladin and a priest? Excluding the factor of being able to fight, the biggest difference is that the priest converts the mana into the power of the holy light through prayer, which means that the priest who can obtain the response of the holy light has the potential of a magician. The paladin condenses his beliefs into the holy light through the baptism ceremony. In popular terms, I am the holy light. Without a conversion process, the paladin's holy light capacity is greater, the application method is more varied, and the power is stronger. However, it's worth noting that not all priests who can use holy light can successfully transfer into paladin. When faced with soul torture, many people cry and shout that I am guilty. Of the nearly 1,000 priests in Stradholm, only 46 members have successfully transferred to the paladin. Later, the restrictions were relaxed, and the strong soldiers and volunteers among the warriors were also allowed to try. Anyway, there are already over 50 paladins, without Alandusfa's own hands. The result was even worse. Among the more than 7,000 tested, only 55 successfully passed the test baptism, which was not as good as the pastors in proportion. The most painful thing for Carlos is that under his hands, there are also 2 people who have completed the trial baptism, but the light of those 2 guys is also pure and flawless, only his own light is special. Turalion has a habit of giving people nicknames, such as Uther's title Lightbringer, which comes from Turalion's mouth. Turalion, who had been absent from paladin training for several months, was very grateful to Carlos for his selfless help. He said that Carlos was a giant in the way of the paladin. Along with the unique green light, the Hulk title deserved. The young man was then severely beaten by Carlos on behalf of the competition. You are the Hulk, and your whole family is hospitable. The holy light has an incredibly powerful effect on life force and wound healing. Almost all of the paladins felt stronger to varying degrees after being transferred. The training that is very dangerous for ordinary soldiers is a problem that can be solved with holy light for the paladin. So all the paladin training looks crazy and deadly to outsiders. In less than half a year, even several female paladins in the newly built Knights of the Silver Hand had the ability to cast Stradholm soldiers. You know, these good girls who were shepherds are weak women who don't even dare to kill chickens. Now they can't get enough of eating without 2 beef cats. Also, the body will not lose shape due to high-intensity training, but the skin will become brighter and brighter. Many ladies have been pestering Alandusfair throughout the day, hoping to exchange the holy donation for the secret recipe, leaving the Archbishop dumbstruck. After completing the formation of the Silver Hand, Alandusfair entrusted Uther to temporarily assume the responsibility of the administrator, cooperate with Turalion's work, and lead the knights to follow Anduin Lothar's rule. Because Carlos was a High Knight of the Alterac Knights, when he made a request to act alone, he got permission without a problem. Carlos, everyone values you so much, why do you want to leave right now? Ilusha asked her brother in a perplexed manner. Of course it is for you. But Carlos knew that by saying that, his sister would get angry instead of him. First we have to go to the Violet Castle. Carlos explained, Dalaran's current neutral attitude is stupid, so someone must pay for Dalaran's stupidity. Unfortunately, your brother wants to be taken advantage of. Master, don't say you're so cool, don't you just want to hire a few more magicians as thugs? Unceremoniously knocked down brick. That's right, that's good, I also want to see the great magic kingdom. Ilusha accepted her brother's explanation and turned into a smile. Todd, you take the staff back to Guy Erdlin and give this letter to my father. Carlos arranged follow-up issues. Yes, when you leave, give the boss more money. My service to the Hotel Laurel is still very satisfied. Todd took his orders in despair, secretly regretting that the young master's path to peerage is still very long, and it will be a disadvantage if he is so disciplined. Brother Bald, please contact Master Dan Dima and Mr. Dufang. By the way, recruit a group of good players. I need to have enough eyes and fangs in the shadows. You can safely tell them that the Barav family does not have bad money. Brother Bale gladly took the order and left the room. Uncle Brick, open the door, let's walk. Carlos looked like a guy. Prodigal things, do you know how much it costs to locate Violet? Uncle Brick seemed resentful. Do you want to go out? Carlos did not understand what the Brick was angry with and was stunned. Yes, I don't need to pay. Brick suddenly reacted, and the cast contacted the magician on duty at the reception desk of the outer town in Violet Castle, and opened a stable magic portal through two-way positioning. Going through the portal, you will reach the central city of the Dalaran Kingdom, the Violet Castle. Some distinguished guests, are you still satisfied with this delivery service? Please rate this service. The Wizard Tower staff handed a small card to Carlos, who was walking in the front. Hey, Carlos has an inexplicable sense of sight. This is new, and he left when he was most satisfied. Thank you for your evaluation. This broadcast lasted 27 seconds. Please pay 270 gold coins. If you have a membership card, you can get a 25% discount. The staff said in a pleasant tone. I am the son of Janice Barav. Carlos's face turned green. Please wait a moment, let me check. I found it. Janice is a senior member. Children in the family enjoy a discount of up to 30%, a total of 189 gold coins. Which method do you use to pay? The staff laughed. It's more splendid. Thank you for giving me the card just now. Carlos demanded. Although it was unknown, the staff did. Evaluation, a piece of shit suggestion for improvement, NMB. After modifying the evaluation card, Carlos still honestly gave the money. Uncle Brick, remember to remember me next time. Carlos said coldly. You don't need to remember me, you will remember it for a lifetime. Uncle Brick's expression was also cold. Violet Logistics, Black Life. Starting point of the Chinese website www.chidion.com welcomes readers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serials are at the starting point. Chapter 73, Dalen Proudmoore is a pure man. In terms of status, it is impossible for Carlos to enjoy special treatment if he wants to meet Archmage Antonidas. But there was Uncle Brick of his, plus the name of Giannis. 3 hours later, Carlos and Ilusha met the ruler of Dalaran, the Archmage's Archmage, Antonidas. Are you the son of Alex Barav and my lovely little sister Janice? It seems you haven't inherited your mother's magical talents. Look at this striking tendon. In his office, Antonidas raised his eyebrows and looked at Carlos, then stopped in front of Ilusha. Oh sweetie, remember Uncle Anthony Das, when you were 1 year old, Janice brought you to Dalaran to visit me, remember? You were so little at the time, and you're already so big in the blink of an eye. Look. Look this long dark hair. It looks like Giannis when you were a boy. I heard that you have also entered the Hall of Magic. Are you interested in learning the way of magic with Uncle Anton Danis? Come, take this good little gift. Involuntarily speaking, Antonidas took out a staff from the muff through the dimension and put it into Ilusha, and looked at Ilusha with a gentle and kind look with a caring face, as if he had seen his lost youth in Ilusha. What does this old man mean? Carlos had originally planned to leave Ilusha in Dalaran to continue studying, and worshipping under Antonidas was a better option. But the meeting is not as famous as it is. Although in Alex's drunken bragging, he often puts down the famous Archmage, Carlos still has a good view of Antonidas, but now. This serious difference in treatment meant that Carlos couldn't help but speculate about the extent of the continuing love triangle that year. Well, cough, sir, please pay attention to your image. Uncle Brick couldn't take it and reminded him. Oh, isn't this a brick? Anton Danis seemed to have discovered that there were other people. Your Excellency, why did you continue nonsense? My name is. Uncle Brick tried his best, but still did not say his name. Shut up. I've never seen such a shameless person. He introduced Giannis to him and used his authority to reduce or forgive his debts. As a result, did you connect with the men of the Barav family? Are you worthy of what I sent you? Expectations. Antonidas accused with a pained look. Uncle Brick, is the Archmage all this sort of thing? How do you feel Dalaran is going to end? Carlos was struck down by reality, and he didn't know how to restore his opinion of the Archmage. Your mother was raised by the president with one hand. Brick did not know how to restore the image of the president. Fortunately, there were no other people in the room, otherwise the Kiran Tor picture would have ended. The younger sister who grew up as a girlfriend and daughter was taken away by Sharan Huang Barav. No wonder Antonidas was such a blunder, and Carlos really felt that he understood the teacher's blunder. So the plan must be changed. Ilusha must not stay in Dalaran, at least not with Antonidas. This Jordan staff is a good thing that I won when I bet with an old friend. For beginners, it is not worthy of an artifact. Look here, look here. Interrupting Antonidas's harassment of Ilusha, Carlos approached Antonidas with a very oppressive height. Your Excellency, let's talk business. Carlos said. Cut talk. Antonidas snapped his fingers, and the magic teapot and cups automatically completed the hospitality work, and then Antonidas sat in his place. I don't know what His Excellency the Archmage thinks of the impending orc invasion. Carlos also sat down, looking at the owner of the room. It stands to reason that you are not qualified to speak with me about this. But I can tell you that it is the general resolution of the Kiran Tor Council, not the unilateral decision made by me as a speaker. Although in terms of magical achievements, I am known throughout the world for defensive spells, in fact, strategically, I'm more inclined to quell the threat in the cradle. When Antonidas got serious, he had a unique charm that made people feel that he was trustworthy and trustworthy. People. The orcs have countless warlocks and shamans, and now there are less than 200 magicians sent by the Alliance. Speaker, you know what this means. Carlos could not imagine the tragedy of the soldiers falling under the shadow and the thunder. Did you know that Dalaran has provided 500,000 gold coins for the Alliance in less than a year? This is not what you can compare to playing hide and seek with trolls inside. If I go my way, then I can only take myself and my apprentices to the battlefield in person, and what the new speaker will provide for the Alliance, who knows? Damn, what am I talking about with a child? Anton Danis laughed to himself. Laughter. A single word completely changed Carlos's vision of Anton Danis. Indeed, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and no one lives comfortably. Your Excellency, may I make 2 voluntary requests? Carlos asked. For the sake of Gianna's cuteness, let's talk, but don't go too far. Antonidas seemed a little impatient. First, I want to recruit some reliable and experienced magicians to serve me. As a warrior, I will fight at the forefront of defending the human realm. Carlos said sincerely. I'll order the people below to make it easier for you. Specifically, you can let the party boss do it. You're dead, and Janice will be sad. Antonidas agreed. Uncle Brick was completely desperate. Secondly, I hope I can say that Sister Ilusha stayed in Dalaran to study. Carlos suggested. This is good. Antonidas was full of energy. No, I mean this is a good idea. Giannis has slacked off on the road to magic. The two bricks are not a good teacher, you are like that. It will bury Ilusha's cute talent. Antonidas chanted a spell, and there was a dazzling light on Ilusha. Look at this magical aura, how dazzling. None of you have discovered how outstanding Ilusha's talent is in the way of magic. Antonidas seemed fascinated. Really? I'm great. Ilusha felt that what happened today was not very real. No one had told her that you were so good, and she Ilusha couldn't believe it. Miss, do you think I'll teach me mediocre magical knowledge? Archmage is proud of himself. Uncle Brick praised him openly and secretly, Ilusha said with a smile. But what worries me the most is your nice, cute old thing with your mouth open. In the end, Carlos decided to believe in Antonidas's character and gave the decision to Ilusha himself. You can make your own decision without arguing with your father and mother, okay? Although she was touched, Ilusha hesitated. Don't worry, they are all adults. What are you afraid of? I will help you persuade your father. Carlos signed the ticket. My mother, then. Ilusha was a bit happily stupid, but Carlos looked at her without answering. When I didn't ask, my father will ask you, my good brother. While accompanying Ilusha for a walk in the Violet Castle business district, an episode occurred. In a pastry shop, a girl hit Carlos and he fell to the ground. Jaina, don't run so fast. Fana, go help my sister up. A very charming high elf apologized to Carlos, I'm so sorry, please forgive the boy's liveliness, I am Nilvelu. Golden Sword. Golden Sword, it's a rare last name. Jaina, it's a good name. I have an old friend, Uncle Dalen, and a daughter of this age named Jaina. Carlos smiled and said it didn't matter, so he tried it. Uncle, do you know my father? Young Jaina looked at her older uncle curiously. I want to call you brother. Carlos ran beyond 10,000 horses. Dalen Proudmore, you are a real man. Chapter 74, on the correct way to scroll the keyboard. Although there are many black Jainas of all kinds, Carlos couldn't help but admire, Loli the blonde is really beautiful in the world. Using the convenience of his identity, Carlos could easily derive words from Nelvla Golden Sword. Because Jaina Proudmore displayed excellent magical talent at the age of 6, Antonidas agreed to personally test Jaina Proudmore's magical aptitude and decide whether Jaina Proudmore is suitable for the Dalaran Genius Magic Children's Special Act. At Dalen Proudmore's request, Nilvela Golden Sword will take care of her old friend's son during Jaina's participation in the Dalaran trial. However, Nilvela Golden Sword's daughter, Fena Golden Sword, was only politely friendly to Jaina Proudmore. Ignoring Jaina's various cutenesses to please, the 10-year-old Golden Sword Fena seemed like a stranger. Uncle Dalen, you are so fierce, Kultiras is also a developed country anyway, can the Proudmore family really find someone to take care of Jaina? Let her mistress help you raise her daughter, and let her illegitimate daughter and her relatives develop relationships from an early age. You are the Marine Admiral. Are you really afraid of Niceboat? Carlos couldn't help but admire Fenajinjian's sharp sixth sense, the true love of life, and staying away from the Virgin is the enduring path. Knowing that she was going to separate, Ilusha showed her lack of will to her brother Carlos. In the 2 days of playing time, Carlos fully appreciates the charm of the magical kingdom. All kinds of magical creations that are close to science fiction, make people feel like they are in a fairy tale. However, when Fangxuan contacted the staff and informed Carlos that he was preparing for a meeting, Carlos was excited to find out that he had finally come across the legendary face-slapping plot, so excited that he couldn't help himself. Your Lord Carlos of the Barav family, please forgive me for not being invited. An older magician named Fox Hewlin came uninvited. Although I have no right to interfere with the decisions of my brother and colleagues, I still hope that everyone can carefully consider it again. Life is only once for all. As a noble mage, time is extremely precious. A mage should how? Spend your life? When you look back on the past, you will not regret wasting your years, nor will you be ashamed of your inaction. When you are dying, you can say, all my life and all my energy are dedicated to the most magnificent cause of the world. Exploring the mystery of magic and the true meaning of the universe. Fox Hulin's passionate speech caused the magicians present to start talking in low voices. Where did this silly lack come from? Carlos asked the brick in a low voice. The brother of my good friend is Ax Hulin, a patient deeply poisoned with the theory of wizard supremacy. Fang Xuan responded. The speech continued. I also deeply sympathize with the tragic experience of Stormwind's friends. But don't forget that we have paid 4 additional special war taxes. I also hate the upcoming barbarians, but don't forget, the mage must not change from a noble investigator to an executioner with blood on his hands. We are in the laboratory, in the ruins, on the magician's stage. There are too many places where we can contribute more. Why should we put on his energy was spent on wanton killing? Fox Hulin's words caused many people to nod slightly. Master, doesn't he say something? Don't let Fox Hulin spoil things. Many magicians are looking at the face of President Antonidas, and his attitude is not firm. Brick whispered. Carlos. Carlos nodded to indicate that he knew, and then left. Life is precious, love is more expensive. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. When the freedom of magicians is threatened, how does this Master Fox Hulin prepare to respond? Carlos racked his brains with his voice. Come to the place of the city with a short poem that does not suit the scene. I'm just a high-level magician, and I can't be called a master at the moment. Fox Hulin bowed down to greet Carlos like a baron, but he was very arrogant, but he couldn't call me master just yet. I sincerely ask Fox Hulin Senior Mage, what do you use to defend the freedom of Dalaran, the freedom of all magicians, the freedom of investigation, the freedom to breathe, and the freedom to live? Carlos's words became slower and slower. At the more deduction, the bigger it is. Baron Carlos, please don't be alarmist. Dalaran's magical defense is indestructible. Fox Hulin, who was short-term, said awkward words, and Carlos grabbed his sore foot. Oh? The magic defense is indestructible? The high-level magician, are you serious? Carlos opened the provocative mode. God, you should catch Fox Hulin Guang's sore foot in Dalaran and accuse him of ignoring the overall situation. What kind of debate is this? What kind of questioning is that? Uncle Brick rubbed his forehead speechlessly. Oh, Lord Carlos should be a warrior. Don't you think sword soldiers can fight against the power of magic? Fox Hulin's speech made Uncle Brick perk up again. What kind of answer is this? Whether the two parties will discuss the matter. That? Correct a bit. I am now a paladin, a warrior of the holy light. Carlos continued joking with words. Oh, it's really interesting to save the dead and heal the injured. Fox Hulin faced. You seem to be very confident in the defensive ability of magic. Carlos Cacozu's left mouth was about to reach the base of his ears, his expression mocking ultimate. At least with your weapon, it will never be possible to break through my magical defense. Fox Hulin accidentally set flag. Okay, let's try it. Is 20 seconds of setup time and 30 yards enough for you? Carlos said as he backed up 30 yards, he took out the Phantom Dancer and established his stance. What is the situation? Fox Hulin was caught up and down in the air. Your Excellency Fox Hulin, can you start the timer? Stopping Yazax Hulin that he wanted to help his brother in the field, Uncle Brick was on the sidelines. There was no way, this situation was overwhelming, and Fox Hulin had to challenge. Fox Hulin was still very capable. In just 15 seconds, 3 full layers of mana shields were built. With 5 seconds remaining, Foxhulin released an inexplicable magic ball around him. Of course, in order to hit the opponent's more handsome half, Carlos waited for Foxhulin to launch the Ice Shield technique in overtime before starting his action. After running, the crystalline emerald light condenses into wings of light behind him. The power of Holy Rage is infused into the blade made of enchanted mithril, and it reacts with the power of ice contained within it, and the entire blade displays a golden darkness. Light. X. Curry stick. Roaring a battle cry that no one can understand, Carlos jumped high and crashed. After the huge shock impact, everyone found Carlos kneeling on one knee with the sword in his left hand, the ghost warrior stuck directly on the ground, and the huge palm of his right hand covered Foxhulin's face. Foxhulin lay on the ground. Below him is a cracked stone floor. Removing their palms, everyone present heard Foxhulin's heavy and hurried gasps, and they were relieved. Everyone, even a character like me, is terrified of the coming orc army. What are you doing to protect the safety of the people around you? Carlos dissipated the wings of light behind him, and the bright light turned into stars in the sky. Indescribable and elegant. Chapter 75, I am using money for your time. When the alliance was preparing for war, the tribe did not stop its expansion. Gul'dan fell into a deep sleep from the violent shock caused by Medeva's death when he was connected to Sargeras's soul in Medeva's body. When Orgrim besieged Ironforge, the first orc warlock was finally fully awakened. When Gul'dan learned that his men had been eliminated, Gul'dan's choice of current affairs surrendered to the young Warcraft Orgrim, and he offered many helpful suggestions. 2 of the most critical are continuing north and recruiting more ogres to join the tribe. Seeing that Orgrim had signs of death with the dwarf, Gul'dan's candid and heartfelt words persuaded the Warcraft. After discussion with his generals, Orgrim decided to continue laying siege to Ironforge, and the main force headed north to breach the gate, using the Dragonmaw clan as a vanguard and planting the tribe's battle flag in the wetland. The arrival of the ogre army, on the one hand, eased the potential hidden dangers behind Draenor, on the other hand, it also strengthened the tribe's military strength. When Orgrim was satisfied with Gul'dan's reform, Gugal had established a spiritual connection with his old master. Master Gul'dan, in your sleep the Shadow Council suffered a great blow. Orgrim has removed your power from the Shadow Moon clan, and Nazul is watching from the sidelines. It doesn't matter, Gurga, since I am the Shadow Council, Orgrim's failure to kill me is the biggest mistake. But I have to admit that Orgrim has done much better than the black-handed fool, and I think so seriously. More later, I found out that giving him some help was helpful to our cause. Master Gul'dan, what should we do next? We are temporarily one with Orgrim's tribe. First help the orcs defeat the enemies along the way. We have time to find clues about the Great Master. Yes, Master Gul'dan, your wise decision. After cutting off telepathic communication with Gul'dan, Gulal's 2 heads began to argue. Why surrender to Gul'dan? He is alone now. Because orcs are much more powerful than ogres. Put Gul'dan away, we may as well find the true master. Leaving Gul'dan, we have no place in the horde, Orgrim does not believe us. Ogres are the true masters of Draenor. Come on, we're just poor persistent worms now, the orcs can crush us all if they want. One day they will regret it. Ogres are better suited to withstand the power of their masters than orcs. First we have to prove ourselves before the true teacher. Gul'dan did not know that his loyal subordinates had been misbehaving for a long time, but after the tribal army attacked Manethal's port several times to no avail, the sage among the orcs discovered a serious problem. Orgrim, the great chief of the horde, how are you going to cross the strait to attack Lord Aaron in the north? The humans are already fully prepared in the strait. At the phantom place of Saldar Bridge, we have a quantitative advantage. No makes sense. Gul'dan deliberately angered Orgrim. So you have good ideas. Orgrim grew calmer in the more than a year of battle, unperturbed by Gul'dan's cynicism. In shipbuilding, we cross the human defense line from the sea and attack its interior directly. Gul'dan spoke the thoughts of him. Let me think about it. Orgrim thought that this was also a feasible way. When the horde stormed Thrall's bridge to no avail, Orgrim finally remembered Gul'dan's proposal. I have to say that my chief, the wise Orgrim, killing my warlock is a great loss for the tribe. If they are still there, it will not be difficult to break the bridge guarded by humans and dwarves. Gul'dan Sensen smiled. So you see, you make me the next puppet. Orgrim sneered. There's no point in saying this now. I have a special formula in hand. The black potion can stick wood firmly, allowing us to build enough ships at the fastest speed. At the same time, I recommend using useless gold and jewels to buy desperate, human pirates. This way, in 4 to 6 months, we will have enough power to land across the sea. Gul'dan may have bad motives, but his views are very pertinent. This matter is left to you. You can spend half of the loot captured by breaking Stormwind. But if his work does not show the corresponding value, then the punishment will be inevitable. Orgrim enjoyed it very much. He commands the feeling of Gul'dan. Of course, my boss, everything is for the horde. Gul'dan walked away from Orgrim's camp. While the orcs were actively preparing, the Dragonmaw clan was nervously busy at an excavation site in the Grimbatol area. In places that the orcs could not observe, Nefarian, by order of his father Neldharion, escorted the Dragonmaw orc clan. After using magic to confuse the third Wild Hammer dwarf's patrol, Nefarian finally realized something was wrong and couldn't help but laugh. Chromie, do you dare come out and fight me? Put away your boring little tricks. The great Black Dragon King is seeing all this and wants to destroy Neldharion's plan, and get past Nefarian to me first. Shut it down. Nefarian was so happy that he finally let Chromie collapse, even though there was a shadow of his father behind him. And Chromie just did a little test, even if it fails there's nothing. It is just a small bronze dragon, and the opponent is the guardian of the land, Nizario, the king of the Black Dragon. He's not a heavyweight opponent, and he's not ashamed to run away. Chromie took out a small black notebook, turned to the Nefarian page, wrote the sentence, if a villain is mad, he ran away before Nizario noticed. Away from the attention of the Black Dragon King Neldharion, Chromie cast a spell on a certain mountain on the surface complex side of Namarigan, took out a small flask, and drank. The dwarf is Chromie's favorite race, warm, lively, friendly, intelligent, loves life and loves peace. So the most commonly used incarnation of Chromie is the dwarf. But for the impending disaster, Chromie has searched countless timelines for a solution, but found nothing. No matter what she does, disasters will happen in advance or they will be magnified. The key to solving the disaster can never be found. Chromie, who has witnessed this disaster countless times, even did not dare to rescue the fleeing gnomes in the main time and space, because she was afraid that things would get worse. At 11:42 a.m., a large explosion sounded on schedule. Radiation-exposed dwarfs screamed frantically, all emergency passages opened, warning lights and sirens raced across the night sky, and the worst disaster in dwarven history occurred. To all the friends who have never met before, Chromie lowered the spout of the hip flask and the biting night breeze blew the wine away. She didn't know if the corner of Chromie's eyes were tears or splattered hops. No matter how many times, it still hurts. It is really difficult to change the future. Chapter 76, A friend from far away invites you for a drink. The wonderful technological city of Namarigan in Dunmarok has been the main city of dwarves for generations. But the gnomes accidentally opened a forbidden door during the excavation. The evil enhanced stone palette invaded many areas of Dunmarok, including the main city of the gnomes. To get rid of the encroaching stone palette, the master craftsman Mechatork built many emergency radiation water tanks in the city, intending to put up a desperate fight when the situation deteriorated beyond repair. But Mekhatarch's once trusted advisor, MacNeil Thermopurug, betrayed his people and engineered the invasion. MacNeil Thermoplug distorted the orders of Master Craftsman Mekhatarch after some inexplicable madness. MacNeil Thermoprager not only opened all the emergency radiation tanks, but also opened all the isolation doors. This cunning machine took advantage of the loopholes to seriously injure the unprepared residents of Namarigan. The dwarf is also looking for ways to avoid the radiation while he waits for the stone pallet to die or escape. Unfortunately, although the stone pallet became toxic after being irradiated, his attacks didn't stop, nor did it weaken in the slightest. Those dwarves who were not killed by the radiation were forced to flee. As MacNeil Thermoplug stole enough control authority in a series of operations, Namarigan's high-tech mechanical creations rioted, indiscriminate attacks causing able-bodied gnomes to lose their homeland entirely. Control. And MacNeil Thermoplug continues to plot his dark plan and become the new tech lord of the city. Learning of Namarigan's great changes, Magna planned a mighty counterattack, breaking through the orc blockade, leading the starving and cold dwarf allies back to Ironforge, and preparing hot food and ale to entertain these honorable friends. Mekhatarch, bad boy, why don't you ask me for help? The bronzebeard dwarf will help you. Seeing the tragic appearance of the survivors, Magna asked the master craftsman Mekhatarch out loud. It was my order, I ruined everything, MacNeil Thermoplug, the traitor. Mekhatarch, the dwarven leader, cried in front of Magna like a child. Crying and crying. Hey, don't do that, my friend, you saved so many lives. Everyone is looking at you. The leader must look like a leader, don't cry. Magna is not good at persuading others. After a while, Mekhatarch stopped sobbing. Thank you for providing selfless assistance when the dwarf was most critical. Mekhatarch thanked Magna. If you don't use my robe to blow your nose, I'll believe your sincerity. Magna stared at the sky speechlessly, wrapping Mekhatarch's shoulders in a very awkward posture. Now let's get something to eat. Have some more wine, you need to relax. The gnomes who made their homes in Ironforge held a town meeting and elected Mekhatarch as the king of the gnomes, but Mekhatarch refused. Mekhatarch is just a sinner looking forward to atonement, and he is not qualified to be a king. Claiming to be just a useless craftsman, Mekhatarch fulfills his duties as a leader, but refuses to enjoy the treatment of a leader. The Namarigan tragedy is a master craftsman's nightmare in his life. And far to the north, in the Hillbrad foothills, Anduin Lothar was sincerely pleased with Kadger's arrival. What do you think of them? Lothar gestured at the paladins who were training. Kadger frowned. I suspect they are of limited use to us, he said after a while. Oh, why? Anduin Lothar hoped to get advice from Kadger. They don't have enough time to prepare. The magician explained. We expect the horde to come to Lord Aaron in a few weeks or less. None of them have experienced warfare as a paladin. Of course, I don't doubt they can fight, but we have enough fighters. If the Archbishop wants them to perform a miracle, I'm afraid that you might be disappointed. Anduin Lothar couldn't help but nod. I agree, he admitted, but the FAO has a lot of trust in them, maybe we should join in too. Suddenly he laughed. We assume they're ready, what do you think of them? Uther is very dangerous to the horde, there is no question about that. Kadger replied, but I don't think he can lead anyone but the paladin. His faith is too strong. Many soldiers may not be able to stand him. Lothar nodded and motioned for his companion to continue. The same is true for Seddon and Tyrion. Seddon is a warrior first, and Tyrion is a knight, but they also have faith. This may make them hesitate to implement some strategic plans. The added comments were spot on. Lothar smiled and said, what about Turalion? This is the worst faith among them, but also the strongest in my eyes. Kadger admitted with a smile. He was trained to be a priest and a faithful follower of the church, but he didn't have the dazzling enthusiasm of the others. And he has more wisdom. Totally agree. The young man also impressed Lothar. Turalion is an absolute tactical leader. He can calmly analyze any difficult battle situation. He is not afraid to give up his life and fight at critical moments. He does not lose any hope. This is Turalion's best weapon. Anduin Lothar, sensing Turalion's features, deliberately promoted his deputy, because Turalion closely resembled himself when he was young. What about our Baron Carlos Barav? Lothar continued to ask. Although he hid it well, he was still too immature. There was a huge shadow in his heart. But his actions were firm and incomprehensible. Kadger was also a bit confused. Originally, according to his status, he can lie in his subordinate's grade book and mix up his merits. But from the fact that he is the kind of hard-working guy who uses his words and deeds to drive his subordinates, it's hard to judge. Kadger shook his head. There are too many contradictions in Ross's body that he can't understand. I don't think as much as you, but there is one thing that makes me unable to decide. Anduin Lothar said. What is it? Kadger asked. His identity. Carlos has the first right to inherit the Alterac kingdom. I can't use him as a command to other subordinates, even if he is an excellent fighter. Anduin Lothar hesitated for a moment, feeling good. Kadger revealed that there was nothing wrong with his heart. If His Majesty King Aiden has an accident and Carlos is killed due to my tactical arrangements, I will suffer the crime of killing a king. Lothar was really stunned. This is a pain in the ass. Fortunately, the commander-in-chief of the alliance is not me. Carlos sarcastically lampooned Lothar and turned to leave. Where are you going? Anduin Lothar asked casually. Go and meet the group of magicians of the Baron in question and meet with colleagues. Kadger responded. Chapter 77, After making this cup, there are 3 more cups. When the Zula head Warkif of the Dragonmaw clan surrendered to the mighty power of Neldharion, the Black Dragon King, Grimbatol, the troubled homeland, was destined to no longer belong to the wild-hammer dwarves. Facing the pressure of the Horde's orcs and ogre army, the wild-hammer dwarves who clung to Grimbatol finally found themselves alone and helpless. Falstad eventually persuaded most of the lords, and the stubborn wild-hammer dwarves finally decided to migrate to Eagle's Nest Mountain in the north interior. And Nekra's Skullcrusher, these are the minions of Zulahide, the chosen person of the fallen guardian Nizario, under the strategy and power of the Black Dragon King, has completed an epic feat. Using the demon soul of the holy tool, Necro's Skullcrusher enslaved the entire Queen of the Red Dragons, the Oathbinder who protected the life of one of the 5 great dragons, Alexstrasza. Alexstrasza, the dragon that guards life, a beautiful and powerful queen. In order to imprison the Red Dragon Queen in Grimbatol, abandoned by the wild-hammer dwarves, Necra's Skullcrusher even ordered the demolition of the city gates to transport Alexstrasza to the castle. Neldharion, your folly will eventually ruin you. It is still too late to look back. Alexstrasza, who was bound by the demon soul, looked at Neldharion's human form and couldn't help but utter resentment. Sad crying. Crazy? No, I have never been so sensible, Alexstrasza. If you lower your head and listen to the truth of the world, you will understand my anger and pain. Although Nizario maintains the form of an orc, he has the best expecting human aristocratic manner. He gracefully bowed to his old friend. Damn, you've actually been brainwashed by your prisoners, you're completely insane. Alexstrasza smelled the breath of the old gods from the triumphant Nizario. I shouldn't please you, Nizario. It was my biggest mistake to stop Maligus from taking revenge on you. You've been completely enslaved by those disgusting tentacles and big eyeballs. The Red Dragon Queen who knows the truth. Sad and outraged, but the body suppressed by the demon soul could not move. The mere communication of words had already exhausted Alexstrasza. No, 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 I don't trust the ancient gods, but the enemy's words sometimes make sense. Only by looking at the world from different angles can you see yourself clearly. Titans, ancient people, and even our giants. Which one is the meaning of the dragon itself? After witnessing the fall, anti-sensitivity, of the creator Sargeras, I felt confused. After thinking about it, I began to ponder the meaning of life, and you are part of my great practice. Welcome to join to this great plan. It belongs to Neldharian's plan. The Black Dragon King's manners are impeccable, but the madness in his words surprised Alexstrasza. You will not succeed, Nozdormu will stop you. The Red Dragon Queen threatened. I'm looking forward to it. Nezario finished speaking and turned to leave. In Lord Aeron across the sea from the wetland, Anduin Lothar stands in a command tent south of Lord Aeron, not far from the city of South Blue, where refugees from the Kingdom of Stormwinds first landed. Lothar chose to stay here because this place is centrally located and he can quickly go to any corner of Lord Aeron by boat. Some of the Alliance troops are training and resting in a planned manner outside. He gathered at a table with the kings of Lord Aeron and various aides he had selected, looking at a map placed on it. Lothar chose Uther as his liaison to the Silver Hand and the Church. Kadger served as his liaison to the Wizard and his most targeted advisor, Proudmoore led the navy, and the young Turalion was appointed deputy commander. The young man left a deep impression on him and Kadger. Although he still treated Lothar as some kind of legend, his intelligence, loyalty, and diligence showed through. Lothar was sure that this young man would be very good. He was growing rapidly, not to mention that he couldn't think of anyone else who would be qualified to serve as his deputy. Turalion was obviously not used to taking on such heavy responsibilities. Lothar had reminded him not to poke the map absently, unless he didn't use a knife. The Wild Hammer dwarves to the north brought the latest developments from the tribe, and the Kultiras Marine brought disturbing news. The pirates who saw the open money might have been bought by the tribe. His intelligence, loyalty, and diligence showed. Lothar was sure that this young man would be very good. He was growing up rapidly, not to mention that he couldn't think of anyone else who would be qualified to serve as his deputy. Turalion was obviously not used to taking on such heavy responsibilities. Lothar had reminded him not to poke the map absently, unless he didn't use a knife. The Wild Hammer dwarves to the north brought the latest developments from the tribe, and the Kultiras Marine brought disturbing news. The pirates who saw the open money might have been bought by the tribe. His intelligence, loyalty, and diligence showed. Lothar was sure that this young man would be very good. He was growing up rapidly, not to mention that he couldn't think of anyone else who would be qualified to serve as his deputy. Turalion was obviously not used to taking on such heavy responsibilities. Lothar had reminded him not to poke the map absently, unless he didn't use a knife. The Wild Hammer dwarves to the north brought the latest developments from the tribe, and the Kultiras Marine brought disturbing news. The pirates who saw the open money might have been bought by the tribe. Not to mention, he couldn't think of anyone else who might be qualified to serve as his deputy. Turalion was obviously not used to taking on such heavy responsibilities. Lothar had reminded him not to poke the map absently, unless he didn't use a knife. The Wild Hammer dwarves to the north brought the latest developments from the tribe, and the Kultiras Marine brought disturbing news. The pirates who saw the open money might have been bought by the tribe. Not to mention, he couldn't think of anyone else who might be qualified to serve as his deputy. Turalion was obviously not used to taking on such heavy responsibilities. Lothar had reminded him not to poke the map absently, unless he didn't use a knife. The Wild Hammer dwarves to the north brought the latest developments from the tribe, and the Kultiras Marine brought disturbing news. The pirates who saw the open money might have been bought by the tribe. For the past month, the Alliance leaders have been discussing the same thing: which way the Horde is most likely to come, where they can attack, and how to mobilize Alliance troops to the area as soon as possible. Just as Jean Greymane repeatedly emphasized that the Union Army should deploy to the Gilneas border, because he believed the Horde would appear there first, a soldier rushed into the command post. Bowing to everyone present, the soldier said, "They are here." "Who's here, soldier? Take a deep breath and make it clear." Lothar frowned. He strained to see something of the sentry's nervous expression. Still, at least he didn't panic, which made Lothar breathe a sigh of relief, trying to calm his pounding heart. Not being afraid means it will not be a tribe. The sentinel's face was a little frightened, but it was mixed with a sense of respect, even wonder. Lothar had never seen such a rich expression. "It's an elf, sir." The sentry nearly roared. "The elves are here." Carlos, who was dozing off to the side, suddenly came to his mind. Has he finally expected this scene? Elves? Anju and Lothar looked at the sentinel in a daze, then turned and faced the present kings. While he was guessing, one of the kings coughed and looked very guilty. "We need allies," Taranaz explained. "The elves are a powerful race. I think we'd better communicate with them as soon as possible." "Without arguing with me." Lothar seemed very angry. "What if they send all the troops and suddenly announce that we must accept their command? Even if they accept our command, what if the tribe comes when we reorganize them into our troops? You must not treat yourself." The army commander hid this information. "This is likely to spell disaster for us, at least at the expense of most of us." Lothar was very angry, ordering the army to fight. The most feared is losing control of the army. "You're right." Taranaz sincerely apologized to everyone present. The more powerful people are, the more taboo they are to admit their mistakes, but Taranaz is willing to take responsibility for any of his actions, good or bad. This made Carlos unable to avoid raising his assessment of the father of Alsace. Regardless of whether Taranaz had selfish intentions in dealing with the Barav family, the king of Lordaeron right now is full of personal charm. "Point man. I should really discuss with you first. I just feel that time is very tight, but this is not a reason. This kind of thing will not happen again," Taranaz ensured. Lothar took 2 deep breaths, calmed himself, and nodded. "Let's see what the elves are like." Lothar led the way out of the tent, and the others followed close behind. When Lothar came out of the tent, it was full of people in front of him, and the soldiers belonging to the alliance covered the end of the field of vision. For a moment Lothar felt a sense of pride and confidence. How could someone and something be able to resist such a powerful army? But then he remembered the scene of the tribe's bloodbath in the Stormwind realm, which was an unstoppable green ocean. Anju and Lothar quickly calmed down. At the very least, this alliance army is several times stronger than the Stormwind realm's army. 100,000 men are waiting, ready to defend their homes and country. Chapter 78. Your Majesty, have another glass. Lothar passed through his troops to the shore, looking at the sea before him. Kultira's ships are anchored along the coast, from small fast reconnaissance ships to massive destroyers. The fleet anchored on the waves and formed a forest of masts. "A ship with elven features," Dalen Proudmoore said quietly. "It's faster and lighter than ours, and carries fewer weapons than ours, but it also allows these ships to have very fast speed. This is a great and excellent supplement to our troops." Marine the Admiral frowned. "But why are there so few? I only saw 4 medium ships and 8 small ships. This can't hold a lot of people. It's more like a forward scouting team." "Maybe further back," Turaleon said, standing next to Lothar. But Dalen Proudmoore shook his head. "This is not his habit. Everyone should be here. 12 ships also means that our fleet has increased by 12. Kadger noticed that the people around him were a bit unhappy and said flatly, "Anyway, they brought troops." Lothar nodded and agreed, "We should welcome them now." Others agreed, and the commanders began to break through the alliance camp. Aiden Piernold was a little helpless, and soon he was panting, Carlos having to follow behind to help the king out of him, while the other few went forward in good spirits. When they arrived at the pier, the first elven warship had just landed. A tall, suave figure jumped up and landed lightly on the wooden pier. Long blonde hair caught the sunlight, and Lothar heard a great inhalation sound behind him. As the figure came closer, Lothar saw that it was a woman, a lovely woman who was swooning enough. Her slim figure is slim and strong, just like her slim body. She wears forest green or oak brown all over, light armor over her shirt, shorts, a cloak with a kabuto hat behind it, a pair of leather gloves wrap around her arm to the elbow, as do the boots they protect his knees. A slender sword hung from one of her hips, and a small bag and horn on the other. She carried a longbow and a full quiver on her back. Lothar has seen many women over the years. Anjou Lothar belonged to the people who came over, so he could naturally understand why the young man behind him was surprised. "Lady," Lothar called while he was still some distance away. "Welcome here, I am Anjou Lothar, the commander of the Alliance." She nodded, and quickly left the tidal plane and walked over to Lothar. Lothar could see her pointy ears sticking out of her hair, and her wild emerald green eyes darted around the next corner. "I am Alleria Windrunner, and I bring greetings from Anastrian Sunstrider and the Silvermoon Council." Alleria Windrunner's voice is very pleasing to the ear, like a combination of an oriole and a lark's body. Lothar suspected that even the angry guy would be happy after hearing Alleria's voice. "Thank you for coming, honorable elf guest." Lothar turned and gestured to the group of people behind him. "Allow me to introduce the kings of the Alliance and my assistant." When the introduction was complete, Lothar began to talk about serious topics. "Forgive my slowness, Ms. Alleria," Lothar said, "but I have to ask a question. Is this all the assistance your people can provide?" These words made Alleria Windrunner frown. "I will tell you directly, Lord Lothar." Alleria looked around her sharply to make sure no one else was eavesdropping. Others refer to high elves traveling with each other, including men and women. They were obviously waiting for Alleria's permission to come here. Anastrian Sunstrider and other members of the Silvermoon Council don't care much for the information you send. This tribe is too far away from us and seems to be trying to conquer human territory instead of our forest. Council members, I think it's better leave this fight to the young race, and we just need to strengthen our borders to ensure that the kingdom of Kulthalas is not invaded in any way. Alleria's eyes narrowed and looked. She is getting some determination as she goes up. "At least you're here," Kadger said. "I think this also means something." Alleria nodded. "A letter from King Terranaz." She nodded in Terranaz Manethalai's direction. "He told us that you, Sir Lothar, are the last heir of the Arathor bloodline. Our ancestors swore to help his Arathor royal family and all his kin forever. Even an Astrian cannot deny this obligation. He sent this team of combat to thank the original help. How about you?" Lothar was well aware that Alleria was only talking about this fleet. "I came here voluntarily," Alleria declared triumphantly, and tossed her hair, just as a spirited horse did before charging. "I am a ranger, I choose to bring my own squad and freely provide assistance to the Alliance." Alleria looked at Lothar's back, his eyes moving. Lothar knew that Alleria was watching the Alliance troops behind him. "I feel that this battle will be much more serious than our leader thought. It may be easy to destroy all of us. If the tribe is really as cruel as you said, our forest will not be able to hold out for long." Alleria met Lothar's eyes again. It wasn't until this moment that Lothar realized that beneath all the beauty, there was a mighty warrior who often fought. "We must stop the orc tribe." Alleria made a final statement. Lothar nodded and said, "I totally agree with you." He bowed. "Then you are most welcome here, ma'am. I thank the great humans of Kulthalas for your help. But I am even more grateful for your presence and your rangers." Lothar smiled and said, "We are discussing the next plan of action. I am honored to hear your opinion. When your tribe is settled, I will ask you to send them out for reconnaissance so we can know if the enemy is closing in on us. We don't need to rest." Alleria promised Lothar, "I'll send them out to do the task right away." Alleria gestured, and the other elves immediately bowed. They were all dressed just like her, and all the high elves moved silently, but everyone in the room felt that the other elves' movements were far less graceful than Alleria's. What Alleria said to her subordinates, her voice flowed like music, and the others nodded slightly to the passing humans and ignored them. Soon, the high elves ran out of the landing field, then disappeared from sight. "They will go to reconnaissance and report back." Alleria explained, "If the tribe comes marching within 2 days of here, we'll know. This is very good news. If you don't mind, please return to the command tent with us. Then, ma'am, I'll tell you what we know now, and we can also hear your views on these things." Losaxin patted his bald forehead and the top of his head. Alleria smiled, "Of course, but if you want to hear my opinion, you should stop calling my wife again. This is grossly disrespectful to a single lady." Lothar nodded and smiled awkwardly. At this time, Carlos assisted his King Aiden, the late arrival. Presumably this tall warrior is Carlos Barav. Alleria spotted Carlos from afar. "Huh? Am I that famous?" Carlos found it strange that an elf he didn't know was talking to him. Off to the side, Turaleon had an enviable expression on his face. "Of course, your feat inside has greatly affected the arrogance of the trolls. I can hear your name from Zeuman's troll captives," Alleria said with a smile in her eyes. "Men who can kill trolls are good men. That's all. It seems I have to be more careful when I walk through the forest." Carlos proactively extended her hand. "Ms. High Elf, Sinua Manori, nice to see you, You can speak Salis, I'm Alleria Windrunner." Bala-, Sinua Manori, hello, nice to meet you." Alleria felt surprised and held it at the same time. Carlos held out his hand. It turns out that this high elf girl is Alleria Windrunner, and Carlos was also surprised. Although her voice is very good and the length is good, her eyebrows are too long, which always distracts Carlos's attention, and his breasts are not big enough. In Carlos's eyes, Leolilia Windrunner seemed a bit arrogant, not as beautiful as he imagined. Carlos, who had been baptized by all 4 major Asian sorceries in his previous life, far surpassed the young Azeroth native young lady in appreciation of beauty. She behaved well in front of Alleria, and Lothar couldn't help but look up at Carlos. Well, the palm feels great. After a brief contact, the two parted ways. Sneeze, sneeze. Carlos had an itchy nose, and he hastily turned his head to the side and sprayed Turaleon in his face. "Why, are you allergic to the smell of bright hyacinth?" Alleria lifted her arm and sniffed at it, then looked at the others around her blankly, wondering if the problem was with her. Ointment made from brilliant hyacinth pollen can effectively prevent wind and sun damage to the skin. At the same time, the light taste can prevent mosquito bites. It's a permanent material for rangers to travel with, but some people are allergic to it, so Alleria doubted herself first. "I don't know, maybe someone is talking about me in their heart." Carlos looked at Turaleon cruelly. Chapter 79. Dalen Proudmoore brought incredible news. "A pirate contacted my subordinate and tried to sell me a message." "What new?" Anju and Lothar couldn't help but frown when he saw the Marine Admiral's expression so solemn. "The orcs quietly built a large number of ships, trying to fight across the sea." Dalen Proudmoore hesitated for a moment and still said it. "Oh my god, are those pirates crazy for money? What kind of ship do orcs use? From drying wood to finishing a ship, do orcs know how much time and process it takes? Fighting across the sea is simply unimaginable." Some generals made fun of both greedy and foolish pirates. Whether true or false, it is worthy of our attention. Dalen, don't be stingy with that gold coin and give it to the pirates to let them know the generosity of the Alliance. Lothar pondered for a moment and said to everyone, We need to contact all the allies we can contact. Unite all the forces that can be united, even if it is a liar, player, or villain. I understand. If he is really going to fight on the other side of the sea, it is really desirable. The Kultira's Marine will send all the green monsters to feed the fish. Dallin Proudmoore's eyes are cruel. Light. Carlos did not crowd the command camp with the big figures, he was packing personal belongings in his tent. The orcs' fierce attack on Balance Bridge forced the Stromgarde forces to retreat, so Carlos was tasked with changing the defense and went to the garrison on the north side of Thoradin's wall. Although there were 3,000 people under his staff, he was promoted to earn the title of Rear Admiral. But this kind of exile and protection is not Carlos's original intention. As a soldier, you must obey orders. Carlos couldn't refute Lothar's reasonable instructions, just to be honestly ready to hit the road. Brother Bald, how is the control of the pirates? Carlos asked at the same time. Without stopping, Todd was taken back to Guy Erdlin by him, and all he had to do was pack his luggage. The Marshal General and the Marine Admiral happily gave a reward, whether to kill those guys. Brother Bald's voice came from the empty shop. No, just get our share as agreed and let them return safely. Carlos answered. Selling fake news. Brother Bald hesitated. The pirates are real pirates, but the news is fake. Professional thieves questioned Carlos' decision. Fake news is sometimes more useful than true news. Don't use your previous gang thinking on the battlefield to consider problems. No, you don't need to use your brain to think, just carry out my orders perfectly. Carlos finally finished the prep work and sat down. Yes, your will. Brother Bale now feels the majesty of Carlos more and more, and his posture is very low. I heard that the perfect Navy Admiral Dellin Proudmoore sent his son to the front lines. Carlos had met Drake Proudmoore before, and he was a guy with good senses. Yes, I went to sea the day before yesterday. I organized the rioters after a banquet according to your arrangement, and they were all shot down by Drake Proudmoore. Do you need follow-up action against him? The bald brother asked. I don't know where Drake Proudmoore offended Carlos, making the older teacher want to break his leg. No, it's enough, just work hard for some things, let the others go with the wind. Carlos finished speaking, put his hands on his knees, got up abruptly, took his suitcase and left the camp. Adjutant Emir, report to the assembly of the troops, we are ready to go. Carlos gave the first order of him as a general. War between the Alliance and the Horde was about to break out, but the wild hammer dwarves of the hinterlands were beaming. Although the maintenance of the Terminator Fortress involves a lot of energy from Lord Metz, but relying on this strength, the dwarves of Eagle's Nest Mountain have a wide strategic buffer zone, and the locust-like human friends cut down a lot of trees. The dwarves solo they need to burn the roots of the tree to restore a large area of arable land. It can be said that the dwarves are the real winners throughout the home war. A whole year of trade has allowed the dwarven lords to taste the sweetness. A large number of finished weapons and arrows are sold to the Lord Aaron Alliance, and the dwarves do not need gold coins to pay, but only accept cloth, blankets, food, bacon, wine, etc. For daily needs, they even buy large amounts of materials with gold and silver jewelry. This made the nations of the Alliance realize that these short guys in the depths of the mountains are very good, and they are friends that can be made. It's a shame that the master of the exclusive supply contract for the sale of weapons is in the hands of Alex Barav, which hurts other merchants who want to deal with the wild hammer dwarves. After 11 days of walking, Kurdran's response force finally reached the eastern coast of the interior. After another 2 days, dozens of midget-bellied cargo ships finally came into view. Kurdran, there are trolls on the move. The subordinate informs Kurdran. Leave them alone, Falstad is coming. If the evil-toothed trolls dare to make small moves, we'll invite them to join the barbecue gathering. Kurdran responded nonchalantly, bringing more than 500 people. In addition, the migrants from Grimbatol have beaten a small tribe of evil troll teeth, and they did not just want to have a barbecue. Since the dawn offensive, Kurdran has fallen in love with the barbecue convention. The long-lost relatives and friends met, and the entire landing field continued to laugh and laugh, except for half of the dwarfs who were dizzy. Falstad, it's a pleasure to meet you, my older cousin. Kurdran saw Falstad and first approached him and gave him a vicious bear hug. Cudland, I have to say that it was a wise decision for you to go north to open up new territories. Falstad said feelingly. Older generation stuff, let it go, wild hammer dwarves are not so mother-in-law. Kurdran was really excited. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. I have been floating in the sea for so long, and they tell me how the situation is now. Fustard asked concerned. What I know is the news from 10 days ago. The orcs are attacking the Saldo Bridge, but the Iron Forge guys and Biglaz's family are blockading the orcs, and the Saldo Bridge is still in the hands of the Alliance. Dirain tossed a bag of spirits at Falstad. Everyone must be very happy to see you. Can your griffin fly? If it doesn't work, you can ride me. Swinu is a beautiful girl. Take yourself first. There's nothing wrong with going back to Eagle's Nest Mountain. That's not good, Kurdran, I have to rearrange the second migration. Falstad poured half a bag of wine at one go and hiccuped with satisfaction. Oh, this is really bad. Kurdran's face was full of regret. In the days to come, my cousin, I have a feeling that this war is likely to be much more terrible than we thought. The wild hammer dwarves cannot stay out of the matter. You had better do the work of other lords first. When I come back next time, I'll talk to them in person. Falstad was worried. You are the son of Kardros, the king of Wildhammer, speak to the old ones yourself. Kurdran was unwilling to do the job, and he refused in one fell swoop. Come on, Wildhammer is now a conference system of lords, don't mention the king of Wildhammer. Falstad slapped Kurdran on the chest and laughed. After a night's rest, Fustard led the fleet back to Grimbatol, and Kurdran led the landed compatriots back to Eagle's Nest. The Wildhammer dwarves were full of longing for a new life in the future. On the same day that Falstad's fleet returned to Grimbatol, the pirate who tasted the sweetness bypassed the bald brother and met directly with Anjuin Lothar. Your Excellency Grand Marshal, this is great news worth 500, no, 1,000 gold coins. The yellow-toothed pirate smiled. I think I've proven my credibility, sir. The problem now is that you have to let me judge whether your news is worth the price. Lothar did not look down on the other party because he is a pirate, still calm and graceful. Striking. Of course, those green-skinned guys suddenly mobilized a lot of supplies. This is a sign that they are going to see. The pirate responded carefully. Oh, can you be more specific? Dalen Proudmoore needed enough information. More than 800 large wooden barrels have been filled with water, and the orcs have oiled the sails, and the other is the expansion of the pier, which seems to be able to dock at least dozens of ships at the same time. The pirate remembered and responded selectively. When did it happen? Lothar asked the question that mattered most to him. When I came out of the wetland, replied the pirate. If there is no other information, then your news is only worth 500 gold coins. The Marine Admiral responded. The greedy pirate did not expect that the Alliance really intended to buy news of 500 gold coins, and for a while, he racked his brain to think if there was any information that could be exchanged for money. By the way, I've heard unusual beast roars near the orc camp. The pirate suddenly remembered something. Chapter 80. Since everyone has teeth, let's be friends. Before Gul'dan was fully awake, the tribe's Warcraft had taken an adventurous action. Unable to attack the ignorant enemy, Orgrim personally landed in the forest in northern Lordaeron under the protection of Swordmaster Fireblade and elite soldiers for short-term inspection. When a scout ran over, Doomhammer was talking to one of his helpers, Red Black Kund of the Black Fang clan. Even if he killed Reed's father, it was a glorious duel. Orgrim still believed in his good brother and friend, Reed. Although the orc warrior obviously had news to report, he still stopped a few steps away and waited. He adjusted his breathing until Orgrim turned his head towards him and nodded. "It's a troll," the orc scout said, still panting. "Forest troll." "Troll," Reed said with a big laugh. "What's wrong? Are they attacking us?" I thought he should be smarter than the ogre, not stupid. But the scout shook his head. "It's not an attack on us, it's a troll trapped by humans." This caught Tumamir's attention. "Where?" he asked. "It's not far from here, over that hill, right in the woods ahead." The scout responded quickly. "They are moving very slowly to the west. If we hurry now, we should be enough to catch up with them." "How many people?" "About 40 humans," replied the scout. 10 trolls. Gather the strongest fighters." Orgrim ordered, "Go rescue the trolls and bring them back. You must avoid detection as much as possible. Kill everyone who tries to follow you. I do not allow us to fight." The plan was destroyed through negligence. Reed Blackcund nodded, then walked over to the warriors sitting lazily to the side without saying a word. The warriors quickly jumped to their feet, nodded, and ran after him without any hesitation. Doomhammer waited impatiently, while he gestured for the scout to wait there as well. When Reed Blackcund led his men back, Orgrim found that he underestimated the humans. Found in an ambush, the human soldiers decisively chose to kill the troll first and then fight. Only one troll escaped. That night, the watchman told Orgrim that the orcs were surrounded. "We are not your enemies." Orgrimmar roared, his roar shattering the silence of the night. The answer to the war chief was a throwing spear. Orgrim fired the spear one-handed, only to find that the spearhead was a shaved stone, which was unusually sharp. "I want to see your leader," Orgrim yelled. A booming voice came from the group of trolls, and Orgrim soon realized it was a burst of laughter. "What do you want from our leader, food? Or become food?" the main troll asked with a smile to open his mouth. "I want to speak to him, on behalf of the tribe and the trolls," Orgrim responded, holding his hand to his side to show that he wasn't carrying a weapon. But he was still very cautious, and being clouded by the troll was not a glorious way to die. The troll's laughter sounded again. "I'll say it again, I want to see your leader." Orgrim roared and turned to face the other boys. "Take me to him, or I'll kill the rest of you and find those willing to take me." Orgrim raised his doom hammer to emphasize his tone. Judging from his experience, the blood, faded hair, and broken bones dripping from this black stone hammer are enough to make most enemies lose courage. This stance worked, and the other trolls took a step back, and then someone stepped out of them and approached him. His hair was woven into a dull crown, and he wore a necklace made of bones around his neck. "Do you want to talk to Zujin?" the man asked. Orgrim nodded, speculating that this name was probably their leader's name or title. "I'll bring it here," said the guy. He turned and disappeared into the shadows quickly, without making a sound. The remaining troll looked at his own people and then at these orcs, obviously not knowing what he should do now. "We'll wait here," Doomhammer calmly announced to these creatures and to his own warriors. He put the head of his warhammer on the ground, leaning against the handle, alert but looking unconcerned. This action obviously lightened the atmosphere. About an hour passed. Then, without warning, a shadow emerged from the woods with huge, easy steps, taking the person who left and the other 3 guys with it. "Do you want to see Zujin?" one of them asked, walking very close, so close that Doomhammer could see the beads and some metal decorations on his whip. "I'm here." Zujin was much taller and more capable than the other trolls. He was wearing some kind of heavy clothing wrapped around his waist and an open leather vest. A thick scarf wrapped around his neck, covering the area below the nose of his face, giving a vicious appearance. I'm Orgrim, you can also call me Doomhammer. Yes, I want to talk to you. Doomhammer looked at the forest troll leader and did not want to show any fear. Is there something you want to ask the great Zeoman? Zujin replied. Orgrim told the troll leader, we need your power, we plan to conquer this world, and we hope you can become our ally. Zujin frowned and asked, alliance? Why? What benefits can we get? What do you want? Orgrim asked back. We don't need anything. Zujin finally answered decisively, we have our own forest. No one dared to break into it, except for the cursed elves, but we will solve them ourselves. You're sure? Doomhammer asked, feeling that he had found a breakthrough. Those elves, are they a race? A powerful race? Strong? Maybe it is. The troll reluctantly agreed. But we defeated them in ancient times, when those guys first came to this earth. We didn't need any help. Why fight like this? Doomhammer asked. Why not attack their homeland and wipe them out completely? We can help you. When the tribe is after you to help you, you can settle the elves once and for all, and then control the forest forever. Because I can't beat him. Zujin seemed to be seriously considering this question. Doomhammer hopes that this capable forest troll will accept his proposal. But in the end Zujin shook his head. We will fight these elves. He explained, we don't need help and we don't have any interest in the rest of the world. So fighting other races is meaningless to us. Doomhammer sighed. He could see that these forest trolls had already thought very clearly. He later guessed that opposing this opinion would only make these people enemies. I understand. Orgrim finally said. Zujin nodded. I wish you a safe journey, Orc. His words were whispered, and Zujin himself began to move into the shadows. No troll will bother you. After the leader made a promise, the other trolls left together. Forcing these trolls to transform them from a neutral existence into an enemy. The tribal war chief did not want this. When Orgrimmar, having found nothing, was about to return to the tribe's base camp by boat, he again saw the troll leader Zeoman before boarding the boat. I changed my mind. The orc saw the troll leader slowly approaching. He didn't look any different from the last time they met, and from the troll's face, Doomhammer could tell that he hadn't forgotten their last meeting either. Your warriors saved my people. The forest troll thanked him. He walked up to Doomhammer and nodded, a hint of greeting. I found out what happened and considered his proposal again. We will help you. Zujin announced after a while. It's like you help us. Allies. Zujin held out his hand. Allies. Orgrim held Zujin's hand tightly. Warcraft Anomaly's idea kept showing several possibilities. Under the joint combination of trolls, tribes, and the new power that Zulahed will bring, no one and nothing can stand in the way of his path forward. Chapter 81, If the Sea Can Take Away My Pain. Gul'dan thought that the pirates who demanded money would betray the humans and help the orcs, but the pirates who had forgotten that money was necessary for life turned their heads and sold the orcs too. Although the tribe's secrets were guarded against pirates, going to sea to fight is not a matter of traveling in the morning and going home at night, and preparations cannot hide the seals. So the alliance got accurate information on the second day the tribal army set sail. Although I don't know where the orcs' landing field is, knowing the approximate login time is already a great strategic advantage. The only good news for the tribe is that the pact with the trolls has not yet been exposed, and the alliance army preparing for war does not know that their chrysanthemum has been attacked by a group of fanged monsters. For half a year, Orgrim secretly provided the trolls Ul-Aman with enough steel weapons to arm 10,000 troops, greatly improving the combat effectiveness of the Zul'jin army. As for armor, the orcs are still lacking and can only symbolically provide some. The Dragon Maw clan's work of enslaving and training red dragons is progressing smoothly. A total of 50 enslaved adult red dragons, more than 400 young dragons catalyzed by the Devil Soul, and the corresponding riders will serve the tribe. After visiting Dragonmoss training base at Grimbatol, Orgrim has a deeper understanding of the power of magic. Seeing Alexstrasza, the Red Dragon Queen, who is half his height with just her eyeballs, succumb to something the size of a dinner plate, Orgrim made a decision in his heart: Gul'dan must be brought. At your side, you can't let this dangerous climber move alone. Orgrim is a glorious orc. Although he drank the devil's blood and completed the tribal pact, the great chief's strong willpower made him almost immune to the control of frenzied desire. The messenger sent to contact the troll Zul-Aman has already departed. Zul'jin will definitely rise on the appointed day. If Orgrim delays the tribe's action, the alliance that is caught off guard will definitely split his forces and rescue, then the tribe's landing the fight will be easier. It's a shame Orgrim still has glory in his heart, so when he was intercepted by the marine at Tilkuras, the Doomhammer Warkif could only trust his men. From the detection of tribal forces on the scout ship to the completion of the fleet reorganization on Kultiras, the Orcish Black Ship has been less than 50 nautical miles off the coast of the southwestern foothills. The Orcs did not have time to play agriculture and development on the newly conquered land, so in the process of creating this fleet, they used a lot of black technology provided by Gul'dan. True black technology, so the tribe's sea ships, from the hull to the sails, are all black. Oh my gosh, what is that? As Dalen Proudmoore rushed to join the fleet on his Coco flagship, he was startled by the endless dark tide. Whatever it is, the Orcs must understand that the Kultiran sailor is the master of the sea. The Marine Admiral recovered quickly and his fighting spirit was high. His words provoked a warm response from the sailors. First to fight were the Alliance's fast ballistas and pirate gunships. After receiving the money from Gul'dan, he naturally had to work his life for the tribe. The pirates knew that in the sea battle, they were not the protagonists, but they would definitely be the front runners. The old enemy was extremely jealous when they met. Both the Kultiran Marine and the pirates for a living were all too familiar with each other's tactics, and the battle turned fierce from the start. A crossbow arrow with the thick arms of a baby was wrapped in kerosene on its back, and after igniting, it traversed an almost straight trajectory in the sky and shot into the hull of the enemy ship. The crossbow bolts not only destroyed the hull, but were splashed by the burning material torn apart by enormous inertia, creating great chaos in the cabin. After the black ship sailed for 10 nautical miles, the pirates began to rout. "The type you bought is not very good," Orgrim commented. "I have exchanged worthless gold for precious time. Is there any dissatisfaction with the Great Doomhammer?" Gul'dan asked. "No, I am very satisfied." Orgrimmar saluted and the herald immediately issued the second set of battle orders. When Dalen ordered the Alliance Navy to take the lead, the tribe shamans completed the spell, the wind was strong, the wind direction changed, and the tribe's black ship began to accelerate. "Damn, this abnormal wind, I bet 10 barrels of good rum, this is a trick from the tribe." Dalen cursed under his breath, but didn't panic. Seeing the wind, the helm was a sailor from Kultiras. The basic skills of the Orcs are naive to think that they can escape birth. Due to the ogre's natural supernatural power, the tribe's catapults deliver ammunition much faster than the Alliance's artillery and ballistae, but the Alliance Navy's equipment and sailors far exceed the tribe's quality, and the battle situation is difficult to distinguish. However, the tribe's casualties were obviously greater than the Alliance's, and the sinking of each black ship would take the lives of hundreds of Orcs. How long will Necros take? Orgrim saw the brave tribal warrior die in shipwreck so wronged, and his anger burned in his heart. "My Warkif, the sacrifice is inevitable. Are you going to anger our shelled innocent?" Gul'dan took out a black crystal ball and rubbed the surface of the crystal ball with his rough, slender fingers. "Quickly, soon humans will be able to see the angry fireworks of the tribe." Orgrim was unaware that Gul'dan, who seemed to be casting a scouting spell, was collecting the souls of the fallen orcs. Unwilling, fear, anger, what a wonderful emotion, how many delicious souls. Because Orgrim did not believe in warlocks, all of the Warcraft's warriors and shamans were on this ship, and Gul'dan played small tricks openly. In the fierce battle, the black ship continued to advance, and when he could see the shoreline, the Dragonmaw clan's Red Dragon army finally arrived on the battlefield. Riots inevitably occurred in the Alliance Navy. Oh my god, it's the dragon, the red dragon that carries the orcs. The merciless red dragon flames fell from the sky, bringing great panic and chaos to the Alliance Navy. Don't panic, the ballista is in the air, the bow and arrows are ready, the artillery continues to suppress the tribal black ship. Dallin Proudmoore continued to calmly command the battle. Wizard, report to Marshal Lothar, we need support. After the initial chaos, the Alliance Marine picked up its pace, but the number of casualties rose sharply. The red dragon that crossed the sea expended a lot of physical strength. The weak red dragon quickly left the front and flew to the shoreline to rest on the ground. The adult red dragon with energy to spare was still spraying merciless flames. The Alliance artillery brought the fire of death for the tribe, and the red dragon brought the flame of destruction for the Alliance. General, Marshal Lothar sent a letter asking us to withdraw. The wizard reported to the Marine Admiral. Anduin Lothar's decision was correct. The sudden red dragon interrupted the Alliance's deployment, and it was a wise decision to withdraw. So far, the Alliance Navy has sunk more than 150 tribal black ships, and at least 20,000 tribal orc soldiers have been buried in the depths of the sea. The results of the war are brilliant. Before the Red Dragon's appearance, the Alliance Marine had a chance to attack the tribe with overwhelming force, but the adult Red Dragon's flame breath could easily turn a medium-sized ship into a flaming coffin in the sea. After a brief thought, the Marine Admiral decided to carry out Lothar's order. A Red Dragon tried to attack Coco. The skilled gunner used 3 ballistae to send the Red Dragon into the embrace of the sea. Order the fleet to draw down and prepare to leave. Dallin ordered the messenger to issue a semaphore. Just as the Coco was spinning, Dallin saw a scene that made him desperate for life. No. With the spit of a red dragon, the battleship commanded by Drake Proudmoore turned into a burning tomb. Chapter 82. Please call me Barav 4. Carlos's garrison camp was on a mountain pass near the gate of Thoradin's wall to the north. 3 layers of wooden barriers constitute the first line of defense. A large number of trenches and buried spiked wood stubble are scattered around the periphery of the camp, forming the second line of defense. 3,000 soldiers are the last line of defense. However, Carlos' arrangement seemed unnecessary to the soldiers. There are 3 legions in front of us. Lothar doesn't really treat me like a regular army. Carlos checked the camp again, returned to the command account, and chatted with Uncle Brick idly. It's normal, should I put you on the front line and die from the accidental injury of supporting artillery fire? The Brick spat mercilessly. You are a malicious slander to the Alliance. Carlos pointed a finger at Uncle Brick's nose. Young master, isn't it good to be safe and stable? War will kill people. Uncle Brick couldn't calm down anymore. So Carlos kept his hippie smile. Do you think I came here for meritorious service and bragging capital? I am struggling with the determination to die. Carlos's sudden expression of his thoughts shocked Fang Zhu. I would like to know more. Uncle Brick finally looked at Carlos with serious eyes. After listening, you can't get off the boat. Carlos warned. I have been on the thieves' ship a long time ago. Okay, how many dirty things have been done to help you in secret? At this time you are hypocritical to me. Uncle Brick snorted unsatisfied. The holy light guides our way forward. Carlos said. Speak English. When I became a paladin, I briefly saw the image of the future. Carlos gaped meaninglessly. The forecast is still the future. When Uncle Brick heard this, his expression turned serious. In the circle of magicians in Azeroth, prophecy spells are not rare, and bricks are also familiar. The so-called foresight is having a certain connection with the world itself, and the hint of a certain obtained world consciousness is highly reliable intelligence. The so-called vision of the future is something even more remarkable, and people who have reached a certain level of power have experienced this type of experience. It's a kind of magical experience that will happen when you take a look at it and suddenly the further development of something pops into your mind, as long as you don't interfere. Fang Xuan himself had similar experiences several times, so he was quick to ask questions. I don't know, there is an endless wave of darkness in front of me. Turning around, it is a ruin of Guy Erdlin and the endless sea of corpses and blood of his compatriots. Carlos answered. What do you want me to do? Brick understood that Carlos told himself that this would never be unfounded. My status is still not enough, I need to borrow your words to say it. Carlos finally revealed his true intentions. To whom, what to say? Brick isn't just some nerd who only knows how to investigate, and his speech hit the spot. Alex Barav, let him keep an eye on our King Aiden. Carlos's voice was as low as a howl from the abyss. In an instant, Uncle Brick concocted a 2-million-word book of complaints and grievances. Do you know what I'll be up against if the intelligence is wrong? Archmage Brick's voice was a bit dry and he couldn't help but swallow. Carlos had no persuasive word to follow, and the two sat in the empty command camp, knowing that Emir had come to report. General, the orcs have landed in our northwest direction. There is intelligence that a unit of approximately 10,000 people is coming directly to Thoradin's gate. The general command requires that we eliminate the enemy as necessary. Emir was mixed with fear. Mixed with emotion. This group of animals, they don't even need to rest. Carlos stood up, smoothed his long hair back into a high ponytail, and put on his helmet. Order the entire army to be on guard and be ready to reinforce friendly forces at any time. Carlos issued a military order. Yeah. Emir walked away. 6 months ago, Carlos and a group of fellow paladins managed to play cast iron in the light, and with the support of Archbishop Alandus Fa, they seized valuable transportation power and secretly transferred Manethel's iron forge. Climb into the furnace of the Bronzebeard dwarves and transport them back. Other paladins commissioned the craftsmen of the Knights of the Silver Hand to forge armor and weapons. Only Carlos made specializations and asked Lordaeron's most famous craftsman to create a set of armor. Dull light cast iron is dull, and the texture is similar to that of inferior steel. However, once the power of holy light is infused, a magical reaction will occur, and the light cast iron will have strong holy light conductivity and a hard texture. Carlos once used Bony Godu Phantom Dancer to slice through a piece of holy light infused light cast iron ingot, only to cut a 2-inch deep sword mark, which can be used to gauge how tough it is. Leaving the Archmage thoughtful, Carlos left the camp and urged the officers to clean up the equipment. Almost an hour later, the team was assembled. Carlos couldn't help but admire Lothar's good training. Many people may naively think that it is only 3,000 troops, and they can fight after a few minutes. Incorrect. Armor is a heavy burden for ordinary soldiers. It is heavy and affects activities. Just sitting down fully armed at the end of the day can leave you exhausted and half dead. The so-called combat readiness state is only to use the breastplate and crotch of the upper body, and to use other parts only after clear instructions. And to make preparations, bows and arrows must be issued, weapons must be inspected, and emergency dry food must be issued, which requires a lot of preparation. That? You asked why the dry food was distributed just before the war, and why you went there early. Send it early. Will you spend the night as a soldier? Either it was stolen by a comrade in arms or stolen by a comrade in arms, it's better to eat it yourself anyway. Therefore, many materials will be released only when in a state of war. Seeing the men in 6 square teams, Carlos couldn't help but think of the famous saying, the same should be true for a big man. Soldiers, the orcs are here. They are here this time. Those guys who said they were coming half a year ago, but only now, they have finally come. The opening remarks successfully lightened the atmosphere. Carlos did not interfere with the officers chasing the low-smiling soldiers, only to wait for the scene to calm down before continuing. We guessed, we were afraid, and we are still a little excited now. Why? Because in the sea, the Alliance dealt a heavy blow to the Horde, and more than 20,000 orcs plunged into the sea to feed the fish. We have been training hard for a whole year, and all our preparations are for this moment. The orcs are finally here. An orc force of less than 10,000 rushed into the encirclement of the three legions, not including us. There were still 3 reorganized legions, 2 against 1. Soldiers, tell me how to lose. How to lose. The atmosphere was successfully mobilized, and the soldiers below had a high desire to fight in their eyes, but they remained silent due to the officers' eye attacks. Still without fire, Carlos continued to encourage his men. I like challenges. Because it's just a punishment. Let's find some stronger enemies. The Alliance army is second to none. The heart of the fight, until you die. See death as your home, just today. Brothers and sisters, fight side by side with me. Those who violate our alliance will be punished even if they are far away. Finally, the atmosphere ignited. War. 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 Chapter 83. I'm in Sanjiang, please help author Kun to vote for Sanjiang's recommendation, free of charge. Thank you. 12 minutes ago, Carlos thought he was going to defeat the water dog's reinforcements. Now, at the end of his gaze, a wave of green is swept over. Is Tom Ember's 37th Legion a waste? You can't even block the tribe for an hour. Carlos angrily bent the whip in two. The 37th Corps, with more than 8,000 men, is the main defensive force garrisoned in the area south of the river bank. The unknown river flows fast and waist-deep. As a result, Tom Ember commanded the 37th Army and defended it across the river. He was captured by the Horde in a single charge. He didn't even wait for Willy Wang's 14th Army and Ling Pujiang's 74th Special. The Corps completed the encirclement. If Tom Ember is still alive, I must send him to a military court. Carlos was really puzzled and folded the broken whip back into 4. Master General, what shall we do? The 14th Army and the 74th Special Army are still pursuing indirectly. The only army that blocks the advance of the tribal orcs in a short time is our independent corps. Emir waits for Carlos to issue clear commands. A word of life and death, words turned out to be so heavy. In the Battle of the Interior, the final order was issued by General Audrin, and Carlos' unrestrained ideas were always coming up. But when it was my turn to give orders, my vocal cords trembled. Really, he had been killed by the troll's blood, how could he still feel excited and nervous now? After Carlos laughed a little to himself, he didn't realize that the calm voice that he thought was actually out of shape. Go back to the hill you just went over and prepare to meet the enemy. Yes, Mr. General. Emir took the order and left. Wait, send someone to inform the camp's left guard to retreat to Dunhold, and send someone to Thoradin's wall so they can forcefully shut the gate and prepare for battle. Carlos added an order. Sir, then our back way. Emir struck and trembled. Where is there any way back? Only going forward is the only way to survive. Carlos's voice was very low, and only a few people around her heard it. Yes, Mr. General. Emir hammered on his breastplate and hurried away. The orcs' walking speed was very fast. Carlos's subordinates had just felled the second large tree, and before they had time to advance towards the road, the tribe's forward wolf cavalry had appeared in line of sight. Fortunately, the tribe did not have enough capacity, and a small number of wolf cavalry that crossed the sea were only used as scouts. General, what kind of response should we take? The orcs are about to attack. Emir asked. Before Carlos could think of a countermeasure, A long dragon roar could be heard in the distant sky. Damn, I finally know how Tom Ember's 37th army was defeated. The entire army is ready. We must launch a counter-charge, enter the forest and entangle with the tribe. Uncle Brick, don't pretend to be dead, contact Eagle's Nest Mountain, Kurdran continues, we need air support. After giving the order, Carlos turned and left to make the final pre-war preparations. This time he was really deadly. The Wild Hammer Dwarves did not join the alliance. The alliance now only uses mages and crossbow bolts to fight the Red Dragon. However, the ballista body is large, heavy, and inconvenient to transport. As for the wizard, Carlos left all the hired wizard in Dalaran to Lothar, and only took out Uncle Brick. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to replacing the Legion with a Legion. The only luck is that time is on Carlos's side. The sun has gone down and only the last round of the Orc offensive remains. The sky is cloudy and tonight is bound to be starless. It is a terrible thing to march in the dark in a place where you are not familiar with life. There are no additional words. A well-trained soldier, who has not experienced the baptism of blood and flame, and is just a recruit. What kind of array lines are usually taught? Team formations are forgotten. Not daring to violate Carlos's military order, the soldiers bit the bullet and let out a howling sound, and launched a charge. Long live this fucking charge. Carlos's heart was half cold as he watched the shocking formation without waves. Fortunately, I have 300 soldiers who followed him in the hard fight in the interior. Warriors of Alterac, it's the old saying that you can hear the calluses. Carlos mounted his horse to inspect his guard. I'll take the initiative. If you find out that I've been killed, please don't avenge me and run for your own life. If I'm still fighting, please don't abandon me. Carlos told these veterans. The answer to Carlos was the voice of lowering the visor. All right, the Alliance guys are waiting for us to save, we are. Alterac Avalanche. The Orc commander does not care about the humans in front of him, his weak body, his rebellious impact. Even if he does not trust the power of the Red Dragon, he is confident that he will spend the night in the opponent's camp. But the cavalry team that appeared behind the infantry line surprised Puma Mumu and Yashi, the Orc commander of the Blackrock clan whom Orgrim trusted. This unit has seen blood, and just being there makes people unable to take their eyes off, as if countless crying ghosts are accusing the injustice of fate. She's a good match. Let the wolf cavalry rally and let the human infantry close in, ready to circle and flank her. After Biao Mumuyashi gave the order, the Orc quickly implemented the order. Young master, I checked with the eye of the magistrate. The 14th Army and the 74th Special Corps caught up with the Orcs from behind. The front Orc in front of us was only about 2,000 people. Brick is stubborn. Carlos' title is the young master. Almost there, let the horse warm up, we cut from the left side of the front. Carlos finished speaking and left with the team. The horse trotted, then slowly sped up. When the infantry came into contact with the Orcs, Carlos's cavalry team strayed from the path and disappeared into the forest. Tribe warriors, crush the enemy. Biao Mumu and Yashi roared wildly, and the Orcs pressed on. The battle was fierce from the beginning. The Orc's heavy axe can split the armor of the Alliance soldier with an axe, but the Alliance soldier's sword pierced through the Orc's body that lacked armor protection. However, the bloodthirsty Orc tribe considers death in battle the highest honor. The Alliance soldiers actually fought very well within 3 minutes of the start of the war, and actually kept the battle loss ratio at about 1-to-1. But in the Shura field of blood and stumps, the morale of the Orcs is rising, and the teeth of the Alliance soldiers have begun to tremble. I am Carlos, who will fight against me? Before morale could collapse, the Alterac cavalry finally completed a roundabout and cut off the battlefield. Under the influence of the heroic glory aura, the soldiers of the Alliance on the verge of collapse renewed their strong will to fight. But the first strike of the Alterac cavalry failed to penetrate the rampaging Orcish front. These greenskins are not afraid of death. There is no pressure to jump on the galloping horse. Ymir, take your team off the battlefield to prepare for a second charge. Others dismount and engage in close combat. Turning around and dismounting, the power of holy light poured into the light-forged armor, and the dim black armor blossomed with blue brilliance. Bony Gotu Phantom Dancer brought the afterimage of death in her greeting, and Carlos always cleared a land drenched in orc blood wherever he went. Wolf Cavalry Charge. After Biao Mumuyashi gave the order, he shouldered his axe and entered the eager battlefield step by step. The tribe is on, that human is worth fighting for. The strongest orc of the Yashi clan is going to meet Carlos. Chapter 84. Please continue to ask for Sanjiang recommendation tickets. I heard that the top 5 are good. Anyway, you don't need money, please help, my audience. The Orcs Wolf Cavalry starts extremely fast and does not require at least a mile from the horse to start the race. A distance of 100 meters is enough to complete the acceleration. When the Wolf Cavalry cut into the battlefield, it turned out to be when Carlos' cavalry was weak and dismounted to fight. Although there were only less than 100 wolves, the humans hacked the wolves to bite them and easily pierced the battle line down the middle. The dominant humans were cut in half by the orcs. Misfortunes never come alone. Although most of the red dragons in the sky enslaved by the Dragon Ma clan fought in the rear, there were still 3 red dragons running to support the pioneer troops of Puma Mumu and Yashi. Uncle Brick, go and solve those big reptiles. Carlos roared, trying to reopen the front line blocked by the orcs. But Cougar Mumu. Yashi's heavy axe forced Carlos to draw his attention to the battle at his side. Look everywhere you look, boy. Yamamu Yashi's lingua franca is very crude, but Carlos can still understand it. Carlos' outstanding figure and strength in the human realm are as close as the Puma Mumu. Although Carlos has an advantage in armor, Yamamu and Yashi's rich experience and desperate fighting methods have brought the battle back to the original point. Damn, the orcs are driving away the separated part of the Alliance soldiers. Heroic glory has a radius of only 500 yards, and the morale of the soldiers that are further away will collapse. Carlos was anxious and helpless, and the enemy in front of him couldn't tolerate any more distractions from him. The Archmage Brick wandering on the edge of the battlefield saw the red dragon floating with 3 heads. The canine teeth on the battlefield made the Dragon Control Knight not know how to attack, and Uncle Brick in a fluttering robe became a conspicuous target. You are looking for a dead end. Uncle Brick took out a piece of red hushi, injected magic into it, and the red hushi emitted a dazzling light. The light turned from red to white. Uncle Brick's cane was inserted into the ground, and he deftly took out a pair of obsidian graphite mirrors and put them on. The red hushi was shattered, and the strong white light affected the vision and balance organs of the 3-headed red dragon that dove. Except for the largest adult red dragon, he flapped his wings in the air and restored his balance with his rich experience. The other 2 smaller red dragons smashed directly into the ground, seeing that they couldn't survive. The squad responsible for protecting Uncle Brick immediately split up and went to invent the knife. Even if it is a half-dead young dragon, the feeling of killing the dragon is still good. The red dragon that responded with 5 senses was angry. Even if he was enslaved by the Dragon Ma clan and acted against his will, the glowing little ant below still made him angry. Ignoring the orc with the dragon on his back, the red dragon pounced again, then vigorously climbed up. The strong wind fluttered by the red dragon's wings disturbed the formation of the guard squad. Get out of me! The Archmage's brick prevented the guard from attempting to erect a shield in front of him. Stupid reptile, arrogant flying lizard, how do you think the old man broke? You want to play with fire in front of me? Seeing the red dragon gathering flames in the air and the fragmentary sparks scattered from the corners of its mouth, Uncle Brick couldn't help but sneer. Once, a magician in Dalaran put forward such a theory: the power of a spell and the amount of magical power are not linear, and the power of a harmful spell lies in the composition and overlap of magical power. A further extension of this theory constitutes a well-known conjecture, that is, if a mage can cast 5 fireball spells at the same time and stack them together, they will get a super fireball that is much more powerful than the extreme effect of Pyroblast. Surgery. If you need 1 mana to cast a fireball, ordinary Pyroblast mana requires 20. An extremely effective super magical stabilization stack, arcane buff, and core collapse Pyroblast requires a total of 47 mana. While spending 5 mana points to gain 47 mana effects, this beautiful vision led countless magicians to join the research work of 5 fireball theory and achieved certain results. For the purpose of sharing knowledge, these magicians established an organization called 5 Fireball Gods. Because the investigative work is too dangerous, the 5 balls of fire caused 233 bombardments in the Violet Castle in just 1 week. The 6-member Canterbury High Council unanimously passed a resolution declaring the 5 fireballs illegal. The organization requires that all believers automatically withdraw. At the same time, it is strictly forbidden to conduct high-risk magical experiments in the Violet Castle. Violators will be fined. The 3 condensed fireballs arranged around the Archmage square brick in an equilateral triangle. The fireball's rotation speed became faster and faster under the control of the square brick, and the orbit radius of the rotation became smaller and smaller. In the end, the 3 fireballs collided in volume and began to merge. Under the control of the square bricks, the bulging fireballs on the surface faced the red dragon flames and spewed up the river. Innocent, the old man is a man who was once called the leader. Burst, Tianyuan breakthrough, red lotus arrow. The unstable fusion of the 3 fireballs exploded violently under the control of the Archmage bricks. The front half of the red dragon was smashed, and the second half hit the ground hard. Dragon blood rain sprayed out, fell on the mana shield of the Archmage square bricks, merged into a stream, and dripped down to the feet. The glare of the sun gradually dimmed, and Uncle Brick took a great shot on Camui's visual effects. The visual effects of the large troops were affected. The Alliance soldiers who can't enjoy App glory shine with the new combat effectiveness, while the soldiers around Carlos have high morale. Good opponent, so let's stop here for today. Bye Aomumu. Yashi swung his giant axe horizontally and jumped a step back, away from Carlos. The single whistle reminded that apart from the wolf cavalry that was still entangled with the returning Emir cavalry, the orc soldiers who seized the initiative slowly left the battlefield in an organized manner. The exhausted Union soldiers were unable to pursue them, searching for their officers one after another, forming a defensive formation on the spot. At nightfall, the Carlos Independencia Corps returning to the camp counted the number of people. Of the 2,974 people at the time of departure, only 1,452 returned and almost all were injured. General, according to the teachings, we can no longer fight, report to headquarters, let's fall back. Emir informed Carlos with a heavy heart, the 300 brothers who have fought together against the trolls, only 172. When I came back, none of the dead brothers had back injuries. You work hard and count the troops overnight. With serious injuries and inconvenient legs, he will withdraw to Dunhold tomorrow morning and you can reorganize. Carlos took off his helmet, but it prevented the guards from helping him take off his armor. The abnormal behavior of orcs must have a deep meaning behind it. The more greenskins think about what we do, the more we have to do the opposite. Your will. Emir left the camp to carry out Carlos' orders. In a short period of time, from a cavalry captain to a major league officer, Emir has become a fan of Carlos, and the general's command is everything. Didn't you hear? The tribe's reinforcements from the beginning to the end did not reinforce their advanced troops. It seems that the fighting behind them is very fierce. Uncle Brick said quietly from the side. I hope nothing happens. Those generals are all old warriors. Can't you escape if you can't fight? Carlos was not confident. Not as famous as the encounter, the orcs, really strong. In the middle of the night, Puma Mumuyashi led his weary subordinates back to the southern orc commander-in-chief, Bakan Clefthoofslayer. Puma Mumu. Yes, tell me what your opponent is like. Boshan Clefthoofslayer delivered Pomamu to him. Yashi, a jar of potatoes and boiled bacon. My opponent is very powerful, and his command ability is also very strong. His army was divided by us and did not collapse, and the magician helped. But such an army is definitely a human elite, not too much. There is no need to worry too much. Officer Bakan. After Biomumuyashi finished speaking, he complained again, I still like my hometown food. The stems of this plant have no taste. When you conquer this world, everything will be there. Goshen Clefthoofslayer consoled the brave subordinates of him. Is there any force to participate in the night operation? Bakan Clefthoofslayer asked. The vanguard army killed more than 500 people in the battle this afternoon, and there are more than 300 seriously injured. I can transfer up to 1,000 people to participate in the operation. Puma Mumu and Yashi quickly ate the food and put the jar down to answer. Enough, a major human body has been besieged by us in this place. Bakan Clefthoofslayer reached out and clicked on a scribbled map that was more symbolic than military. To wish this great victory, I decided to name this place Menniangwu. Chapter 85. In the city of South Blue, the old mayor voluntarily checked into the hotel because his house was given to the kings and the regent of the kingdom of Stormwinds Anju and Lothar. Grandpa, why do we want to stay in a hotel? I want to go home. The little grandson left the familiar surroundings of him, grabbing the beard of the struggling grandfather. Stupid boy, what do you know, now our grandfather and grandson live in a hotel. In the future, it will only depend on charging tourist expenses for food and clothing. Wu Yu. Although the old mayor's face was a bit painful for his grandson, he still laughed and made fun of his grandson. Play. Grandpa, I don't understand what you said, am I stupid? Xiao Sun-sin said unhappily. Stupid boy, you are so smart, how can you be a stupid boy? The old mayor kindly replied. However, in the mayor's house mansion, the faces of the dignitaries were not so good. 3 days ago, Tom Ember's 37th Army was severely wounded by an orc heading south, causing more than half the casualties. Currently, he retreats 200 miles to gather the remains and is rebuilding his establishment. That night, Lingpujiang's 74th Special Corps was surrounded by an equal number of tribal troops. Yes, the same amount. Surrounded. In a night of fierce fighting, the 74th Special Corps was wiped out. Commander Ling Pu Chiang died. Survivors of the 6,000-strong corps were in the sub-double digits. Willy Wong's reinforcements were ambushed during the rescue process, but fortunately most of them withdrew, losing more than 1,000 people. The only one from the Alliance Southwestern Front Army in the Hillblad Theater who can claim success is the eldest of the Barav family who was sent to herd the sheep, Rear Admiral Carlos. Rear Admiral Carlos's independent corps successfully intercepted the Southern Tribal Army's attempt to take advantage of the gap in the rear to capture Thoradin's Gate, and severely inflicted the vigor of the tribal vanguard. It can be confirmed that the achievements include 114 orc corpses and 3 redheads. Dragon remains. That night, Rear Admiral Carlos even led an elite team to secretly sneak into the orc camp, captured important tribal figures, and burned a large amount of tribal ammunition, making for a remarkable battle. Carlos Contral Moranti's penultimate performance highlighted the incompetence of the other Alliance regiments on the southwestern front at the Hillblad Theater. 2 days ago, the Allied Forces Command planned a coordinated sea-land assault operation against the coastal encampment of the tribal fighting force across the sea. The Alliance and the tribe numbered more than 80,000 people fighting day and night in a small area of less than 20 square kilometers, and the Alliance took the initiative to withdraw. Post-war statistical assessments estimated casualties for the tribe to be approximately 4,000, while the Alliance killed 21,552. The statistics of the victims were not complete. Your Majesty, can you now prove that Anduin Lothar is not a liar? Lothar smiled and looked at the people present with anger in his eyes. His Excellency the Grand Duke is serious. We have never doubted your character. Why did you say that? Jean Greymane asked perplexed. Since Anduin Lothar is not a liar, then Anduin Lothar is an honest person, right? Lothar ignored the words of the Kyrgyz king. My friend, there are no outsiders, no soldiers, no guards here, just us old things. Just say anything if you have something to say, don't be circumspect. Taranaz Manethil too saw the clues. Grand Duke, please speak if you have something to say. Even after a full day of rest, Aden Perinold still seemed surprised. Although the performance of the Alterac cavalry has been the performance of everyone in the alliance, but the Majesty's heart of hers is still scared, so the voice of him is a little vague. Everyone, let me say it. Lothar scanned the crowd again. If you have something to say, yes. Dahlan Proudmoore was immersed in the pain of mourning, his tone was very aggressive, but facing Anduin Lothar, the grieving and angry father suppressed his anger. There is no doubt that the kingdoms of Lord Aaron are much more powerful than the Stormwind Kingdom. After a year of integration, the Alliance army in front of us is also extremely powerful. But the most serious problem now is that Your Majesty, you don't trust me as Commander-in-Chief. Lothar finished speaking and pressed his palm down. Please don't interrupt me. Although you have chosen me to preside over the Alliance's preparations and promote me as the Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance. However, you do not trust me. And my weak retreat is the main reason for the failure of this alliance. Battle. My friend, please don't be like that. Your words make everyone feel ashamed. Taranaz whispered in pain. I hope the Union army will be unified in command, and everyone will be reluctant to take command of their own army. I hope the Union army will lose a lot of money, and not everyone will be willing to recruit recruits and buy weapons and teams. I don't agree with this rash battle. All of you join forces to put pressure on me. So I compromised, I gave in. So more than 20,000 good men of humans were lying in the desert, and the orcs may be using the corpses of our fallen warriors to cook soup. Lothar's language awoke. Every time I think about this, I have trouble sleeping and eating. I'm sorry, my anger and pain affected my judgment. You are right, Sir Lothar, I beg your pardon. Dahlan Proudmoore thought about ordering the Kul Tiran athletes to wear red. The dragon threatened to attack the tribe and she began to regret his hasty decision. The orc tribe is not an enemy that can be defeated overnight, we must be united. Lothar clenched his fists. If you trust me, please also trust my ability. The loss of Stormwind is a wound in my heart that will never heal. Anduin Lothar swears he will never let the same tragedy befall Lord Aaron. Lend me your power. All the people of the kingdom of Lord Aaron will unconditionally accept the blood of Arathor, commanded and sent by Anduin Lothar. Taranaz Manethil too stated. All the people of the kingdom of Gilneas will unconditionally accept the blood of Arathor, commanded and sent by Anduin Lothar. Jean Greymane stated. All the people of Alterac will unconditionally accept the blood of Arathor, commanded and sent by Anduin Lothar. Aden Perinold declared. Alliance Marine obeys the order of the Marshal General. Dahlan Proudmoore pulled the tied blade out of the sword, laid the blade flat, and the tip of the sword dropped to show surrender. Thoras Bertone sent the general situation of Arthi in Stromgard, and Biglas Bertone organized defensive operations on the Saldo Bridge, so the Bertone family had no representatives at this time and place. However, it was the Bertone family of Stromgard that entered the state of total war first, and they were Lothar's loyal supporters. In that case, please take heart. The Red Dragon is our unexpected enemy. If we don't deal with these great reptiles, we can't talk about defeating the tribe. The chairman of the Dalaran Magistrates Council, Antonidas, has already understood the difficulties of the alliance. At the latest the day after tomorrow, its plenipotentiary, Master Kel'Thuzad, the Vice President of the Dalaran Wizard Council, will lead the reinforcements of the Dalaran Wizards to South Blue by ship. Alex Barav also notified. Representatives of Wild Hammer Dwarves from the Eagle's Nest, I will also come to South Blue City for a chat in the near future. Lothar's spirit rose suddenly. Everyone, don't worry anymore, let the future allies see that they thought the sky was going to fall and return to the country, but I don't know how much trouble it should cause. Although the losses are heavy, we must force this wave so as not to lose. For political and propaganda considerations, Anduin Lothar suggested that all the kings present together use their own forced without loss skills. When Carlos encountered the orc striker from the south, and the troops suffered more than half the casualties, the unwitting paladin summoned the main thieves and the men who worked for the bald brother. A crazy and daring plan was born. The wind blows, the clouds fly, they poison, murder and burn their mother. To ease the pressure of war, Carlos plans to plan a special operation, using poisoning to contaminate water sources, assassinating tribal leaders, and burning weapons and grain to delay the orc offensive. To this end, Carlos, who was in intermittent convulsions, called the ops team the Allied Death Squad. The op code was Call of Duty, his temporary code name was Snake, and Brother Bald's temporary code name was 47. Carlos and his squad of stalkers, with the help of Archmage Brick, used the unstable portal to unknowingly touch the temporary base of the tribe's troops to the south. After 47 complained to Sneak that it was more difficult to pass through the unstable portal than to be tortured, the Allied hit squad secretly infiltrated the tribal camp. Among the shoddy tents of various suggestions, the Allied hit squad members found that the camp was empty and the defensive force was weak. Excited, Sneak found a suspicious map that was completely incomprehensible, and several orcish documents he did not recognize in a tent at a suspected enemy command post. 30 minutes later, 47th informed Snake that the orcs' fodder accumulation point was heavily guarded, and there was no valuable arson target except the barn, and asked his superior for instructions. After careful consideration, Snake decided to burn anything and then withdrew. After the Allied Death Squad arbitrarily arranged the burning objects, a fire broke out in the orcs' barn. Snake asked 47 if he had done it. 47 looked up at the sky without words. According to Plan A, the Allied hit squad fled the scene after setting fire to create chaos, encountering a blue-horned hoofed humanoid creature along the way. In order to prevent 47's hostile behavior, Snake used the holy light to heal the hoofed humanoid creature with scarred blue horns, and the opponent carefully touched Snake's forehead with his teary fingertips. May the holy light guide your way forward, kind-hearted people, save me. The echo of the soul shook Snake's mind. Isn't it hard for Lenny to pretend to be a dead star? It is so miserable that the holy light guides the way. 5 days later, Carlos received a letter of praise from Alliance Commander Lothar. General, your achievement is so great that more than a dozen people destroyed the barn of the tribal army. Why do you lie in the report that it is a team of 200 people? Emir asked puzzled. Of course it's for your promotion. You have to think it over with me. After being a nobleman for so many years, Carlos's high-sounding lies have just opened his mouth. Looking at the Emir headdress, Carlos, who had hardened his Kryptonian skin, was a little embarrassed. Report the truth, Comrade Alex Barav will not skin me, damn it. In line with the principle of looking for a wizard without resolution, looking for a master for intractable diseases, and looking for square bricks for dirty work, the problems that happened along the way were handed over to the Grand Master of Square Bricks. 5 days later, Brick told Carlos that linguistic communication was now possible. Uncle Brick, has the magical civilization of Dalaran developed to study language-dominating spells? Carlos asked with a surprised look. With such spells, the old man spends so much time learning all kinds of languages. The creature called Drania you sent is itself a literate teacher, using memory-enhancing spells to teach it basic text and grammar, and the rest is an education that fills ducks. Uncle Brick said with a look of aftertaste, I believe that when I was a mid-level magician, I also worked as a tutor. Enlightenment education can be regarded as a long-standing profession, and the Pengley family is so wasteful. The teacher Chai's elder has been educated by me. Apart from the legendary Rebowen, the elder is #1 in the world of tutoring. It's unbelievable, so I'm going to question. Carlos said, walking over to the tent the Drania was holding. Hello. Hello. My name is Carlos Barav, what's your name? My name is Leonardo. Conversation with friends when Penguin first emerged in the 1990s was what happened to the sense of sight. Carlos took a deep breath. Can you tell your story? I'm a Drania, from Draenor, orcs, very bad, killing people, taking food, working with flower girls, me, captive. Carlos held some old blood on his chest, unable to speak for a long time. Mr. Leonardo, please be more detailed. I know a lot more than you think. Is the Prophet Velen okay? Leonardo suddenly got emotional. May the light guide our way forward. Young owner of the light, thank you for saving me, the great Prophet Velen is fine, and any attempt by those ugly orcs to assassinate the great Prophet Velen will not succeed. The speech ultimately went smoothly. As far as I know, after the orcs committed the Shatrath tragedy, they left no record of male Drania. Leonardo fell into a sad memory, with a sad expression on his face. Yes, they killed men, old men, and children, and insulted women. But I am Lantraso's uncle. Lantraso once gave me an orc-style hanging chain, and that thing saved my life. Carlos couldn't turn his head a bit. Landrezzo? Landrezzo. Fireblade. Saint Landrezzo sword. I didn't expect Landrezzo to be so famous, even the humans of Azeroth know his name. Eudrania. Lantraso, orc. Uncle. Yes, Lantariso's mother is my sister. She and Lantariso's father freely fell in love and gave birth to Lantriso. Their marriage was even influenced by the great prophet Velen and the orcs' shaman master. Ozu's blessing. At that time, the orcs were not so violent and bloodthirsty. The relationship between the Drania and the orcs was very harmonious at that time. But all the good times ended without warning. Leonardo was obviously deep in the meaning of grief again, a bitter expression on his face. How did you get to Azeroth? The orcs wanted to find the refuge of the surviving Drania through me. I was afraid to leave my nephew's refuge when I found out they were trying to stay. I had to stay with the Burning Blade clan and stay. Lantraso was out of tolerance from the tribe due to anti-war. People took shelter. Before leaving, my nephew gave my Toefl to another respectable Bakan Clefthoof Slayer to take care of. The Bakan Clefthoof Slayer came here with the horde, and I followed him. Boshan Clefthoof Slayer? This name. Every year in the breeding season, the violent cleft cattle are the natural disasters of the Nagrand grasslands. Borshan won the title of Cleavage Slaughter due to his exquisite skills and outstanding results, thus he was named Borchan Cleft Cattle. The Matador. No, this is a long, idle beat. Carlos realized that he hadn't asked what was going on, not when he cared about these 8 trigrams. Did you set a fire in the barn? Yes, I hate orcs, except for the Bakan Clefthoof Slayer and those who have helped me. I can't wait to kill all the orcs. But I can't. Before Shatrath was destroyed, I was a jewel polisher. Master, I did not learn excellent martial arts. The Bakan Clefthoof Slaughter arranged for me to cook for him. I am qualified to go in and out of the barn. The orcs had a great action that night, and I used the excuse to kill Bakan Clefthoof. The author did midnight snacks, mixed up in the barn in the middle of the night, used hay as a fuse to start the fire and prepared to escape into the chaos. Then I met you. The information you provided is very important. As Alliance Rear Admiral, I hereby declare that Leonardo the Drania has been granted asylum by the Alliance and that you are safe. Thanks. Carlos and Leonardo clasped their hands tightly, and they both felt that they were lucky. This is a treasure. Chapter 87. 2 months have passed since Alliance Rear Admiral Carlos rescued interstellar friend Leonardo from Horde orcs. In this harvest season, which should have been a merry one, blood and slaughter ruled the fertile hills of Hilbrad. Although the tribal army rushed in and seized the absolute initiative on the actual battlefield, the unified commanding power of the Alliance army strictly implemented Commander Lothar's statement to build high walls, dig deep wells, overlap defenses, and every inch of land must be contested. The strategic policy instructed to trap the tribal army in the Hilblad theater. According to information provided by Leonardo, the Drania, the tribe's poor logistical supply severely restricted the tribe's combat effectiveness. Thus, after negotiating with Magna Bronzebeard, King of Ironforge, the dwarves and gnomes changed their tactics, shifting their strategic focus from reclaiming lost ground to harassing the tribe's logistics and transportation forces. Although the Wild Hammer dwarves are not willing to formally join the alliance, they are willing to provide air support to the alliance to fight the common enemy. The air combat armor meticulously designed by dwarf scientists and the new streamlined Warhammer make the brave air knights even more powerful in the battle with the Red Dragon, and the sky is no longer the alliance's restricted area of life. In just 2 months, Kel'Thuzad and the Horde warlocks conducted secret battles in no less than triple digits, reconnaissance and counter-agreement, curses and scorns, large-scale magical battles on the frontal battlefield, all that he did. That the genius archmage of the Stalaran was exhausted and exhilarated. Knowing the cruelty of war, Master Kel'Thuzad agreed to return to Dala and then pressured the Kirin Tor to provide more support for the alliance. Even if there are all kinds of good news, Carlos still sees a big problem behind the battle report announcement: the frontal battlefield. The alliance is at an overwhelming disadvantage. Less than 3 months into the war, the alliance lost 50,000 soldiers to one side. 50,000 is the number of deaths, more so for the disabled. The logistics of the tribe are tight, and the strength of the alliance is close. The kings rushed back to the country for the second full-scale conscription. In the current strange calm, 2 beasts of war are ready to lick their wounds. There will be at most 2 weeks before the crops are grown on the farmland. The Horde will not let the alliance reap without worry, and a new battle will begin. The defeat of various battlefields created the prestige of the Knights of the Silver Hand. The alliance leaders eventually found out that these powerful paladins are powerful weapons against orcs, so more paladins appeared. Carlos also has a new batch of transfer paladin list, which is really shining. Alessandro Magrani, the future messenger of the Ashes. Erigel, the commanding officer of the Argent Dawn in the future, is known as the Dawnbringer. The dream lover of the Stratholm girls in town, the rich and handsome and powerful knight born with a golden spoon, Rivendell. Fred Abides, the original Scarlet Crusade admiral in the story, was a man who carried out love and true justice. Of course, the main reason WoW remembers him is because he has a good daughter. Bromus Grunner, this name of a dwarf character attracted the special attention of Carlos. The war finally forced the alliance to put aside its pale pride and shared the secret of the paladin's transfer to the dwarves. Only 3 pages, 173 names, this is the list of the third batch of paladins. Seeing these names that seemed familiar or heard after being reborn, Carlos was slightly stunned. General, the third batch of supplementary soldiers sent by Grand Duke Alex Barav is here. Emir entered the headquarters excitedly and informed Carlos. After the first battle, the commander-in-chief of the alliance quickly filled the vacancy of the Star Troop Carlos Independent Corps. However, in the fierce attack of the orcs, the entire alliance army suffered heavy losses. Carlos 3 times in 2 months. There are countless small-scale conflicts. In the end, Carlos recognized a reality: the Horde can outfight the alliance. By then, Carlos had already written 3,322 death notices by himself. Master Dandema is also here. Emir added. Place the recruits well and start the specific training tomorrow. Don't let the newcomers have blind trust and don't scare them away. Hold the rest for yourself and then ask Master Dandema to come in. Carlos has become increasingly temperamental after being baptized by the cruel war. The rainfall, the majesty increases day by day. Your will. Emir saluted and withdrew. After a cup of tea, Dandema approached Carlos. I haven't seen him in a long time, I've become mature, my friend Carlos. Dandema Lanyu was not polite and found a place to sit. Long time no see, did your sister find it? Carlos asked. No, all tracks have been cut, and it looks like I'm trapped in layers of mist. The only good news is that she's still alive. Dandema scratched his head and smiled like a self-deprecating smile. I need your help, teacher. Carlos said as he withdrew to the others at the command post. Let's talk about that first. Dandema Lanyu didn't have much of a problem, but he seemed very cautious. For some time in the future, I may leave my army for a short time. I need a capable commander to command the troops for me. Carlos said, looking directly into Dandema's eyes. I'm not Garrett Shadow Song, I'm not good at commanding the army or something, you found the wrong person. Dandema refused. Liars have long ears. An old man who has fought against the Burning Legion before 10,000 years cannot command troops, do you think so? Carlos sneered. You are racial discrimination. My sexy long ears are born. Dandema began to ramble. The two talked about each other for a while, the long-awaited strangeness dissipated, and the atmosphere became lively. Actually, you shouldn't ask. If you ask, you can't get out, but I still want to know what happened. I'm selfish, forget it, Master Dandema, will you help me train soldiers for now? Carlos turned off the topic. Dandema is not an idiot, knowing that it is Carlos who is in charge of the friendship between the two. No problem, my friend. For 2 months, there have been such interesting little details about the information about His Majesty King Aiden. His Majesty Aiden went to the battlefield, and was almost pierced by the spear thrown by the orcs, and AI Ma blocked him to death. His Majesty Aiden saw the village wiped out by the tribe and was sick in bed the next day. His Majesty Aiden visited and dissected the captured ogre, saw the human remains in the ogre's stomach pouch, and vomited on the spot. His Majesty Aiden returned to China to recruit, and the guards traveled 300 miles a day. And the translation of her father Alex Barab's secret letter to Charles was a shocking secret. The Queen has not been seen in public for 4 months and is suspected of being pregnant. Everything seemed to be controlled by a great invisible hand. Carlos felt that he would do nothing. The tide of darkness would drown the Barab family before devouring the Alliance. Chapter 88 Guy Erdlin Teddy Bear. After a short period of latency, the Horde attacked across the board and competed with the Alliance for the golden and precious grains on the farmlands. In the scene on the southern front of the Hillblad Theater, a 100-man battle has never ceased. The 500 guards fought for 3 consecutive days and 4 nights, leaving Carlos exhausted. About 2 hours before dawn, Carlos, who insisted on vigil, was replaced by Dandema, leaning against a hollow tree trunk and falling asleep almost instantly. In the empty hallway, holding my pencil in my hand, I sketched my memories, and what I wrote was not a breath. In the court where I judged, I spoke hoarsely. There is madness between the lines, revealing my ambition. The crowded city echoes my voice, inciting fanatical hearts, breaking the glass of the night. The iron helmet always advances, even if there are thousands of enemies ahead. Faith will never change, sing the poems. He swears to extend the empire for 10,000 years. I am justice, and I will never take pity on the enemy who died by the sword. Baptism of blood has become a military discipline similar to steel. I made up my mind and would never give up even if war ignited. To defeat you, my eternal enemy, Tribe Chicken. They lord under the sword, waving the battle flag of Alterac everywhere. In Alvin's night sky, the Griffin fighter flew. After the peace treaty is signed, will the war end? The Alliance army has taken another step to make those who underestimate the enemy pay the price. The eagles roared and our army was on the offensive. The smell of gunpowder, the cleanliness of Shinigami, the wailing everywhere he goes. I am justice, and I will never take pity on the enemy who died by the sword. Baptism of blood has become a military discipline similar to steel. I made up my mind and would never give up even if war ignited. To defeat you, my forever enemy Terranaz. Alterac snowflakes, which kept falling, were punishments given by the moon god. The exaggeration of the front line, I cannot perceive the bewilderment. The knight's horses fell one after another, their blood stained on landscape paintings. Flocks of crows pushed me mercilessly off the cliff. Broken glass, ruined walls, sad battlefield. Waiting for the dawn, a miracle like Thoradin the Great. There are corpses all over the floor, separation of life and death, it seems that these do not make sense. The final battle, holding the gun tightly, I secretly cry. The Manethil trial ended my life. Is it the sinner or the hero who left the question for all ages? In a dream, Carlos walked through his life like a god with singing. In the dream, Carlos overthrew the incompetent Alterac Perinold regime, led the alliance step by step to victory, and slaughtered the orcs all. In the dream, Carlos, as the hero of the alliance, leads the Alt Irant kingdom, and his national power is flourishing. In his dream, Carlos discovered that the Alterac kingdom had been surrounded by the anti-Austrian alliance of Lord Aaron without knowing it. In the dream, Carlos colluded with the remaining orcs and wild hammer dwarves to launch a blitzkrieg against the kingdom of Lord Aaron led by Terranaz. In the dream, the new alliance led by Carlos is putting pressure on Uber at the early stage, and another empire of mankind is rising. In the dream, Carlos was tricked, the generals withheld his military information, and the Alterac kingdom fell into despair amid cheers. In the dream, Carlos was defeated, the Barav family was purged, and Terranaz began a harsh trial in the court of the Old Alliance. In the dream, Carlos used a nail that his subordinates desperately sent into the cell to end his life. General, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Emir brought a bowl of dry noodles soaked in cold water. In places where the enemy's situation was unknown, the alliance warriors did not dare to make fire and could only eat some dry food. Carlos woke up, his first reaction was to draw his sword. After discovering that it was Emir, his tight body relaxed. How long have I slept? Feeling cool in his face, Carlos removed his chain gloves and wiped his face. Some small particles are tears. Seeing Carlos taking the simple wooden bowl, Emir said, "It's less than 3 hours. General, why are you crying in your sleep? Dreaming of the brothers who died in battle, maybe there was too much written on the death notice recently." The hypocrisy of the nobles has penetrated his bones, and Carlos opens his mouth to tell lies that are beneficial to him, without having to think about his brain. "General, please don't be sad, you've done well enough." Emir took the iron glove that Carlos threw to the ground, kissed the back of the glove and placed it in a position where Carlos was holding it. "It's not good enough, you should take a break, the battle has just begun." Carlos finished his meal after 2 bites. "Yes, General." Emir removed the wooden bowl, cleaned it briefly, put it in his suitcase, then found a reliable stone to sit on and rest on not far from Carlos. With the second surge of troops across the sea, the intensity of the war gradually increased. Terranaz returned to Lord Aaron to coordinate military supplies, Jean Greymane returned to Silverpine Forest to prepare for the defense, to guard against the possibility of the tribe going north or the orcs landing across the sea to open up the second battlefield. Aiden Perinold defends Taran's Mill Road and guards against the orcs breaching the Hillbrad war zone from the mountains. The only good news for Carlos in the near future is that High Lord of Stromgard Salas Bertone has replaced the commander of the Saldo Bridge Guard unit, and Biglas Bertone has been transferred to organize Thoradin's wall. Defense work. With Uncle Biglas defending Thoradin's wall, he doesn't need to worry about the back road. After the orcs discovered that the tribe had an overwhelming advantage in individual combat effectiveness, they decisively changed their tactics, and a large number of small teams with the size of hundreds of people scattered in all directions to compete with the Alliance for food. Large-scale battles are invisible, but the Alliance has shed more blood. Countless tragic fights have taken place throughout Hillbrad Hills. Every second, there are Alliance soldiers who sacrifice themselves. 60,000 to 80,000. As a member of the high human level, Carlos obtained the comparison of the forces between the two sides calculated by Lothar's staff. It seems that the humans have a total of 20,000 more troops than the tribes, but when he remembers the chilling comparison of combat power, Carlos has a cold sweat behind him, and he did not dare to share this data with anyone. It's the busy agricultural season, and recruits for the second conscription want to complete the most basic training at least 3 months later. These 3 months are a horrible winter for the Alliance. As one of the major grain-producing areas, a poor or even no crop in the Hillbrad region this year has become an ironclad fact. If the orcs are allowed to break through Thoradin's wall, the originally slightly barren Arthi Highlands or the northern Silver Pine Forest will suffer. The Alliance will starve. This is forcing the Alliance to engage in a bloody battle with the Horde at its weakest moment. General, to the northwest, a small group of orcs was found resting in an abandoned village. The number of visually estimated numbers is less than 200. Brother Bale earned the rank of ensign issued by the Alliance in the latest military achievement commendation, and now he is calling Carlos a general as well. Composition of soldiers. Carlos took 2 deep breaths, sobering up. Some cavalry wolves and ogres. Brother Bale responded. Emir, assemble the troops and leave in 15 minutes. Carlos got up slowly and began to move his body. The wrong sleeping posture caused Carlos to crack while moving his bones. Carlos felt that he needed a friendly battle to wake up his sleeping body. Chapter 89, Not all ogres are called special. The sky was white, it was the morning of the day and it was a good time to kill and set fire. Emir, in a while, you will bring 20 cavalry so that the orc sentinels will find out, and when they do, you will make a great circle and then return. Carlos issued a combat order. Do you need contact? Emir asked. No, it's just a simple strategy of dividing the forces. Carlos finished, and he arranged the first squad, the second squad and the third squad to be responsible for the offensive positions. After receiving a positive response, Emir left. Although the troops are superior, it is also an excellent option to reduce casualties with tactical fixes. The soldiers are just numbers on file. That's just because high-level people can't see it. Carlos is now afraid to write the death notice, but he feels a little better in his hands. Carlos even wanted to fight instead of the soldiers who were looking at him adoringly. However, war is not a trivial matter that anyone can wage, especially a war between 2 races for survival. So after being repeatedly ground by the grinding disc of humanity and reality, the general named Carlos Barab learned to give the cruelest orders with a compassionate heart. After the signal is sent, 3 rounds of rockets are suppressed, and then the 4th squad is used as a mobile squad. You support which direction the orcs break through. Carlos continued to refine his combat plan. General, are you going to take the guards to the camp again? The ensign officer in command of the 3rd squad looked at Carlos annoyed. Otherwise, why do you think I transferred Emir? That is, a kind person like me can bear such a crusher. Carlos took it for granted. Time limit. If you are surrounded, General, when will we launch an attack? The 2nd squad captain asked. My original plan was to induce or expel the orcs, but your question is very good. Please remember me next time. Carlos sincerely thanked him. Carlos's original plan was to use Emir's small number of cavalry to alarm the orcs. If the orcs divide their troops and kill them, the entire army will be sent to finish off the enemy's main force. If the orcs abandon their current strongholds and flee, they will pursue them to the end, using bloodshed tactics to consume the orcs. But the subordinate's speech reminded Carlos, in case the commander of this orc troop is brainstorming and cannot understand Carlos' arrangement at all, and organizes the defense instead, then Carlos' arrangement has a fatal flaw. The Alliance's military system is the same, with 12 people in a squad, 10 squads in a squad, 3 to 5 squads in a squad, and 10 to 15 squads in a corps. Carlos came out this time with a total of 5 squads plus his own guards, for a total of 6.5 squads. But until the war, the casualties were not small. The captain of the 5th squad was killed, and Carlos divided the 5th squad into the other 4 squads to fill the vacancies. Even so, with the 1st and 2nd squads, the other teams are still dissatisfied. If the impact of Jianyu and Carlos led the guards did not confuse the orcs, or the orc commander is a powerful party and flees decisively, then the blocking forces will be too weak, and more severe losses are likely to occur. So the tactical arrangement to reduce casualties just didn't play its proper role, it just concentrated the damage that should have been shared by the whole army in one squad. Then, the 4th squad, as the reserve team, decides the attack position by itself. After launching the attack, the entire army will make an assault. Yeah. Clear. Okay, General. The combat meeting is over. According to the plan, Emir's team attracted the attention of the orcs. Soon, the team of about 30 orcs left the abandoned village, including the cavalry of 3 wolves. About 5 minutes later, Carlos led the guard cavalry to charge. Halfway through the charge, the first round of rain of flame arrows fell. The 2 guards quickly sped up and passed their generals, bogging down Carlos's position and slowing down Carlos's horse. The second round of flame arrow rain fell. Others rushed past their generals tacitly, and the battle officially began. The third round of flame arrows fell, and the cavalry entered the orc camp with wonderful cooperation. The orcs in chaos suffered the first round of blows. The high movement brought by the horses can make for a powerful axe throw. The tacit guards in the first round throw 3 axes and 1 orc, taking more than 30 orcs in one round. Life. After the first frontal contact ended, Carlos entered the battlefield. The general glanced at his 2 guards and they were unmoved. By the time the orcs organized a decent defense, the surrounded alliance soldiers had already rushed onto the battlefield. I thought that the orc commanders were the same as the great axe I first encountered. It turned out that I was scared. This is not so good. Carlos discovered that even if he did not participate in the battle, the alliance had the absolute advantage, so he was in the mood to chat with the squad captain of the 3rd squad. Your Excellency, not all Union generals are the same as you. The squad captain of the 3rd squad gave Carlos some flattery. Stop protecting me, order your troops to crush this pile of scum. Carlos smiled happily and Carlos made a face. Yeah. The squadron commander understood that everything should not be too much, and quickly left Carlos to organize the battle. At this moment, there was a loud cry, accompanied by 2 heavily armed soldiers flying in the air, and Carlos knew that something was wrong. There was a flying soldier whose body was obviously in the shape of a 7, and he obviously had no hope. Carlos chased after his horse, the wings of light spread and he leapt into the air to catch the other soldier. Holy light, please show your kindness. Although you don't need to chant a mantra to cast the holy light, Carlos can't change it by pretending to be a habit. Although the meaning of the soldiers rescued by Carlos had been blurred, they still recognized Carlos. General, General. The soldier punched hard, raising his arm in a labored salute. Okay, rest well. Carlos said softly, and then handed the soldier over to the other soldiers who came to care. Everything I do is meaningful. The respect of the heart of an ordinary soldier who fell into a coma made Carlos very satisfied. The power of holy light surged through his body, and the whole person entered a state of inexplicable excitement. Ah! I really want to beat something. Carlos yelled, crouching on the ground and accelerating, running towards the direction of the culprit that he had just observed in the air. So handsome, is this the paladin? A young soldier exclaimed as he looked at the distant figure of Carlos. His Excellency General is a unique green light knight, an ignorant fellow. The veteran slapped the rookie, showing what kind of spirit he walked on the battlefield. After breaking through the barriers, Carlos discovered the raging ogre. Even if he didn't use brave and fearless, the soldiers led by Carlos would not feel fear when facing the ogre. The ogre, whose right knee was abolished, was also more than 3 meters tall on one knee, and was besieged by more than 20 human soldiers. As long as the fat ogre dared to wave the beam that he didn't know had been removed from that house, he would immediately get several knives behind him. The desperate ogre's eyes were fierce and angry. Go back and say hello to the orcs, don't waste your time here. Although Carlos gave the order, there were no soldiers left. Let the general alone challenge this kind of monster, and it would be hell not to be repaired by the officer at that time. Walking forward step by step, the ogre vigorously exerted force, and the large wooden stick swept away. Carlos raised the hand that was not holding the sword and prepared to block it directly with his forearm. This act frightened the soldiers, and the common people subconsciously wanted to rush forward, but it was too late. The imaginary tragedy did not happen, and the invisible shield of light on Carlos's arm sprinkled tens of thousands of stars, directly blocking the blow. The beam bent in the middle, and the ogre's wrist was pulled by the reaction force, making a click. Carlos continued walking towards the ogre step by step. There was a look of fear in the ogre's eyes, and the unreasonable phenomenon scared the big fat man stupidly. Carlos walked over to the ogre and hooked his finger. The ogre lowered its head in fear. Have you ever eaten people? Carlos, who was fluent in the Orcish language, knew that ogres could understand. It's not rough. The ogre replied in some fucking Orcish language. Yeah. Carlos brandished his sword and turned to leave. After a while, the ogre discovered that he saw a huge pile of headless meat, and he couldn't help but wonder if it would be delicious. Chapter 90 Medical Techniques, Hold the Girl in the Arm to Kill. During the half-month defensive battle to harvest crops, the tribe's offensive strategy has evolved from seizing grain to destroying farmland, and then attacking grain-carrying equipment and barns. After half a month of heavy fighting, more than 10,000 Union soldiers were buried in the Hillblad foothills and rivers. However, estimating the results of the battle, the Alliance discovered that in such a small-scale battle, the battle damage ratio between the Alliance and the tribe was actually much lower than the battle damage ratio during the Battle of the Great Army. After analysis by Anduin Lothar and his staff, they believed that it was caused by the following reasons. First, the main force of the Alliance led by Anduin has always maintained a high-pressure stance against the tribe. The large number of fortifications in the main theater meant a lot of energy for the tribe. At this time, the advantage that the orcs have less strength than the Alliance is magnified. In a local battle, the ratio of the number of troops between the Alliance and the tribe can be as high as 4-1 or even 5-1, which is much higher than the combat power of a single soldier previously estimated 1-1. 3. The critical strength value has caused an overwhelming situation in the tribe. Second, although the Alliance has lost nearly half of its troops since the start of the war, there is no doubt that the remaining soldiers who have experienced the baptism of war have grown rapidly, and the Alliance's overall combat effectiveness has increased. In the third aspect, the Paladin's excellent performance exceeded everyone's expectations, and even Alandus Faer, the father of the Paladin, did not expect it. Inspired by Carlos, the first and second members of the Knights of the Silver Hand did not take many detours in the path of light. Crossover attacks infused with holy light, Holy Light in a more reasonable manner, Holy Light shields with excellent defensive effects against physical and magic, and banish blows that use Holy Light to impact the enemy's spirit. These may be widely spread. The Holy Light technique makes the Paladin the strongest spear and shield in the league. The Holy Storm that Uther used on the battlefield dominated the victory or defeat of a battle. The powerful storm of light swept away everyone within 100 yards. The enemy was wounded on all sides, and the friendly forces were alive. The situation was reversed in an instant. Afterwards, Turalion's nickname for Uther was widely circulated, and Envoy of Light became her exclusive title. Now, while there is danger, Lothar's first thought is the Paladins of the Silver Hand. The fourth and most important aspect is the addition of the Griffin Rider, bringing the battlefield of the sky back to the balance of power from one-sided tribal advantage. To protect the smoothness of sea communications, at least half of the tribe's red dragons travel between the wetlands and Hillblad foothills. The remaining half of the red dragon was unable to form the numerical advantage of crushing the Wildhammer Midget Storm Air Cavalry Regiment, but was struck with scars. In the first large-scale air battle, Falstad Wildhammer completed 3 hat tricks and killed 9 red dragons in one battle, shocking everyone on the battlefield. King Terenaz of Lordaeron learned of the incident. Baron Falstad's honor was bestowed. Because Falstad Wildamar's takeoff operation attaches great importance to a red turban on his head, the Red Baron's reputation has spread like wildfire. The other hero of the Wildhammer dwarves, Kurdran. Wildhammer and his older brother, Swinug, were called the White Demon by the tribe because they selected adult red dragons to kill. Hearing this name from the prisoners of the Dragonmaw clan, Kurdran Bronzebeard laughed and said to the people around him, "This name is Laozi." Although only less than 30% of the grain was harvested in the Hillblad warzone in previous years, the great harvest in Tyrusfal and Stratholm gave all the kings a sigh of relief. Under the grain storage setting, there should be no starvation. Human things. However, it was Carlos smelled a strange odor when Terenaz forcibly transferred Brill's grain without Alex Barav's consent. Although Alex Barav endured this tone for the sake of the overall situation, Terenaz also made up to the Barav family afterwards. It is about trampling on the rights of the Lord, unlike the scheming Terenaz. He will do it. With insufficient intelligence, Carlos couldn't make too many judgments. The harvest defensive battle ended almost half a month ago, and Carlos's men were almost half dead. Even without knowing why, Carlos refused the help of his subordinates and insisted on personally writing a death notice for each family member of the soldiers who died in the regiment. Since he returned to camp for 3 days until now, Carlos has been writing about meals every day, in addition to his regular 2-hour exercise time. Emir once wanted to ask Dandamalanyu or Archmage Brick to persuade Carlos, but they were very touched by Emir's loyalty, and later refused him. Except for the trifle of Fondrel Staghelm, that the Elven general did not write the death notice himself. This is the general's duty. Dandamalanyu said. That's a bitter pill for medical trauma. You should feel like you have a general like that. Brick said. Although she seemed to understand but not understand, Emir wasn't trying to persuade Carlos, just doing her job quietly. After another 2 days, Carlos looked at the long list of deaths and finally only the last few dozen names remained, and decided to stay up late to work. He never wanted to think about those sad template words after waking up. Dear Mrs. XXX. Your son fought XXXXX with XXXX in the XXX battle. We can XXXXXX assure you that he is a true warrior. He walked peacefully, and the Alliance thanked him for raising such an upright warrior. There are over a dozen similar letter templates for Carlos. The more you write, the more bitter you feel. Towards tonight today, 8 squads of supplementary soldiers arrived at the barracks. Most of them were newly recruited rookies, and only 1 squad was transferred from the main theater. The rookie recruits are just a bunch of farmers who just put down their hoes. It's time to turn off the lights and go to bed, and they haven't finished packing. Carlos couldn't be fought, and he wanted to come and give the recruits a chance to get out of trouble, but after thinking about it, forget it. In the end, the veterans are still busy. Guards, go tell Emir and some wing captains. I can't figure it out for half an hour. Don't sleep tonight. Carlos, who was immersed in writing, ordered one of the two guards at the gate to come in and say hello right away. Go away. As written, the noise in the camp was reduced. Carlos nodded with satisfaction and continued working, but the anxiety of the sixth sense made him stop writing. Look up, be satisfied with what is wrong, and continue writing. Incorrect. I must be missing something. The sudden sensation made Carlos stand up abruptly, deliberately making a loud noise, and the guard at the gate did not respond. The three shadow daggers pierced Carlos with dark green light. Damn, Brother Bald was asked to do homework the day before, and he was met with murder today. Is the Alliance a qualified thief for the Bald brother? Carlos was faced with a certain murder situation, and he was thinking about the appearance of the murderer. The three assassins, 2 men and 1 woman, all have green skin. He doesn't look like a purebred orc, he is smaller than an orc and his appearance has human traces. Carlos suddenly thought of Garona, and then thought that it should be the group of shadow assassins made up of half-orcs under Gul'dan. Dressed in casual clothes, with his gun in the rack 10 feet away, Carlos didn't panic. Holy fury! Screaming skill moves are not just a regular pretense, but also to attract the attention of other guards. The violent power of the holy light exploded with Carlos-like loyalty. The leather-armored assassin was bombarded by great energy, shattering the thin wooden planks of the camp, and flew away. There are murderers. The guards who heard the noise moved quickly. The 2 dizzy male half-orcs were quickly taken down by the rushing guards, while the female half-orcs were obviously better than their 2 companions. They had the ability to roll and unload the first time they were shot down, and they obviously had the ability to fight. Although the weapon was released, the female half-orc pulled out a spare dagger and rushed off again. Did you know? Carlos attacked the complicated dagger of the half-orc female with a relaxed crotch, and still had room to speak. When he was young, Carlos again blocked a side kick from the female orca with one hand. But I learned to fight from a Pandaren monk. Carlos didn't care if the female orca understood. Even the great monk praises me for my talent. Carlos held the female half-orca's wrist and flew the dagger. The guard accompanied me from birth to death, and all the swords and flames broke through. The female half-orc suddenly jumped up and grabbed Carlos's waist with her legs, preparing to knock Carlos off her feet with his own weight and inertia. He actually died quietly under the murder of the killer. Carlos's horse went down, and the female orca was unable to move at all, instead she dangled upside down from Carlos. At this moment, Fang Xuan, Dan Dima, Emir, and the captains of the various alliances rushed to the scene. The dense torches in the hands of the soldiers reflected the red sky. I'm about to finish writing the death notice. Did you let me fall into this kind of pain again? Carlos held the assassin's waist with both hands, lifted her up a bit and hugged her tight. Just use your life to ease the pain in my heart. Carlos began to exert force, and the assassin realized what was about to happen, struggling desperately. However, there is no use for the eggs. Carlos's arms tensed, the assassin's eyes nearly burst from her eyes, and a mouthful of blood gushed from her throat. Finally, with a click, the assassin stopped struggling, her hands and feet facing the ground at the same time. The scene was silent for a while, and everyone did not know what to say. Throwing away the assassin's body like a rag doll, Carlos roared wildly with red eyes. Gul'dan, you old dog without eggs, what's coming for me? I, Carlos Barav, am right here. I, Carlos Barav, waiting for you. After letting off steam, Carlos felt a little better. The officers above the squad leader led a team to check out the camp. Everyone else should go back to sleep. Chapter 91, the 3 Daowen plate armor martial arts. Although Terranaz did not mean well, he added over 10,000 recruits to the league. But including Anju and Lothar, no commander doesn't feel a headache for these recruits. In the kingdoms of Lord Aaron before the start of the war, a recruit needs to undergo a full 6 months of training before being placed on the battlefield. And the Alterac kingdom recruiting training lasts for a year. In the first month, he was running and practicing, and he was beaten by the veteran in the name of learning from each other. In the second month, he began to learn basic weapon control by weapons, and further practiced the array, and was beaten by veterans in the name of fighting. In the third month, physical fitness was strengthened and infantry exercises were learned. The array did not practice for now, and they grouped together to practice. The losing group was beaten by veterans in the name of additional training. In the fourth month, I continued to strengthen physical training, especially resistance training, and learned infantry exercises in depth. The matrix began to practice again, and the team was fighting each other. The winning group was beaten by veterans for not seeing enough. In the fifth month, the so-called intensive physical fitness training became a daily task, and team training was added to the team formation and coordination subjects. The infantry exercise code could not clear the pit and strengthened the practice of group confrontation. The veterans lost their food and were cut in half. In the sixth month, at the same time as the daily physical training, the squad-level confrontation rehearsal began, and the strengthened group confrontation exercises continued, and whoever loses will cover the night whistle. In the seventh month, the recruit battalion was disbanded, and the recruits were decentralized according to the size of the squad, and the training was organized by the wing captain. In the ninth month, the recruit squad was disbanded, and the recruit squad dispersed into several squads, and then they were withdrawn for field training for 3 months. In the 12th month, the army counted the number of teams with outstanding performance and gave rewards to the landlords and nobles of the soldiers, and the unskilled were transferred to the second-line army as hand-operated soldiers. During the war, everything was kept simple. Even if the 6-month practice is halved again, this group of recruits did not have enough training time. The result was that Lothar, who could not bear to let the fledgling die to death, deputized half of the recruits and required each commander to undergo at least 2 months of training before he was allowed to put recruits on the battlefield. Battle. The result is an increase in troops, and the Alliance's troop strength is further stretched. The Horde had no better direction to break through, and stalled with the Alliance at Hillblad Hills, continuing the bloodshed war. The battle line suddenly stabilized. While Carlos is training recruits, he leads the team from time to time. After the murder, Carlos' security level increased a lot. Dan Dima no longer lives alone in a tent, and has moved in with Carlos, the bald brother who was quick to slap his wife twice, and the gang of thieves who beat him had no temper. Uncle Brick was participating in the capture of the orc killers. After the interrogation, he found out that his early warning circle had flaws in his eyes, and he spent all his time on magic enhancement. The only regret is that after the Garona incident, Gul'dan improved his opponent's sealing spells. If the captured killer wanted to answer a few key questions, he would be soul-tortured. Brother Bale had already forced one to die, and he did not dare to force the remaining one to die. The torture job had reached a dead end. And the secret letter that Detective Alex Barafto brought to Carlos brought bad news. Her Majesty Queen Aiden has confirmed that she is pregnant and due within 2 months at the latest, but it is not yet clear if it is Pyranold species and needs to be verified. In the secret letter, Alex euphemistically told his son, not to worry, Laozi will help you handle everything. At present, Carlos's reputation in the Alliance is getting higher and higher, and there is a saying that the only general who will fight on the southern front has spread. Alex will find a way to help Carlos operate the front commander's position and make his son watch out. Be careful. After hearing the news about Aiden, Carlos felt surprisingly calm. Let's talk about Aiden's body, not to mention if it was a biological problem. Carlos and Aiden stayed together around South Blue for several months, knowing that the Lion King of Alterac is really old, and if he's not tempered, he may not live for 50. Without Aiden's escort, his several-year-old son would be carried away by the cold current in the dark part of Alterac without even the Barav family. Carlos now suddenly doesn't value the throne as much. What Carlos was worried about after Aiden had some impact on the Alterac apostasy incident in the original story. Carlos did not know if Aiden Pyranold would remain firmly in the alliance because of his son, or if he would turn to the Horde even more decisively for his son's throne. I don't know how the Bronze Dragon feels. I, the false prophet, now know that I'm about to have a choice phobia. It's so painful. It's better to know nothing and do things with my heart. Nobody can speak. Carlo secretly whispered in his heart. At the same time, Orgrim was summoning Gul'dan in the tribal camp. Gul'dan, stop your smirk. This makes me sick. The Horde needs your power, don't forget, we are grasshoppers on a string. Orgrim was right without the presence of soldiers. Gul'dan spoke without ceremony. Warcraft, when you executed my warlocks, did you not think you would need their power? Or do you believe that only Gul'dan can fight all the wizards of mankind? Gul'dan continued to cripple smile. I know your secret tricks, don't treat me like a fool. But I can tolerate your behavior. Orgrim sat in the Warcraft seat and spoke the terms of trade to him. I made the tribe by my own hand, and naturally I won't see it go extinct. Come on, my boss, what kind of trouble have you encountered? Gul'dan's smile was even brighter at this moment. The Alliance Mage seems to be an amazing guy. Our warlocks and shamans seem to be somewhat powerless. Although the Sword Saints don't fear human paladins, there are too many of them, and the tribe needs more. Powerful fighter. Orgrim told the problems of him. Great Doomhammer, don't worry, as long as you agree and allow me to summon some men from Draenor, then the human wizards won't be worth mentioning. As for the mighty warriors, there are two solutions. Gul'dan proposed. A solution to the problem. Yes, I will issue an order to the Dark Portal Guards to allow them to mobilize 500 warlocks to this world. Tell me about your approach. Orgrim readily agreed to Gul'dan's request. The first is to recruit the Hanghammer Ogres. Gul'dan said. No, Margok can't be trusted. Orgrim refused. Then the second way. Gul'dan sold him, Tyrone. Gorefiend. Huh? Tell me. Although Orgrim knew about Tyrone Gorefiend, his name did not know the details. Using the great soul power of the ancestors and shadows to bring fallen warriors back to life, giving them the ability to strengthen their bodies and strength. That is the fearless soldier called a Death Knight. Gul'dan's eyes were thirsty for blood. Red light. I do not allow you to desecrate the corpse of the hero. Orgrimmar stood up, looking very angry. It's not necessarily the corpse of our orcs. My boss, don't you think it's a pleasure to use those strong humans to create Death Knights that belong to our orcs? Gul'dan laughed. The sound is dark and sinister. Orgrim is an orc noble, but his nobility is only for orcs. Orgrim was not afraid to use some methods to deal with the enemy. I will arrange for my men to collect the corpses of some powerful enemies. Orgrim accepted Gul'dan's plan B. Please try to ensure the integrity of the corpse. Gul'dan seemed even more cheerful. After Gul'dan had withdrawn, Orgrim walked slowly into the empty fortress hall. Zujin's troll army has been suppressed by Orgrim without any action, and the envoy he sent inside to contact other troll clans did not respond. These are not worth Doomamir's hesitation. What really made Orgrim unable to make up his mind was the secret letter from Aiden, king of the human Alterac kingdom. The opportunity is still a trap, Orgrim can't make up his mind. Chapter 92, There is only one Los in the Alliance, and that is me, Carlos. The golden autumn is over and winter is coming. At this time when the weather is getting colder and humans are wearing shirts, the extremely tolerant orcs feel extremely cool. Why not do something in such good weather? As a result, the tribe reduced its forces, and the second large-scale legion-level battle was about to begin. The hinterland is guarded by wild-hammered dwarves, the way into the hinterland is blocked by Dunhold Castle, the Arthi Highlands are separated by Thoradin's Wall, and Thoradin's Wall is guarded by the Stromgard army. Lothar suddenly discovered that it seemed a bit wasteful to throw an army of 17,000 into the southern theater. As a result, the 10,000 Alliance soldiers, including Carlos's independent regiment, were ordered to go north and join the main force. When I arrived, the leaves were still green, and when I left, it was time for the chills to cry. Time flies. Carlos couldn't help but sigh. Unbeknownst to him, he was 18 years old. Carlos did not know what happened. He thought of the Snowman King at his coming-of-age ceremony, his father and mother, his two stupid brothers of his Aunt Alucia. If there hadn't been this war, I would have married a certain noble girl. If the aim is better, the child can crawl. You are so young and you pretend to be so deep, if you are too free to panic and order the troops to pack their bags. Uncle Brick couldn't understand Carlos' sadness for spring and autumn, and he said with an angry sarcasm, "Everything must be done by the general, and what should the officers do?" Carlos said irresponsibly, "Your image will be ruined by those soldiers who listen to her." Brick said with a sarcasm, "Since I heard some strange rumors of heartbreaking orcs, I think I don't have any pictures anymore." Hearing this, Fang Xuan turned his head sideways with some guilty conscience. "Uncle Brick, what's up, just say it." Carlos suddenly lost the spirit to continue speaking. "There is a communication coming from there, saying that a force is secretly attacking you, preparing to remove your military power and return you to the Silver Hand." The Brick leaned against Carlos and whispered, "Lots of clowns, boring tricks, don't bother." Carlos stretched his waist. The current League Anjouan Lothar has the last word. The jarring episode did not affect Carlos's mood. All the way north, Charles's army, as the fastest marching unit in the southern theater, first reached the Alliance headquarters camped outside the city of South Blue. Marshal Lothar, the commander of the Independence Corps Carlos Barav came to report. In command of the big tent, Carlos met Lothar. In less than a year, Lothar looked very old. Although the corners of his eyes were always frayed, his deep gaze still exuded awesome power. "Thank you, Rear Admiral Barav. Or may I call you Carlos?" Although Lothar had known Carlos during the formation of the Alliance, and was shocked when he was that strong and indecent little guy at the age of 16, the troublesome Anjouan Lothar didn't really have a good relationship with Carlos. He had said something, and Carlos had no intention of making friends with Lothar. So the two people who had known each other for almost 2 years met again, politely as strangers. "Just call me Carlos. To be honest, I should apologize to you, Rear Admiral, the youngest in the League. I transferred you to the south to protect your safety. After all, your identity is a bit special." But Carlos put his palm on Carlos's shoulder and pressed hard. "Yes, what you did is really good. It's impressive. Originally, according to your contribution, it wouldn't be a problem to rise to the rank of Vice Admiral or command an integrated army. But this is Lothar's second time." But Lothar smiled and shook his head. He took Carlos' hand on his shoulder, walked over to the side table and poured 2 glasses of black pine wine, handing one of them to Card. Your father lobbied everywhere, hoping that you would become the commander-in-chief of the frontline army instead of the youngest vice admiral of the human realm. What a loving father. And some people hope that he will transfer you back to the headquarters, like to Raleon. Serving as my deputy, those people really think of me as a fool. And the Knights of the Silver Hand, old men, really hope that they can return. To be honest, if it weren't for coordinating the various things in the Alliance, it's costing me too much. With so much energy, I really want to try a game with you. To rally on second stupid who can't talk but his head hears that you're the #1 paladin in the league, but you there and Seton to Throhan follow him. What a mess, it will add unnecessary trouble to you for no reason. Carlos drank everything in the cup, then took the empty glass in Lothar's hand, put the empty glass back on the short table, then walked back to the spot and stood up. Your Excellency Commander-in-Chief, it doesn't matter, I just want to know what arrangements you have for me next. There's no rush, you have to rest for a few days. It's been almost a year in the desert. Relax. I'll give you a 3-day vacation. Go to South Blue Town to have fun. Let me talk about it when you return. Remember, the city of South Blue is still the territory of your Barav family, ha 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 ha. After Lothar finished speaking, he made a few more polite words before letting Carlos go. As soon as he left Lothar's camp, he saw Turalion, Tyrion Fording, Sedendathan, Uther, and Gavinrad waiting for him outside. Hey! Carlos, I heard that you were tearing the orc to the south, and you shot the wolf's head with an arrow 800 meters away. Are all these true? The Turalion familiar gave me a curious expression. Except for the more mature Uther shook his head helplessly, the other boys were stifling a smile, ready to see Carlos joke. You and Illyria have progressed. Carlos' light and fluttering words immediately made Turalion's aura disappear. What? What progress? My relationship with Illyria is pure friendship. Gavinrad couldn't help but laugh even more. Yes, our second leader Mr. Turalion doesn't want to have a pure physical relationship with Miss Illyria Windrunner. Carlos said calmly. Hey! Carlos, I want to fight you. Turalion, who couldn't hold his face, yelled into a bluff. Oh, so no progress. Carlos didn't accept the move at all, and all the boys who saw the excitement laughed. Okay, let's go. If we have enough trouble, let's find a place for a drink, everyone gather. Uther stood up and said. Turalion wasn't really angry either. After a fight, the atmosphere between some friends they hadn't seen in years turned lively, and several people walked away with their shoulders on their backs. Anju and Lothar stood at the window watching the emotional exchange between various young people. He couldn't help but smile, and sighed in his heart that being young is so good. Returning to the desk and sitting down, Lothar took an unsigned letter from the drawer and put it back after thinking. Lothar thinks it's better not to tell Carlos some things. As long as he sits in the position of generals, this alliance can always protect the youth from wind and rain. Chapter 93 The King's Disqualification, 1. In the South Blue Tavern, 6 first-generation paladins promote and taunt each other. Even the older Uther was only a young man in his 20s, possessing the vitality that a young man should have. I have seen too many people I know familiar with getting killed by war. The more ruthless the combatants are on the battlefield, the more they appreciate meeting with their friends. However, in this era without video games and soccer, men gather to drink, and apart from showing off, there is only talk of women. Carlos, as a lover, tell me, how can I have anything to do with the High Elf? I have countless opportunities to get close to her, but after more than a year, there are less than 50 sentences in total. The melancholy atmosphere surrounding Turalion was about to solidify into substance. Aren't you supposed to ask Tyrion or Uther about this question? I usually don't involve feelings about problems that can be solved with money. Obviously just a rookie in love, Carlos made a face that seemed rosy and refused to show his shyness on this topic. Tyrion Fording is the endorsement of devotion, you asked the wrong person. Lafayette looked like a good man. That's me, I'm the face of a good man, waking up clean. Don't ask me, I won't go back to my hometown to get married until the war is over. Uther took out a pendant and opened it to several other friends to see the portrait of his fiancée. It always feels like you just said something amazing, Uther. Carlos filled Uther with the wine, and the two had another drink. Hey. Hey. The lover of your dreams is here. Gavinrod was sitting in the corner of the bar, the first to find Alleria walking in with two of his men. Oh. Long time no see. Carlos was also excited, ignoring Turalion tugging at the clothes from under him, and directly stood up and greeted Alleria. Seeing Alleria's approach, Sedan de Throhan rose to his feet, brought Turalion into position, then took the cup of wine and walked over to Gavinrod to sit down. Alleria Windrunner was a bit surprised to see these 6 guys at the same time in this tavern. She whispered something to her subordinates, and then walked over to the empty seat between Carlos and Turalion. Long time no see, Baron Carlos, or would you prefer that I call you General? Alleria said. Hey. I thought we were already friends, why are we so happy? Unlike Turalion, who has ulterior motives, Carlos understands that long-lived elves have their own views on love and family. Alleria is the best item among the elves, there is absolutely no shortage of suitors in Kulthalas, and the fate of her and his fate have overlapped so far, there is no need to appear too deliberate and contrived, as mutual friends seem to be. They were like this. Alleria became famous during the Troll War. The long time span of hundreds of years gave him a great life experience. Naturally, she saw Turalion interested in him, but she had no idea about Turalion. Therefore, the contact between the two will be minimized. But Carlos's attitude was in line with Alleria's appetite. For an outstanding general, Alleria didn't mind being friends with him. Of course, we are friends, so I call you Mr. Carlos directly. Alleria responded with a smile. Elves are hypocrites, not as direct as dwarves. I call you Alleria, can you call me Carlos? You said something wrong, good wine. Carlos began booing directly. Alleria didn't get mad when she heard it, she took the glass and drank it clean. Turalion was worried about the gains and losses, fearing that Alleria would get angry and leave. After 2 rounds of wine, the atmosphere kicked in. I haven't asked, why do you have time to come to the tavern? The war is drawing near, and the elven rangers are busier than usual. Uther asked. Actually, I'm here to meet people, but it's rare to meet some of you, and it's not a short time. Just let my hands go to work first. Alleria said vaguely. I was going to pour you some wine, since I have homework, just drink 2 glasses. Carlos scratched his head and said regretfully. If you want to hear it, you can't say it. Alleria said. Don't listen. It's been almost a year since I was born and died, and I only had 3 days off. Who wants to listen to these bad things? Carlos covered his ears directly. Hey, he's a general anyway, pay attention to his image. Turalion was a bit jealous of Carlos and Alleria talking and laughing, but he couldn't find a topic to talk to Alleria, so he had to make fun of Carlos. To be honest, the ranger under your hand has been a great help to me. I was almost surrounded by the tribe many times, and their elf rangers warned me. Come on, toast to you. Carlos raised the glass from him. For the friendship between humans and high elves? The others also responded. Then they all had another drink. The night darkened, until the end of the drink, Alleria said goodbye to everyone without changing her face. Sedan de Throhan and Tyrion Fording supported Turalion and returned to the camp, Uther and Gavinrod. If you can walk alone, Carlos is going to open a room in this tavern to sleep. After getting the key from the waiter, Carlos fell asleep without taking off his clothes. In a daze, I heard someone knock on the door and get out of bed. Opening the door, the visitor appeared to be a high elf ranger who accompanied Alleria to the tavern and left. Please come in. Carlos let the door open and greeted the opponent. I took the liberty of visiting and interrupted your break. I'm really sorry, but the commander thinks it's best to bring you some news as soon as possible, so I'm here. Said the visitor. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. Carlos first apologized, then walked to the washing rack in the corner of the room and washed his face with cold water. The holy light has a strong healing effect, but it doesn't seem to be very helpful for contact drunkenness. Washing your face alone doesn't seem to have a good effect. Carlos took off his clothes and wiped his upper body with a towel dipped in cold water. With a violent shock, Carlos felt that his sanity had returned to his body. Finding that the elf sitting on the side seemed dissatisfied with the indoor air, Carlos opened the window again, and the cool night breeze blew into the house, and the other's expression softened. "Actually, it doesn't have to be this way, I'm just here to break the news." High Elf Archer said, "The source of the intelligence is not convenient to say, but the authenticity is guaranteed. The actions of the tribal orcs in the Taran Mill area are highly unusual." Carlos sat on the bed, thinking about what the visitor said. "In short, we noticed that the orcs had secretly mobilized a troop to Taran Mill. It was scattered, unknown in number, and immobile." The female High Elf Ranger explained further. "That is, through clues, have you noticed that there are an unknown number and unclear purpose tribal orc that can become a large army, lurking near Taran Mill?" Carlos took a long time to straighten out the meaning of the Elf Ranger's words. This is probably the case. Their commander feels that war is imminent, and the high-level officials of the Alliance may not have the energy to pay attention to the abnormal situation in the Taran Mill area. As the territory of the Barav family, Taran Mill is to be notified to you both publicly and privately. The Elven Ranger continued to explain. Carlos was well aware of the importance of this information, but there was a feeling of inability to start. It is very useful, but it does not use eggs. It feels like that. The mind-revealing operation made Carlos ask about the alcohol problem faster, and when he found out that it was a bit cold, he remembered that it is very impolite to be topless in front of a lady. As a result, before Carlos apologized, out of the corner of his eye he noticed that the Elven Ranger was looking at his figure with great interest, his face flushed red against the candle light. Innate excellence and year-round exercise gave a man named Carlos Barav a bodybuilding body that surpassed this era. He discovered that the other's thoughts did not seem so pure. Carlos, who hadn't touched a woman for over a year, suddenly had other ideas. Chapter 94, The King's Disqualification, 3. In the dead of night, Carlos often introspected during his sleep. Aliria Windrunner and Turalion. Assuming that only one of you can make good friends, who would you choose? Whether it is to make thousands of decisions, Carlos's final decision is Turalion. A helper Lothar trusted, liked, and promoted, a promising young paladin, and a little brother who had an excellent impression of himself for the first 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there a reason not to choose Turalion? Carlos woke up, savoring the blur of his dream. In the dream, Carlos discovered that the female elf he couldn't remember at all was Aliria. Carlos laughed when he thought about it. Feel free to wash and care for him, put on his battle dress and armor, and noble son Charles vanished into the smoke and clouds of the past. The man in the cold wind is a general with a heart like a rock. Returning to the barracks, Carlos discovered that Lothar had filled the vacancy of the independent regiment and had assigned 2 additional veteran regiments, bringing the entire regiment to 4,000. Heading to the corps headquarters, the sound of horseshoes caught the attention of everyone in the headquarters, and they all went out to inspect. "General, everyone thought that I would return tomorrow morning." Emir was very surprised by Carlos's early return. He was eager to lead Carlos and was kicked by Carlos. "There are some condolence carts in the back, just like everyone takes a bite of meat. You arranged to give all the brothers an extra meal tonight." Carlos got off his horse and handed the horse's rein into the guard's hands. "Emir." "General, hello, I'm the temporary commander of the 5th Wing, a captain officer, John Swain." The new face was briefly introduced to Carlos. "Oh, didn't you add the strength of the 2 regiments? What about another regiment leader?" Carlos asked as he entered the headquarters. "General, there is another wing that was called up as a supplement and emphasized. There was no arrangement for officers at the squad captain level, so I brought it along the way. John Swain responded. By the way, I once asked Master Seton to throw Han for martial arts skills, and you are still my big brother. Seeing that Carlos was about to enter the camp, John Swain hurriedly approached Carlos and added a whisper. Carlos paused in his steps and then proceeded without incident. Your name is John Swain, right? You will continue to be the commander of the 5th Wing. Regarding troop supplementation, you will coordinate with your captains. I will get the result before Tenton turns black. Carlos said. After that, I stopped paying attention to the captains of my team. First, I sat at the desk and looked at the service logs. There are no major events worth noting, they are all day-to-day affairs. After Emir took care of the matters that Carlos confessed to and returned to the command post, Carlos looked at the table and prepared to speak. Except for John Swain, who's a fresh face, everyone else is an old thing to kill with me all the way, so don't expect me to give you a good face. After Carlos finished his opening remarks, John Swain's face couldn't help but be surprised, but he found that the expressions of other colleagues had not changed, and continued to observe the changes. Whose lyrics on this duty record? 3 days, I've been out for 3 days, but you didn't even discover any problems. Who are you kidding? Veterans despise conscription and can't you see? Room. The conflict between the wing and the 2nd Wing, don't you know? The orc heads hidden in the 1st Wing are stinking, do you think I can't smell it? Who are you going to sell to? And your 2nd Wing? Alliance, laugh a little, do you think the butts of the cattle under your hands are clean? Don't you know when your 2nd Wing went to the warehouse to steal supplies in the middle of the night? I did not think about that battle of the 2nd Wing. The brothers were fighting too hard, and I was going to clean you up at that time. Now it's all right, get into a habit. After a roar, Carlos calmed down a bit, only to find out that these old fritters were secretly laughing. Bet on an alliance, greedy for 3 alliances, and play a 4-2 alliance when you meet. Is there a peace unit of care under this general? Carlos interrupted Emir before she could speak. Shut up, isn't your guard a good bird, because he's a veteran of Alterac and has done less to oppress friendly forces? My whole family says you guys are heroes, Laozi and other legions. Isn't the boss any less apologetic? Let's laugh at me and make your dog's head turn into a pig's head. It is said that the subordinates who came out of the mountain of corpses and the sea, Carlos cannot make up his mind to clean them up. In this tragic battlefield, the one who sacrifices himself in the next second is the one who knocks you out. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Today is different. In the Southern Theater, almost all of us are fighting against the world. But in this battle, all the main forces of the entire alliance are fighting together, and there may be times when that our independent regiment needs help. So go ahead and take care of it. The 3-day ideological rectification of those soldier uncles will begin tonight. The war is about to start. At this time, Lothar will strengthen the strength of the independent corps, inevitably to use Carlos in the most difficult places. In this sense, Carlos has already noticed. The more you are born and die today, the more you will be qualified to say no in the future. If all you do still can't change the future of the trial, Carlos wants to ask out loud in the trial court, I've done meritorious service for the Alliance, I've shed blood for the resistance war, you don't even have scars on your body. Why should the guy judge me, judge my family? While Carlos rectified military affairs and prepared for war, the tribe did not stop. It is so wonderful, my Lord Chief, look at these warriors, these fearless warriors, these darlings of shadows and death. Gul'dan overreacted and made a speech. The orcs that remained in Irvine buried the dead human warriors they thought worthy of respect. After receiving the order, the orcs finally ordered by the boss dug up the corpses of the Stormwind realm and sent them north. Gul'dan used the soul stones of the warlock slain by Orgrim and the souls collected in various wars, combined with the forbidden power of the Burning Legion, to create a new creation, the Death Knight. Orgrim pulled Doomhammer out, hesitated for a moment, then withdrew his waist. Then the Warkif clenched his fists and struck Gul'dan across the face. Two human arms blocked the tribal chief's fist. Orgrimmar was another side kick that attacked the Death Knight's lower abdomen. The Death Knight did not reply. He was kicked and went flying, stuck to the wall and fell slowly. Orgrim knew his strength, and the side kick at this moment changed into a human who would never escape shattered internal organs and a broken spine. But the Death Knight slowly stood up, returned to the original position if nothing had happened, and stood up. Satisfaction? My lord, the skillful martial arts of the human body combined with the shadow power of our orc warlocks, the reincarnation of life and death also grants them the power of death and indestructible bodies. What a machine of perfect war. Gul'dan was very pleased with his creation. Do they have the ability to think? Orgrim asked. Of course, my boss. Gul'dan produced a scepter and handed it to Orgrim. This is his control staff. Orgrim took the staff, hesitated for a moment, and smashed it to pieces. Blessed by the soul of the ancestors, the warriors of the tribe do not need to be dominated. Orgrim yelled. The soul of the ancestors is above. Serve the Warkif. For the glory of the tribe. The Death Knights who regained their control shouted the words of the orcs with human bodies. In response, Warkif Orgrim nodded in satisfaction. How many warriors of this type are there in total? Orgrim asked Gul'dan. There are more than 300 people in total so far, but as long as there are suitable corpses, there are as many as there are. Gul'dan responded. Chapter 95 The King's Disqualification, 4. The battle was started by the Alliance. Lothar mobilized 471 8-pounders to establish the ambush position. The backbone members of the Iron Horse Brotherhood and the surviving Stormwind veterans fled without chaos, acting perfectly as a decoy for 10 minutes. The tribe's shelling buried the tribe's 3,000 pursuers. The Iron Horse Brotherhood's carbine smashed the horrified orcs to pieces. In this battle, the orcs suffered 5,000 casualties. However, there is no use for the eggs. On other battlefields, the war damage ratio between humans and tribes is still over 3-1. The humans are still unable to resist the collective offensive of the orcs. Some people even spread the saying that orcs are dissatisfied and invincible. So some people started accusing Lothar as the commander-in-chief of the alliance. Why didn't Lothar continue to insist on guerrilla tactics and continue to compete with the orcs for bloodshed? Anyway, our alliance has 1 million soldiers and thousands of good generals, and you are afraid that it will not succeed in the tribe. Stupid, these idiots. Lothar dismissed the slander of the middle class. As long as the king and the soldiers believed in themselves, the alliance would be unbreakable. But upon being ordered by the legion commander to retreat by the enemy, Anduin Lothar was still distraught and furious. There is no front main force against the enemy. What kind of guerrilla tactics come from? Everyone is scattered, waiting for the tribe army to crush it all the way. Stupid, really stupid. The hermetic sane net he's created such a big gap. Let at least 5,000 orcs come out, 5,000 orcs. How many troops are we going to use to protect us against these 5,000 orcs behind? I'm going to send him to a military court. I care whose it's the relatives. I care where he is. Great nobleman. Yongbing has missed his country. Lothar's accusation burst into tears, and all who heard it were saddened. After 4 months of planning and preparation, countless soldiers tempting the enemy into sacrifice, Lothar completed the encirclement of the tribe's main force. No matter how high the personal strength of the tribe is, the small combat area determines that there are always so many frontal combatants. At this time, the alliance's military advantage will eventually turn into a victory after the time has passed. Even if the tribe wants to break through, they can only retreat towards the coast. In this way, the strategic posture is great for the alliance. Unfortunately, no matter how good Lothar's strategy was, he couldn't help it, but the soldiers wouldn't die. With only 30% casualties, the garrison abandoned a solid offensive and withdrew for more than 20 miles, driving a large gap in the surrounding network. When the follow-up troops came to support, judging from the traces, at least 5,000 orc troops had left. Master Marshal, pay attention to your body, this is the end of the matter, let's find a way. To coordinate the land and sea offensive, Dylan did not stay in his cocoa, but instead accompanied Lothar. It's a deficit. The essence of this battle is to deceive the enemy and attract the enemy, the sea, and the land. The orcs of the tribe think that they have superior combat power, so I lure you to go deep and use artillery to destroy their sharpness, and complete the encirclement and blockade when the enemy's decision is not clear. At the same time, Marine pretends by day and helps the wind to attack the camp at night, destroying its foundation. The orc tribe does not know the sea breeze and ocean currents, and it is meant to be defenseless. In this way, the enemy crossing the sea will have no place to stand and finish off the enemy. It's just a matter of time. But, these 5,000 orcs got out of trouble. What troops do you want me to use to defend and what troops do you want me to use to stop them? All the soldiers who sacrificed themselves for this plan died in vain. Lothar spoke quickly and eagerly, saying that the whole individual seemed to be without strength, and helpless tears slipped down the lines of his face. In less than 2 years, the regent of the Stormwind realm seemed to be 10 years old, and deep wrinkles climbed onto Lothar's still aging face. Marshal, don't you have an ambush at Taran Mill yet? Take it back for help. Turaleon suggested. As Lothar's aide, Turaleon had a clear map of the Alliance's military strength in his heart. After hearing the bad news, Turaleon, who had become a skilled soldier, quickly thought of all the troops that could be mobilized, and found that only Lugo, the army that Sir S.A. hides northwest of Taran Mill, can be mobilized. However, Lothar could not tell. That army was a prerequisite for the locked doors, dogfighting plan he and Aiden devised. Aiden pretended to make peace and lured the orcs to Alterac by walking the mountain path, and then the army of 10,000 cut the path, trapping the orcs to death in the Alterac mountains. If he withdrew the army, and the orcs left, wouldn't he be a threat to Aiden? Such a dishonorable approach will hurt Aiden and his own image in his eyes. These things can only be done and cannot be said. When everyone heard Turaleon say that Lothar had secretly hidden an army of 10,000 people, they were heartened by the loss. The commanders gathered around, hoping to hear what Lothar Marshal had to say. That troop can't move, but Lothar can't tell the reason in the crowd. That troop has a special role and cannot be mobilized at the moment. Lothar shook his head weakly. But the Marshal. A commander was interrupted by the sentry who came to report before he could finish speaking. I reported to the Lord Marshal, the Elven Ranger found the orc troop that had escaped the siege, and they went straight to the city of South Blue. The sentinel reported. So vicious. Everyone present couldn't help but breathe. Due to the geographical location of the Hillbrad Theater and the interlocking battlefield situation, regardless of the alliance or tribe, most of the armaments of the two sides are maintained by sea. The alliance receives supplies through the city of South Blue, and the Horde transports them via black ships. At this time, Lothar was trying to lure the enemy into the attack, stopping their plan to return. And the commander of that orc troop is also a ruthless character, letting the main force be besieged without caring, and directly attacking the empty city of South Blue. As long as the pier is destroyed and the waterway is blocked, the Alliance army will be trapped and die in their own territory unless they get out of Hillblad Hills. The tribe is so cruel. Marshal, the rear is empty, no matter if it is South Blue Town or the heavy warehouse more than 10 miles away, you can't afford to lose. Turaleon took the lead to drop to one knee and fell in front of Lothar. Other lower-level commanders also knelt down to ask. Marshal, Make up your mind. The exhausted Lothar sighed heavily and asked, which unit can support South Blue Town the fastest? The closest is the 44th Corps under the 9th Army, but the fastest support should be Rear Admiral Carlos Barav's independent regiment. The previous order was to ask Rear Admiral Carlos to divert and block the enemy. Rear Admiral Carlos is accompanied by a magician. Leon responded. Then contact Rear Admiral Carlos's independent regiment and the 9th Army, and let them come back to help quickly. After Lothar gave the order, Leon quickly left. The people were dismissed, but Lothar was left behind by Dahlan Proudmoore and Uther. Anduin, do I need to go back to the sea to support South Blue Town? Dahlan asked. I need your strength, my friend. I need your fleet to appear in South Blue Town, but South Blue Town doesn't need your rescue. Lothar wiped his face, the anger, fatigue, and impatience disappeared. Lothar at this moment he is still the confident and fearless Storm Lion. You are preparing. Dahlan understood Lothar's meaning, but he was not sure. Since you already know where the enemy is going, what are you afraid of? The plan remains the same. Lothar said decisively. But what about South Blue Town? Dahlan was a little suspicious. Uther, take my seal, go find a hidden army and bring them back. Leon has a map, you go to him and ask for it. Lothar finished, putting a lacquer in the drawer. The gold-encrusted blue envelope was delivered to Uther. The secret order is to kill a robin, Lothar whispered. Kill a robin. I understand. Uther took the envelope, held it carefully in his arms, and left Lothar. Dahlan, could I? Lothar hesitated and stopped. What is possible? Dahlan Proudmoore asked puzzled. Nothing, old friend, let's go. Lothar and Dahlan shook hands. After the Marine Admiral left, Lothar sent guards to call the wizard Kadger. Kadger, I need you to dare go to Oakland City as quickly as possible. You must tell Aiden that your plan has changed. The seriousness and wit in Lothar's words was unheard of for Kadger. In the Battle of South Blue, Carlos was caught in a siege. Although the 44th Corps under the 9th Army was only 2.5 days from South Blue Town, it was not until Charles began to deploy defenses, that the belated advance troops of the 44th Corps arrived. There are more than 800 people in the team. So there is no more. The warriors of the 44th Corps fully carried out the spirit of conquering the brave and fought against the brutal orcs, and bought precious time for the soldiers and civilians of South Blue to build a defense line. The spirit of sacrifice of the intrepid 44th Corps greatly inspired the enthusiasm of the officers and soldiers of the South Blue City to resist the war, and ignited the fire of hope and freedom in the hearts of the people. History will not forget, the people will not forget, the Alliance will not forget. Carlos couldn't remember the name of the 44th Corps commander at all. Idiot, the tribe can do around in less than 3 days. The Alliance is all these kinds of things. What are we going to fight? It's okay for everyone to give up and lose half. Without his subordinate responding, Carlos grumbled a few words and stopped. How's the material transfer job going? Carlos calmed down and asked. It's quite smooth. The army began to withdraw. They took a lot of materials. The warehouses in the barracks are already in serious shortfalls. We don't have to move too many. This afternoon, basically, we will be able to complete the transfer of materials to the Alliance headquarters. Hernie Merba replied. As the war escalated, the old mayor gradually became overwhelmed and requested Alex's retirement, and Henny Marab has officially become the new mayor of South Blue Town. Oh. So we have those worms to thank. It's better to eat it yourself than burn it or leave it to the tribe, right? Carlos, who knew the truth, couldn't help but burst into tears. My lord, logically speaking, yes. As a vassal of the Barav family, Henny Marab could say something that Carlos officers could not. Whether you leave it to the tribe or burn the supplies will have an impact on your reputation, my lord. The situation now can't be better. Carlos suddenly had the feeling of understanding Long Live Lothar. It must be very difficult to lead a group of people who are still carrying ghosts while dead and fighting with their own little abacus. It must be so hard to bear the thoughts of squashing these worms and bastards to death, and pretending to be gentle and comforting and considerate, right? It must be very difficult to bear tears to send loyal people to death, but to bear the destruction and hindrance behind incompetent people, right? I really want to hack these gangsters to death. It's over, let's study the defense plan of South Bluetown. Carlos calmly brushed the subject off, as if the curse had never happened before. South Bluetown is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and the only side facing the land has a large number of fortifications. It is really a difficult place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Furthermore, most of Carlos's hired magicians in Dalaran also reside in South Bluetown, and Kel'Thuzad is also in the city. Right now, there are more than a dozen high-ranking magicians in the small town of South Blue. In the battle plan drafting meeting, everyone was confident that they would defend South Blue, but Carlos always had an ominous premonition. Independence Corps commanders formulated a moderate defense plan at the meeting, which was put into practice that night. Muskets and crossbow bolts broke through the enemy's midfield, and small cavalry cooperated with elite troops to cover the front court. General, the tribe is marching in a hurry, the siege equipment is in short supply, and our army is fully equipped, with ample supplies. It is a good idea to defend South Bluetown. Although Emir stayed up all night, he faced the morning sun with puffy bags over his eyes. It doesn't affect his confidence. The city of South Blue, excluding the people who took refuge, still has more than 2,000 inhabitants, plus the remnants of the Independence Regiment and the 44th Corps, 7,000 humans defending against 5,000 orcs, and it should be quite stable. It's a pity that Emir's self-confidence only lasted less than 2 days and was destroyed without help. Did Navy Admiral Dalan Proudmoore attack the tribal camp and rush into the air? Was there another sea encounter with the tribal troop transport and the Red Dragon? Did the tribe also increase their troops? After receiving the first-hand news from Kel'Thuzad, Carlos's face was gloomy and terrible, and Emir was stunned, and the other wing commanders looked bad. Don't be like dead people at home, and it's not that you haven't fought the orcs with superior forces. Don't forget, Laozi's troops are independent groups. Carlos quickly adjusted his mentality, showing a proud posture, as if he considered the tribe as a tribe. He said the chicken in general. The self-confidence that was originally unreasonable, but the subordinates took this set. That is, General, you are destined to step on the orc's corpse. Shit, your lord is a man who wants to be king. With the generals, the orcs are not afraid. Whether it is the truth or flattery, at least the unified caliber of the commander, the soldiers below will have much less disturbance. This battle must be fought as much as possible. That night, Carlos, who was on regular patrol, finished his patrol and was about to return to the command room to take a nap, but was stopped by Herney Merbu. My lord, when the militia found movement in the sea, they went to check and found that the barrier net was broken by something. It doesn't look like a murloc, did it? Herney Merbu brought out a bunch of fishing nets that had not yet dried. Show it to Carlos. The hooks on the fishing nets are rusty and there are no scratches on the rust marks. Fishing lines made of flax fibers are torn by external forces, and the lengths of the fibers in the hairpins vary. How deep is the water? Carlos asked. About 15 feet, Herney Merbu replied. What is it? Carlos couldn't help but wonder. If it is a murloc, the fiber of the fishing line should be soaked with the slime from the murloc instrument. If it is a big fish, it is impossible to hang something on the hook. If it is an orc, a few advanced soldiers will attack the heavily guarded city, which is too insignificant. What the hell is it? Suddenly, a word appeared in Carlos's mind. Holy light! That enemy is worth fighting against. Carlos yelled, and the non-strong holy light burst through the wall and irradiated more than half of South Bluetown. City Hall. Carlos felt the reverberation of the holy light and quickly led his subordinates to the City Hall Civic Chamber in South Bluetown, which is commonly known as the City Hall. It is still one step too late to hurry. The militiamen who watched the night seemed to be lazily leaning against the shadow of the wall, but the twisted neck and broken neck bones faced the loyalty of the guard. "My lord, what is that?" Henny Merba couldn't help but ask as he ran. "A pile of pieces that the heroic spirits desecrated, a group of dead animals." Carlos drew his sword, looked at the dirt tracks on the steps of the town hall, and kicked open the wooden door. "Since you're here, don't go." In the eyes of Carlos, the flame of the holy light was burning, watching the three human figures in the dark looking through the books and documents, and made a declaration of death. "It seems there is a memory problem. Your command center is not in the city hall, but you must be a human officer. Killing you is not in vain." After finishing speaking the awkward common language, 6 scarlet eyes stared at Carlos hard. "Gul'dan Toys, do you know what your biggest mistake is?" Carlos waved to the guards behind him and motioned for Henny Merab to close the door. Henny Merab faithfully implemented Carlos' orders despite hesitating. "Yeah, what?" The tone was still awkward, but the tone was not as forceful. The monster asked with interest. It seemed that 3 couples were one, and they had a chance to win. "Laozi is the strongest paladin in the world, you 355 bastards." After the words, with outstretched wings, Carlos has decided to kill. Chapter 97 The King's Disqualification, 6. 55. The Death Knight slowly dispersed and surrounded Carlos in a triangular formation. The wings of holy light behind Carlos illuminated the room. Watching the movements of the Death Knight, Carlos lowered the bony go-to ghost dancer. The tip of the sword hit the ground rhythmically, and the metal and stone floor collided with each other, making a crisp sound in the silent night. The thirst for knowledge is quite strong, because the desecration of the corpses of the dead by orc souls made me angry, and I don't mind making you suffer more. The 2 of them attacked at the same time behind the 2, and the shadow energy longsword attacked the weak point of Carlos's rear waist armor connection. Oh, he still retains the ability to cast shadows. The shadow strike struck the holy light shield, the annihilation of light, and the darkness urged a dazzling white light. Carlos grew a little impatient when he discovered that the Death Knight who was stabbing his own back was still unwilling to exert his strength. Without moving, he twisted at the waist and rotated his hips, and forcefully slammed a fist into the Death Knight's face at the left rear. Seeing the Confederate who was knocked out, another Death Knight behind Carlos quickly withdrew his sword and retreated, continuing to maintain the double team trend. "It's embarrassing to be played by you as this promising race of the Death Knight." Carlos found that using the tip of the sword to make noises to disturb the opponent's mind didn't seem to have the effect it should, so he stopped and concentrated on taunting. Do you know us well?" "It's more than understanding. It's a painful realization. I can't get 2002 in the arena. It's the Death Knight's fault to think about it." "I do not understand what you said." "It doesn't matter, when words can't clearly convey each other's feelings, let's experience it physically. Let's fall in love and kill each other." Carlos's series of contrived performances is of course not a usual pretense, but trying to use words to prove the other party's details. Carlos, who has been heavily educated by reality for 18 years, has long understood one truth: the information obtained in his previous life can only be used for reference and cannot be taken seriously. Although the energy response detected by the holy light reverberation was weak, Carlos tried to figure out his opponent's full strength. Current heuristics can deduce. Inherit the martial arts of resurrecting the dead body. Feeling indifferent, cold, and ruthless. You can use the power of shadow. At this moment, the Death Knight embedded in the wall broke free, holding a cloud of shadow energy in his hand, and it seemed even darker under the bright light of the holy light. He restored the broken half of his face, then picked up the fallen sword and continued to protect. Carlos secretly added inferences that seemed painless and obviously vital. Words are useless, they just fight. Since he was 6 years old, he hasn't slacked off his martial arts expertise for a day. Carlos doesn't believe that these Death Knights who rely on physical memory can hold back on sword skills. Wandering among the 3 Death Knights, Carlos repeatedly tested the enemy's capabilities. Strength, high. The ability to withstand physical blows is extremely high. The body's recovery capacity is as high as cheating. High learning capacity. The Death Knight, who is almost immortal on a physical level, poses a great threat to ordinary soldiers. Carlos has tried enough and is tired of playing. Bonigotu Phantom Dancer kicked one person, kicked the other person sideways, picked up the Holy Light Vitality Pill with her left hand free of hers, and hit her fiercely. In third person. Under the purifying power of the Holy Light, the Death Knight that was recruited let out a painful wail, and the soul filled with shadow energy was annihilated in the turmoil of light and darkness. Ah, I accidentally broke the game. Why did I crash before I could do anything? There is one less person in the room, and the pressure on Carlos is greatly reduced and he feels more comfortable. The power of shadow, the power of death, the power of frost, the power of fell, the power of blood, the power of the soul, how would you like it? Although it was 2 against 1, the entire scene was firmly controlled by Carlos. Annihilation strike, heart strike, spirit strike, none of you. In the merciless taunt, another Death Knight was purified by the power of Holy Light. If the owners of these bodies are all Alliance heroes, I really want to cut them in one piece. Are Gul'dan's toys at this level? Isn't Tyrone Gorefiend also such a weak? Using the absolute advantage of power, Carlos suppressed the last Death Knight, and the friendship fist containing the Holy Light waved towards the Death Knight's face, but was firmly caught by the Death Knight who was pressed to the ground on one knee. Unexpectedly, it is my enemy who knows me best. In the flurry of light and shadow, the Death Knight slowly rose to his feet. He meets me for the first time, my next friend Gul'dan. I don't know if you have any suggestions to improve my toys. Carlos's mood at this moment is broken. You want to be the cheapest, pretend to be coercive, you want us to show off, let's play, how can Gul'dan not leave his toys behind? I heard that you are the best handsome orc. Where we orcs consider being strong to be beautiful, I am far from it. Are you stealing souls or resurrecting? It's just a little trick that can't be used on the table. You are good at linguistics. After all, we must prepare for the rule of your humanity after victory. Oh. So confident. There is strength, that's all. Come to our side and do it together. Lok Taragar. Your orcish language is also quite good. During the seemingly relaxed conversations, the sword never stopped, and the punching never stopped. Although the two compete equally in the fist of the power of light and shadow, the texture of the Bonigotu Phantom Dancer is obviously better than the longsword in the hands of the Death Knight possessed by Gul'dan. Looking at the longsword that had been cut with a gap, Carlos couldn't help but smile proudly. I don't know if I just killed you like this, what harm will it do to your body? Guess. Gul'dan laughed too. The Gul'dan-possessed Death Knight suddenly opened its mouth, and evil energy gushed out of its eyes and mouth. Carlos could only curl the wings of holy light behind him up to his forehead to resist the impact of the rushing evil energy. From the competition of muscles and martial arts to the power of holy light against shadows and evil energies, Carlos couldn't tell. The power of the holy light needs to be supplemented by the paladin through spiritual torture in confession or meditation. How can he withstand such direct and raw consumption? Although Carlos' light power is very good in quality and capacity, it's not a human-shaped battery like Uther after all. In the confrontation with Gul'dan, the wings of light gradually dimmed. Do you want to know the location of Sargeras' tomb? Carlos suddenly asked. That. Gul'dan was startled, and the impact of fell stopped abruptly. Carlos suddenly released the bony Godu ghost dancer, freed his right hand to pour all the remaining power of the holy light into his fist and fiercely punched Gul'dan across the face. With a punch and a shot to the headless corpse flew out, losing control of the long sword to cut a lock of Carlos's long hair, and then hit the shoulder armor. Never play Xian again, Gul'dan is so fierce. Carlos was talking to himself, his muscles too strong, shaking uncontrollably. After a long time, Carlos, who was relieved, organized his appearance, opened the door and went out. Don't move the three corpses for now, let the magician and the priest handle them together. Carlos finally brushed off the cloak he was handed and put it on, indicating that the crowd might disperse. Thousands of miles away, Gul'dan touched her painful cheek, his emotion beyond words. The cast's notice is secretly loyal to his subordinates. Gul'dan's command is simple and clear, Alliance Commander South Blue Town, I want to live. The Orc offensive proceeded as scheduled. They attacked during the day, harassed them at night, set them on fire and poisoned them by all means. In this type of defensive operation, Carlos's role as a general is much less than that of a soldier. There is nowhere to run and there is no escape. The passivity of the strategy determines that Carlos and his independent body can only protect themselves against death. The only advantage is that the strategic purpose is clear, so that tactical arrangements can be directed. Obliquely inserted wooden stakes, vertical and horizontal ravines, dense horse traps and kill holes. Although the tribe tried their best to dump over 2,000 corpses in just 2 days, they still couldn't make any progress. Desperate, Gul'dan personally asked Orgrim to order the warlord to lay siege to the army in South Blue Town. Though the Warkif doubted Gul'dan's intentions, the Great Doom Hammer would not turn away anyone willing to serve the tribe, least of all a powerful warlock. Gul'dan then opened a portal in front of the Warkif, leaving the tribe's army with only 2 of his men. Chipborn, do you believe in Gul'dan? Orgrim asked one of his most trusted subordinates. I believe more in the Nagrand Cleft. Redborn Ironhoof Slayer responded. When Gul'dan arrived at the temporary camp of the tribal army that besieged South Blue Town, there were not many armies of 500 Gugal ogres. Master, it is more difficult to capture this human city than it is to attack Shatrath from the Drania. We need the support of you and your warlock. The Orc commander saluted Gul'dan respectfully, then said what he was up against now. Difficulties and help needed. Don't worry my friend, my witcher, and I need a little time to prepare. Until tomorrow, everything will come to an end. Gul'dan promised as the commander of the Orc army. So that night, the Orcs stopped their routine harassment and prepared to recharge their batteries and fight again tomorrow. The army was in crisis and the communication of information was inconvenient, and Carlos had been ordered to fight in danger many times and transferred to many places. So the detective took the secret letter that Alex took to his son around most of Hillblad, and finally learned that Carlos was in South Blue Town. When the detective arrived at South Blue Town, the Orcs had blocked the road and harassed them day and night. The Tangi girl once considered taking a waterway and crossing the sea to make a ferry. But this season is officially the season that Murlocs return to land to eat. The detective thinks that she should be able to fight the shattered-finned Murlocs outside the city of South Blue on land, but in the water. Forget it. So it was not until Gul'dan arrived and the Orcs called off the night siege that the detective found an opportunity to infiltrate the city of South Blue. The detective snuck into Carlos' house without alarming anyone, sitting carelessly on the bed and waiting for Carlos. The result could be too rough on the road or Carlos's bed was too comfortable and he fell asleep. Fortunately, Carlos is ready to go back to his residence to take a shower and change clothes, otherwise Carlos, who has been sleeping in the military camp for a long time, will miss this important secret letter. The awake detective took the plate of dried fruits in Carlos's room and ate it without stopping. Master, when I arrived, I found a lot of fat people outside. It seems to be called an ogre, right? Well, oh yeah. Carlos discovered that the fire lacquer envelope that Detective G took out from his chest, he found a groove with lines in the fire lacquer used for sealing. After hesitating for a while, Carlos lowered his head and pretended to check and smell it. "What I'm thinking about, he must be too tired recently, yes, that's all." Carlos shook his head vigorously, then opened the envelope to check the contents. "Me, since the entire article is a short-term love of relatives in parents, a very ordinary letter from the family, only Alex Barav's autograph at the end reveals the method of interpretation. This is the most complicated secret letter in the world. Only Carlos and Alex and their son have memorized the order of performance. It took a lot of brain cells for my father to come up with such a letter." Carlos thought, quickly comparing the Chinese characters of the letter to recombine the true content of the secret letter. "The king is suspicious. Aiden has a son, come back soon." Carlos's first reaction was not to believe it, the second reaction was that he had written it wrong, and the third time he thought he was dazzled, and it wasn't until the fifth time that he confirmed that his interpretation was correct. "Detective G, is there any news about King Aiden for so long?" Carlos asked. "No, Elder Aiden returned to Alterac and no further news came out." Detective G replied. "Died? Really dead?" "Aiden is dead. His father, Alex, never did anything unsafe, and he used the most confidential secret letter to pass the letter to himself." Carlos suddenly felt a sense of lost relief. Aiden is dead, who else in Alterac can preside over the betrayal incident? The Barav family crisis that he has worried about for 18 years can finally be temporarily quelled. Carlos, who was in a relaxed suit, suddenly felt that the cowardly prostitute, who had been upset, suddenly became cute. With a sharp shake in his mood, Carlos was a little forgetful, grabbed the detective and kissed him, and finally kissed a mouthful of dried fruit feces. "Master, what are you doing?" Tanji asked in a daze. "Nothing, you brought good news, this is a reward," Carlos answered. "But I want more hard yellow rewards." Tanji smiled. "You are really a talent." After hearing Detective G's description, Carlos thought about it for the first time and finally reacted before putting it into action. He pulled a small bag from the nightstand and tossed it to the detective. "Fuck you, little fan of money." Detective G weighed the weight, turned the window, and left with a smile, leaving only a place of dried fruit peels. Carlos, who took a bath as planned, soaked in the bathtub, rare to relax his body. When the whole body was relaxed, Carlos suddenly clenched and splashed with water. Happy early. Aiden has children. If the domestic rebels bypass their parents and adopt the new king, and then compromise with the tribe, then everything will return to the original point. Not in the bathing mood, Carlos quickly sorted his clothes and ran to the Brick residence as quickly as possible. "Uncle Brick, I need to get back to Alterac and open a portal for myself," Carlos said bluntly. "I cannot open it," Brick answered directly. "Oh? Then I'll go to Calthuzid." Carlos was surprised and the words came out without going through his brain. "There's a big guy outside. South Blue Town has been magically locked down. All teleportation spells are useless. It's useless if you go to Calthuzid," Brick explained. "In all likelihood, it is Gul'dan. I underestimated Gul'dan's ability to execute, and I underestimated the tomb of Sargera's attraction to Gul'dan. Carlos understands that things are coming together, this time the problem is big." Chapter 99 The King's Disqualification, 8. The world of Azeroth is very diverse and wonderful. Whether it be earth, water, wind, fire, or holy light and arcane arts, all kinds of strange energies exist in this world. Only shadow, the purest shadow energy, was brought to Azeroth by orcs through the dark portal. Therefore, when Gul'dan used this invisible and unheard of power of the Azeroth natives to build a powerful magic circle that engulfed the entire city of South Blue, the human magicians in the city had heard of it, and no one noticed the clue. "Young master, if you don't command the army, what's the problem with me squatting here? Brick looked at Carlos, who was leaning on the windowsill, and said quietly. Because I said something inappropriate? Carlos answered. Calm down and think about it. Carlos found out that he still made a big mistake. Some knowledge that is common sense to oneself, in this world, at this moment, is an unknown mystery. The real world is not a simple role-playing game, it's all about causal logic. Due to omissions, Carlos did not mention the characteristics of shadow magic with others. To avoid suspicion, Carlos will not reveal information that should not be leaked when the lie cannot be solved. So the end result was that Carlos looked at the gloomy sky over South Blue at noon, frowning. Who do you want to tell through me? Tile has been serving the Barav family for several years. As Carlos's personal magic consultant, she can't do magical or less magical things. There is no pressure to understand the subtext of the employer. We got together. What's over my head is a big battle. With my barren store of knowledge, I can only think of two possibilities, Carlos said. The first may be death and withering, and the second twisting the void. Although the latter is not quite incapable, the opposite caster is Gul'dan, who can only say that anything is possible. But either the second or the first, it's a disaster for us, not bad. Afterward, Carlos explained the external manifestations of the two high-level shadow energy spells, Death and Decay and Twisting Void, in detail. Judging according to his description, Master, I think he's more likely to die. But what are you going to do? Brick couldn't help but touch his chin, falling into a furrowed thought pattern. It is not what I am to do, but you, Kel'Thuzad, that the wizards of the city are to do. Carlos corrected Brick's statement. I will communicate with Kel'Thuzad. But don't you think that a battle this big is the work of one person or several people? Brick warned. Do you know why I have free time to chat with you here? I don't know. Because the orcs' strategy has been successful. Before, we used solid fortifications to slaughter the tribe that sought war with great joy. Now, with death and death on our heads that we don't know when it will start, the group that seeks war battle has become us. No. Going to war is waiting for death, going to war is dying. It's hard. Brick didn't know much about military matters, so he couldn't help but ask, why do you die when you go to war? We have surrounded the city with fortifications. There is only one road on land. The orcs just need to line up their troops and wait. We don't even have space to deploy troops. How can we fight? Isn't this called death? Carlos looked at the Brick. Then, young master, are you so leisurely? Brick couldn't help but sarcastically. I've done everything that needs to be done. Now it's your master's time. I need at least 3 days. Carlos revealed the bricks. Although I have never seen such a pure shadow energy, I can still solve the basic magic. This thing in our head should be formed by tomorrow at the latest, and it will not be able to bear it the day after tomorrow. Where will it come from for 3 days? Tan also shook his head, expressing helplessness. Do you feel embarrassed to do something so big in silence? Carlos was also shocked by the magician's shamelessness and couldn't help but ask. Hey, why don't you tell me if I help you do something like that from others? I'm just a magician and not a god. I haven't seen it or I haven't seen it. It's normal for things I haven't seen to do it before. Archmage Brick responded like this. Just as Carlos and Brick were talking nonsense, Kel'Thuzad, who felt his self-esteem was deteriorating, had used advanced invisibility to invade Gul'dan's camp and began to explore. These orcs are always big silent news. Seeing those ogres with magical tattoos on their skin collectively cast spells, Kel'Thuzad was shocked and also had a strong feeling of freshness. Are the two heads of those two-headed ogres natural or magically modified? Will two heads have an advantage over one head when casting spells? As a genius archmage, Kel'Thuzad's magical achievements far exceed the age limit. Everyone thought that Antonidas valued Kel'Thuzad in order to promote Kel'Thuzad to become the second person of the Kirin Tor. But only colleagues on the 6-member Dalaran High Council knew Kel'Thuzad's true strength. "Chuggle, keep the magic circle running, I'll be gone for a while. There are many things that Gul'dan needs to do personally. For him, using magical power to change the situation on the battlefield is just a matter of hand." After completing the basic construction, Gul'dan handed over the magic circle tracking job to the two-headed cannibal. Demon Lord Cho'Gall. "Yes, Master, I'll pay attention to security." "It's so boring, don't you expect some fun?" Gulal's two heads simultaneously communicated different ideas from the Vice Admiral to Gul'dan in telematics. Kel'Thuzad's attention was drawn to Kel'Thuzad's magical fluctuations in Gul'dan's use of teleportation spells to leave South Bluetown. It seems that some powerful character has left. Kel'Thuzad, who was studying the composition of the magic circle, turned his attention to his eyes. The working of shadow energy is completely different from the natural magic or arcane magic commonly used by the Dalaran mage, and only a little bit of fur can be seen in a brief observation. However, there is always something in common in how spells work. Kel'Thuzad's reverse calculation combined with observation of the Eye of Arcane roughly calculated several keynotes. The art of advanced invisibility can almost perfect the invisible figure, but it can't cover the scent. Along the way, wolves with a keen sense of smell whispered from time to time, but Kel'Thuzad used a water mist technique mixed with irritating potions to perfuse them. After slightly disturbing the wolf, he moved a little in the node of the circle that held death and decay. Although it won't destroy the entire circle, slowing down the flow of magical power and hampering the circle's operation can always buy time for follow-up work. Sure enough, it only interfered with magic positioning and teleportation around South Bluetown, and it wasn't as terrible as expected. Kel'Thuzad experimented and easily used teleportation spells to leave the tribal camp, but tried to return to South Bluetown, but found that it was not accurate. Position. Walking back to the city of South Blue in stealth again, Kel'Thuzad discovered that the tiles had been waiting in the living room for a long time. "Oh my friend." As if the will of the universe was watching everything, Kel'Thuzad, who followed etiquette, was interrupted just as he wanted to shout out the other party's name. "Old friend, to cut a long story short, we're in big trouble. If you don't stop the orcs' magic, the consequences will be disastrous." Brick said. Did you see anything?" Kel'Thuzad asked. The old man looked at the stars at night, calculated it 7 or 8, and roughly found out the effect of this magic. Brick decided to be embarrassed. "Oh." Kel'Thuzad was surprised. The Archmage under his influence seemed not to be known for analyzing spells, which was really unexpected. This method is called Death and Decay. Once it is completed, there will be no grass in the coverage area. Brick said viciously, "That gang of orcs is punching our Dalaran master in the face." Kel'Thuzad's small action successfully delayed the formation of Death and Gul'dan's death spell over South Blue. When Gul'dan finished his business and returned to the battlefield in the city of South Blue, he discovered that the progress of the incident was far behind the expected plan. "Gul'al, don't both of your heads think so? Go and check, what's the matter?" Gul'dan couldn't help but snarl. "Dear Master Gul'dan, if I understand correctly, we lost precious time for no reason due to some mistakes made by you or your men, is that correct?" the orc commander asked. Gul'dan pushed his hand away, and 5 evil energies shot out, confining the orc commander's limbs and neck. As Gul'dan gathered his fingers into a fist, the fell magic caused great pain to those imprisoned. "Do you know who you're talking to, kid?" Gul'dan was not doing well, it was when he was in a bad mood. "It's me, the commander appointed by the boss." The orc in pain cried out hoarsely, but the sound was like the moaning of a mosquito. "Back then, you were the boss's person, how could I forget that you were the boss's person? This is just a little punishment for disrespecting you, young man." Gul'dan had no plans to turn his face with Orgrim at this time, nor did he. The great chief of the tribe, Doomhammer, was preparing to turn his face, so he rolled his red eyes and gradually calmed down his anger, and then lifted the magical imprisonment of the orc army commander. Searing, stinging lungs filled with air, and their commander coughed and gasped violently. "I will inform the Warkif. That's your freedom." Gul'dan found that Gugal was still looking at the emotion and couldn't help but yell, "Do you want to taste Gul'dan's wrath too?" Gugar shrugged helplessly and slowly left the scene to check the magic circle. As a mighty two-headed cannibal mage, Gugal surrendered to the mighty power represented by Gul'dan, but he himself was not afraid of Gul'dan. And Gul'dan also knew that this was not the time to punish Gugal, and there was no follow-up action after the intimidation. "Gul'dan, though I will definitely report your rude actions to Doomhammer later, the army still needs your strength now. When can we move on the offensive? Time is so precious." "Nothing." The orc commander felt better, and his sense of responsibility and honor compelled him to continue to turn to Gul'dan for help. "Wait patiently, now the time is on the tribe's side. It is the humans, rather than us, who are anxious." Gul'dan calmed his emotions, his words deep and philosophical, as if he were not the testy warlock. "I hope so." The orc commander took a deep breath and decided to forget about the unhappiness between the two of them for a while. The war in South Bluetown had a profound impact on the orc army led by Orgrim. To the tribe, he was willing to temporarily forget the humiliation Gul'dan inflicted on him and temporarily forgive him. And for now in the town of South Blue. "Didn't the orcs attack today?" Carlos looked at the tiles and Kel'Thuzad next to him, also helpless. In the original plan, after repelling an orc attack, the magicians jointly performed the group invisibility technique, allowing a 100-person squad to hide in the chaos, and the operation to attack the orcs at night in the chaos seemed to be a failure. The group invisibility technique casts a lesser invisibility. There is no chaotic cloaking, and it is easy to detect by detection. Once the first action fails, and the orcs are ready, it is almost impossible to use the same tactics the second time. "What should I do then?" Brick asked Carlos. "Master, are you sure to fight Gul'dan?" Carlos turned to consult Kel'Thuzad. "It's hard to say how strong Gul'dan's strength is, but Gul'dan's spells are changeable, mysterious, and extremely strong, which Carlos can be sure of. Among the wizards of South Bluetown, only Dalaran's vice president, Kel'Thuzad, was qualified to challenge Gul'dan. Magic is rigorous, I haven't dealt with that, I don't know." Kel'Thuzad responded. "Masters, how long do you think what is over our heads will take shape?" Carlos pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. "It was originally estimated to be this afternoon, but I played some tricks, which delayed the progress of the tribe. It may be completed tonight or tomorrow morning." Kel'Thuzad looked up at the sky, estimated the progress of the spell, then gave his answer. "Who dares to play with his life? Who is willing to hand over fate to the enemy?" That night, Carlos chose an elite hand of about 300 people and decided to fight for it. When Carlos led a team to avoid the tribal sentinel and landed on the north beach of South Bluetown, Kel'Thuzad called out to all the wizards in South Bluetown. "Everyone, let's do something." Kel'Thuzad said. "Your Excellency, Vice President, please do not sell it." Brick reminded everyone that time is running out. Kel'Thuzad's smile was gentle and charming. She took out a white scroll from under her robe, and the powerful magic wave stimulated all the magicians present. "What is this?" someone couldn't help but ask. "Metri scroll," Kel'Thuzad replied. "Matri scroll, the secret protection that countless wizards desire." According to rumors, there were 103,000 kinds of magical knowledge recorded in the Matri scroll, where powerful and noble magicians gathered their life energy and instilled casting in ancient times, which is the ultimate mystery of the magical world. And the Matri scroll, which can carry these powerful knowledge, is also a powerful magic item. Your Excellency, although I really want to read the Supreme Secret Security, but I think you definitely won't share the spell knowledge with us when I take out the Maitri scroll," asked a mid-level magician. When Speaker Antonidas handed me the Maitri scroll, he once told me that I should do nothing and not use the power of the scroll. I think now is the time," Kel'Thuzad said cheerfully. "So what is your plan?" Brick asked cautiously. As Antonidas's confidant, Tile is not unknown to the name of the Maitri scroll, but something that can be sealed and suppressed by Antonidas is definitely not something simple. "My plan is for us to use the Maitri scroll as a core to jointly cast spells and feed back these things overhead," Kel'Thuzad explained. "I probed the orc's magic circle, and over 200 orc casters are maintaining the spell. Matrix operation, a big guy with 2 heads is guiding the spell as the core. That is, if our Lord General Carlos manages to cause chaos, suddenly we start here, there is a very high chance of using the force feedback to kill the unfortunate one who keeps the magic circle running." Tile pondered for a while and agreed with Kel'Thuzad's judgment that it was possible to have treasures like the Maitri scroll on the line. "Master, you ask for more blessings, and you must persist until we succeed." Brick sighed inwardly. As a wizard whose strength is second only to Kel'Thuzad out of all the wizards present, Brick put his whole mind into the plan. Final Chapter 100. Welcome to Patreon, where there are many more chapters of this novel as well as many more novels. Have a happy day. Many more novels. Have a happy day.